All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. If you are watching this and it does not say, oh, wow, that's me, and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you are watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Stream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. But some of you may be new, and like I said, this is all the people watching the recap. If you don't know what's about to happen here on this video, it is about to be 7 hours of getting the market news, getting all of the data, going over what happens, making live trades, and if it is your first time subscribing, it will take you about 24 hours to be able to chat. It's an investment, but speaking of investments, this is our long-term account. We got a big one, we got a smaller one. This one's $300 a month. This one's $3,000 a month, and that is the other main point of this channel. You need to make sure you know about the market. You walk away with the long term. So hopefully we see you in the future. Hopefully I see you in the chat, but we have a lot to talk about now because this morning, absolutely insane. Chip stocks going crazy. Indexes getting absolutely clapped. Intel on the high. NVIDIA, ASML on the low. You have comments from Donald Trump all the way down to Biden talking about chips. And now leading into earnings, it is absolutely wild. So we have a lot to go over, Chatadonia. I have everything for you. The plays, the info, the news, the headlines. All I need from you to start off the morning is a thumbs up on the video and a good morning. What's up, baby? What's going on? What up, Wise? Jeff, Joe's with it, loser, Ty, Laker, Jay. Good morning, baby. What up, Zug, Hobby Life Tech, Brian Hunt in the house, baby. Good morning, Christina, Joy Lemon, Agent of Chaos, Asia, Mr. Skrelly, Sakori, 10% Alex, Ken Taylor, baby, Joey Kakamo, Riga, Super Takeoff, Ask Anything, baby. What's going on? Good morning, Candy. Good morning, Forley. Good morning, I'm business, baby. What's going on? Happy Wednesday, Chatadonia. What up, Greg Ale? What up, B Dizza, Danny, Mike, Brandon, Floor Slayer. Good morning, baby. What up, Nacho, Mr. Wealth, Brown Tom Crows, Jerry, Woodya. Good morning, baby. El Chapato, Energy, Blood Raven, Ray Roman, Francis Doma, Rose Arrow, Owen, Donnie, Brandon, Straw Hat, Big Curly, Carissa Heights. Good morning, What about the Twitch, baby? Lizzie, Slizzy, Iceberg, Blowing Doll, S. Jones, Jax, KJ, Lemur, Rocky Bow, Blowout, Hailstone, Robo Head Tech, and Mr. Z, Destroyer. Good morning, baby. Oh, yeah, Robo Head Tech. Yeah, we got him, baby. Yeah, Intel. Apparently, Intel is benefiting off of all of the negative chip news, and then I think it's a Trump stock now. I don't know. I've read a lot about it this morning, but we have a lot more to go over. So, Chad, I have everything. I got the plays, all of that. We're going to go over. Let me get my AI assistant, and you need the likes on the video, okay? The likes are imperative. So, until then, we got to get rid of this damn newswire. You know what I'm saying? Like, why are we going, what the hell? Actually, I don't know where there's the newswire. There he is. All right, my bad. Oh, yeah, like the video, and then let me get you your headlines. Good morning, baby. Happy Wednesday. Ooh, and welcome, bro. I see a lot of Chads. I see Fufu, Companion, Sean McCann, baby. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. S&P 500 futures drop 1% as global chip makers slump. Worries that U.S. politicians are taking a harder stance on China and Taiwan sparked a pullback across technology shares, driving S&P 500 futures down 1%. NVIDIA Corp, Advanced Micro Devices Inc., Broadcom Inc. lost more than 3% in pre-market trading. ASML Holding NV tumbled 7.5%, the most since 2022, even after the Dutch company reported strong orders in the second quarter, the dollar weakened and 10-year Treasury yields rose. The Biden administration is considering using the most severe trade restrictions available if companies including ASML continue to give China access to advanced semiconductor technology, Bloomberg News reported on Wednesday. Meanwhile, an anti-China stance is also at the top of the agenda for Republican nominee Donald Trump. In an interview with Bloomberg Businessweek, the former president questioned whether the U.S. has a duty to defend Taiwan, a major chip-making hub. Regardless of whether it's a Democrat or Republican victory, there will always be a negative push toward China. John Taylor, director of global multi-sector strategies at Alliance Bernstein, said in an interview with Bloomberg TV, one is more brazen and the other is more behind the scenes, but the outcome is essentially the same. The move in stocks represents a small pullback after a stellar run of gains fueled by soft inflation data and optimism that the Federal Reserve will cut interest rates. The S&P 500 closed at another all-time high on Tuesday, and in only 5 days, the Russell 2000 jumped almost 12%, hitting the most overbought level since 2017. We had gotten a little too frothy, said Tim Graff, head of EMEA macro strategy at State Street Global Markets. Investors are underweight smalls, hugely overweight large caps, and rotating a bit in currencies. The pound topped $1.30 as traders paired bets on an interest rate cut in August after stickier than expected inflation data. The yen rallied 1% against the dollar, reducing the need for Japanese authorities to step into the market again. In the interview, Trump also said the strength of the dollar has been hurting the competitiveness of U.S. exports and pointing to the weakness of yen and yuan. That's raised some speculation among strategists that he might adopt policies to reduce the value of the greenback if he takes office. The one thing that China and Japan and other Asian currencies are worried about is getting a tariff target on their back. Mark McCormick, global head of currency and emerging market strategy at TD Bank, said in an interview with Bloomberg TV, these currencies should be stronger. Investors also sifted through earnings reports. Adidas AG gained 5% after raising its annual profit target for the second time in 3 months. Rocha Holding AG jumped on promising early-stage study results for a weight loss pill. Tough trade talk, and the Biden administration facing pushback to its chip crackdown on China has told allies that it's considering using the most severe trade restrictions available if companies such as Tokyo Electron and ASML continue giving the country access to advanced semiconductor technology. Tech slump, concerns over stricter American trading curbs on China drove tech shares lower globally, with NASDAQ futures losing more than 1%. Nvidia, Intel, and Apple all fell in trading before the open of U.S. exchanges, while shares of Dutch chip machinery maker ASML sank in Europe despite posting growth in its order intake last quarter. Meanwhile, the dollar tumbled to its weakest level in almost 2 months, a move amplified by a sharp rally in the Japanese yen that reverberated across global currency markets. Former President Donald Trump also flagged the exchange rate weakness in an interview. Trump talks taxes. Trump's one-time rivals lined up to praise him at the Republican National Convention, saying he's the best man to become the next president. Meanwhile, Bloomberg Businessweek sat down with Trump last month for an exclusive interview where he discussed his proposed plans for taxes, the Fed, and more if he wins the election. Trump said he'd bring the corporate tax rate to as low as 15%, allow Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell to serve out his term, and consider J.P. Morgan's Jamie Dimon for Treasury Secretary, HSBC's new boss. London-headquartered bank HSBC Holdings has named George Elidary its next chief executive officer, continuing the lender's tradition of picking insiders to run the bank. What stands him apart, though, is that he speaks Mandarin, a key skill for one of his focus areas, Asian wealth management. Top overnight news: the U.S. is said to be considering its most severe trade restrictions yet on China's chips access. The Biden administration told allies it it may impose controls on foreign-made products that use American technology if companies continue to allow China to access advanced technology, BBGA. ASML shares dropped the most since October 2022 on the risk of tougher trade curbs. Its orders outlook for the third quarter missed estimates, while second quarter bookings beat. Tokyo Electron fell the most in 3 months. BBG, Fed's Williams voter, says the Fed is closer but not ready to cut. A rate cut will be appropriate in the coming months. More data will help provide confidence on inflation, seeing broad-based declines in inflation. WSJ. U.S. President Biden is set to announce support for major Supreme Court changes, while proposals could include term limits and an enforceable ethics code. Washington Post. Former U.S. President Trump said Trumponomics equates to low interest rates and tariffs, while he said he would not seek to remove Fed Chair Powell before his term ends and would consider J.P. Morgan CEO Dimon to serve as Treasury Secretary. Furthermore, he said the Fed should abstain from cutting rates before the November election and wants to bring the corporate tax rate to as low as 15%. Bloomberg Business Week interview. UK CPI runs slightly hot in June, coming in plus 2% headline versus the street plus 9%, and versus plus 2% in May, plus 3. 5% core versus the street plus 3, 4% and versus plus 3, 5% in May, and plus 5, 7% services versus the street plus 5, 6% and versus plus 5, 7% in May. RTRSA. Bank of America is putting more money and balance sheet resources behind its trading business, according to Chief Executive Officer Brian Moynihan. You are seeing much more stability in sales and trading, with back-to-back quarters of more than $1 billion in profit. Moynihan, we will keep giving them more risk-weighted assets, balance sheet, capital, and investments in technology, because that is obviously a very expensive business to run from a day-to-day basis, Moynihan said. BBG. Donald Trump said he'd allow Jerome Powell to serve out his term if he wins the election, and warned the Fed shouldn't cut rates before November. In a Business Week interview conducted in late June, he also said he'd bring the corporate tax rate to as low as 15% and consider J.P. Morgan's Jamie Dimon for Treasury Secretary, and was cool to the idea of defending Taiwan from Chinese aggression. BBG. Atlas Capital Group secured a construction loan worth nearly $1 billion to build a pair of residential towers in downtown NYC, the largest such deal in the city since COVID. NY Post. Fundraising groups aligned with Donald Trump raised more than $400 million for his presidential election campaign between April and June, a record second quarter haul that almost matches the sums raised during his entire 2016 campaign. Amazon's advertising portal for merchants briefly crashed, disrupting Prime Day. Sales climbed almost 12% in the first 7 hours of the event versus last year, according to Momentum Commerce. BBG. Five Below issued a downside pre-announcement. It sees Q2 comps down 6 to 7% versus the street minus 4.6%. BU EPS of 53.56C versus the street 63C, and says its CEO is stepping down. RTRS. And then Richmond Fed Barkin making comments right now. Expectation of a recession as needed to slow inflation has not played out. That's right now. Barkin, there is more. S&P futures are down by 0.9 on Wednesday. Pre-market trading a bit off of the worst level comes after U.S. equities finished higher on Tuesday, with the S&P notching its 38th all-time high of 2024 and up for 10 times in the last 11 sessions. Strong breadth was the big takeaway as Russell outperformed again, while big tech lagged. Treasuries weaker with some curve flattening. Dollar down by 0.5 with yen strength the story in Forex. Gold is up by 0.4, Bitcoin down by 0.6, and WTI is up by 0.8. Risk off partly chalked up to report that U.S. is considering the most onerous trade restrictions as part of its chip crackdown on China. Trump's Taiwan comments, another overhang on semis. Also, some scrutiny on overbought conditions, with Russell up over 12% over the last 5 sessions, largest 5-day move since April 2020, leaving it nearly 4.5 standard deviations above its 50-day moving average. R2K, Russell, and cyclicals among the big beneficiaries of a recent rotation out of growth momentum mega-cap tech plays. Move has been driven by traction surrounding disinflation and soft landing narrative that has bolstered Fed easing expectations. 65 basis point of rate cuts priced in for 24. Trump momentum has also played into this dynamic. A bit of economic data today. June housing starts and building permits both came in well ahead of consensus. Industrial production coming later this morning. Fed Barkin and Waller also scheduled to speak. Fed Williams ruled out July easing but suggested that rate cut could be warranted in the coming months. Beige book out this afternoon. Trump Bloomberg interview getting a lot of headlines. Noted Powell can serve out his term, but adding the Fed should not ease before the election. Corporate tax rates could be as low as 15%. Jamie Dimon a possibility for Treasury Secretary. Still favors tariffs, and U.S. does not necessarily have to defend Taiwan. Hotter UK service inflation and dampened Bank of England rate cut expectations are the big overseas developments. ASML. Quarter 2 sales and orders stronger, but stock hit by potential for tougher U.S. trade curbs on China. J&J beat, but MedTech division disappointed. Elevance posted slightly better EPS and MLR. USB, I forgot. I need Elevance on my list. That's the other one. Please hold. I need to write that down. Elevance. Continuing. They beat USB key metrics largely in line. Bank reaffirmed full-year guidance. SYF beat with help from lower costs and provisions. NTRS beat with fees and NNI. As JB Hunt missed with street flagging softer intermodal performance from weak pricing and excess capacity. 5 under pressure, unexpected CEO transition announcement, and weaker Q2 guidance with takeaways focused on both macro and company-specific execution. OMC quarter 2 ahead, though some disappointment. Full-year guidance unchanged. Save cut second quarter revenue guidance by 4% at midpoint, blaming non-ticket revenue outside of earnings. GitLab reportedly exploring sale after receiving takeover interest from Datadog, and then VFC selling Supreme brand to EssilorLuxottica for $1.5 billion. Wow. There's more, Habibi, always more. U.S. exploring tougher restrictions against companies giving China access to advanced chips. Trump voices skepticism about defending Taiwan unless it pays for defense. J.D. Vance raises alarm over hawkish China remarks. Criticism of Ukraine support. Israeli PM Netanyahu allies have met with Trump on at least 4 occasions over the past 3 years to try to repair ties. European capital divided on Chinese EV tariffs at non-binding vote. French PM Attal resigns caretaker government to manage affairs amid political uncertainty. Trump says he won't remove Powell. Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis endorsed Trump at RNC convention. Trump aligned groups raised record quarter 2 haul of $400 million, 3 times the total of Q1. JD Vance picks as Trump's VP, likely to fuel momentum from tech leaders frustrated with Biden administration. Congressional Democrats reviving a fight over Biden candidacy as he pledges to stay in the race. Pelosi seeking input from Democrats and is receptive to concerns that Biden cannot win in November. A Biden leap to the left on policy proposals is a bid to survive mounting internal critique. Biden planning Supreme Court overhaul, including term limits for justices. New Jersey Senator Menendez guilty on all 16 felony counts, including bribery. Fed Williams says recent data gathered for banking closer to disinflationary trend it is looking for. Fed Governor Kugler anticipates it'll be appropriate to begin easing later this year. Economists see growing risk to economy if Fed waits too long to cut rates. ECB inflation target hinges on uncertain productivity boost. PBOC readies plan to short sell bonds amid concerns market is in a bubble. PBOC probing exposure of regional lenders to bond investment as yields plumb new lows. Russell 2000's 12% gain over the past 5 sessions is the best run since April 2020. So-called Trump trade supercharged by hopes his policies will lift corporate profits. Default in a corner of commercial real estate debt markets are surging, triggering losses. European big firms have scope for buybacks and deals. Asset managers forego billions in fees from U.S. funds last year and race to bottom. Amazon Prime Day to hit record $14 billion, according to Adobe Analytics. ASML drops following Q2 amid clouded outlook of more severe export curbs. Google-backed software developer GitLab exploring sale after attracting acquisition interest. Five Below slumps after hours as Q2 falls short. CEO steps down. Spirit guides down. Roche shares rally after experimental weight loss pill showed meaningful weight reduction in early stage study. EssilorLuxottica agrees to buy American streetwear brand Supreme for $1.5 billion. Klarna lining up financial advisors for planned U.S. IPO. Wall Street delivers strongest quarter for investment banking in 2 years, reporting $8.2 billion in fees. Equity trading revenue rose 18% year over year, more than triple estimates. Bank of America CEO says investing more money in balance sheet resources behind trading business. Biggest global luxury fortunes lose $17 billion in slowing market. French political woes. Musk says SpaceX moving HQ from Cali to Texas. Some 14 U.S. state attorney generals pressing for extreme heat and wildfire smoke to be eligible for major disaster declarations. UK inflation remains at Bank of England's 2% target, but service prices still elevated. Eurozone CPI confirmed at 2.5 in June, potentially dampening hopes for sustained cuts. Japan business sentiments diverge between manufacturers and service providers. New Zealand CPI softens more than expected, but domestic inflation remains elevated. And Singapore exports down sharply amid slide in shipments of electronics. Wow, that was a lot, Habibi. I hope you liked the video. 1.5 billion was how much Supreme was bought for. I think that's the price of a t-shirt. Yeah, so I don't know, a Supreme shirt. It's really weird. And then I have the pre-market movers, but I don't have a screenshot. It's a really, really weird list today. It just gave me too many names. So trading highest right now, Intel up 5% in reaction to Trump comments on Taiwan and tariffs. Global Foundry up 4.5 in reaction to Trump comments on Taiwan and tariffs. NTRS up 2.5 off earnings. Rexer up 1.5 nothing. VLO up 1.1. Mizuho upgrades to outperform. Pepsi up 1. PLD up 0.1 off of earning. What? Oh my, it's real! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Bradley Frizzle in the peach! Oh, no. Oh my gosh. Oh. Wow. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Peach Nation, get your ass up, baby. Happy Wednesday. That's what I'm talking about. Woo! Thank you, my friend. Good morning. Pre-market Peach Roll. The best part of waking up is Peach Nation. Hey. All right, we still got more. PLD is up by 0.1 off earnings. USB up 0.1 off earnings. GitLab up 12.5, reportedly exploring sale following takeover interest. FDMT up 9.9. Interim 24-week data of Prism Trial 4D and Wet AMD. Blooming Energy up 9.0, partnership with CoreWeave. VFC up 8.6, sells Supreme for $1.5 billion. Zeta up 8.1. GTES up 5.5, added to small cap 600. NFE up 2.2. Shim up 44%, awarded $27 million. Subcontract for Sunel Valley Water Treatment Plant. GDTC up 21.9, acquires cord blood banking license and assets. Longeveron up 20%, FDA fast track designation for Lomacel B and mild Alzheimer's. MLGO up 15.1, IMMR up 11.7, AEHR up 11.6, earnings, acquires InCal Technology. ORIC up 10.1, collaboration with Bayer. LPA up 7.7, RZLD initiated a buy at BTIG up 4. Datadog down 4, reportedly interested in GitLab. Eli Lilly down 3.6 in reaction to phase 1 of Roche's GLP-1 drug. OMC down 3.5 off earnings. Elevance down 3.4 off earnings. VRT down 3.4. Rivian down. NVO down in sympathy to Roche. Snapchat down 3. Trump says he wouldn't ban TikTok. Reddit down 2.9. JB Hunt down 2.8 off of earnings. Synchrony down 2.3 off of earnings. TFC down 2.3. Baird downgrades to neutral from outperform. Meta down 2 off Trump saying he wouldn't ban TikTok. Ally Financial down 1.9 off earnings. Morgan Stanley down 1.4. Oppenheimer downgrades to perform. CFG down 1 off earnings. J&J down 0.1 off earnings. Five Below down 14.1, lowers Q2 guidance. CEO transition and downgrade. GPCR down by 10 in reaction to Roche's GLP-1 drug. AUR down 6. VKTX down 6.3 off the Roche news. AUKL down 4.8 in reaction to Wet AMD news and presentations. FHN down 3.8 off of earnings. Sava down 24. Chairman CEO Remy Barbier resigns. Pet down 14.8. 7.4 million share offering. Tarn down 9.8 in reaction to Roche's GLP-1 drug. CRBU down 7.7. Discontinues preclinical activities for CAR NK. ADVM down 7.6. Presents data for Luna trial. Laser down 6. FLWS down 5.0. DA Davidson downgrades to underperform. Save down 4.7. Updated Q2 guidance. And TD Cohen downgrade. ALT down 4.4 off of the Roche thing. And semi stocks all trading broadly lower by 3.5%. Woo! That's a lot. That's a lot, Habibi. Very, very much so. Chad, that's a lot of news, a lot of plays. We still need a lot of likes, baby. But you're here right now. No commercial break. You already heard everything, but I need something from you. A like on the video and tell me, what is your first play of the day, baby? Post it in the chat. What do you got for me? Spy puts. Intel, hit the like button. BTAI, 500 shares. NVIDIA short. GitLab, Google, Datadog, Google, GitLab, Spy calls, Apple call, buy Boyle, Spy puts, watching Pinduo do a Tesla calls, IWM, buying for the long term, Spy puts, GME to 35, maybe the Spy, SMCI call, Tesla, IWM call, chat calls, ARM calls, Tesla put, NASDAQ, TGT, Spy calls, IWM, Joe Biden calls, DGT, DJT, IWM, Spy short, Spy put, long term, short to Russell, ASML, MES short, NVIDIA, Palantir, NASDAQ shorts, SCHW, AMD calls, Fed Barkin, TNA, TV, IWM calls on the Chad, and the final plays. Apple calls, TLT calls, QQQ, calling me, and Spy calls. Oh my goodness. Wow, Chatadonia. Wow, look at that. We're ready. We're ready to go. But ladies and gentlemen, there's no time to waste. And here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and never will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families. Thank you for your service and dedication. Thank you for all the things you've given up so that all of us could have our individual freedoms, and it's easy to take it for granted. So I hope all of you can show this love and appreciation to those vets and bring it into real life. Don't just say it. Actually make it real. So veterans, thank you, baby, and God bless all of you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches, anybody making their community run, baby. Thank you, my friend, and keep it up. But, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send in the jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh. Let's go. Wow, happy Wednesday. Are you kidding me, Chatadonia? You already got the peach in the morning. You got the NASDAQ down 1.5. You got earnings. You got everybody freaking out. Oh, my goodness. Chatadon. Intel. Bro, those old Intel clapper shares are about to come back. Woo, yeah, there's a lot of data, too, so let's have a good one. I hope my voice still remains. Damn, we got 1 minute and we need 170 likes, I think. Oh, no, a lot less than that. Oh, I don't know, man. So, again, if y'all could do it, man, it'll get you plays. It'll get you a newswire. Otherwise, that's it. It's going to be an awkward day of no 1,000 likes, man. So 1 minute, you let me know. You let me know, baby. Good morning. Good morning. I wouldn't celebrate Intel yet. I mean, you can celebrate it up until earnings, like we've talked about. Then it's going to get crazy. So let's see what happens. But, Chad, less than 1 minute. Oh, we hit the likes. Oh, you guys did it. right at the wire. So you get the wire now. You see, I didn't believe in you guys. I didn't think y'all were gonna do it. I thought y'all were gonna miss it. Oh, what up, Martin? Oh, what up, baby? Good morning. Oh, that was close. Well, we did it, baby. So if you have any questions, we got less than 30 seconds till the bell. Post any questions, any chats. I'm here for you. Call out any plays. Let's source that info. And let's have a good one, man. Let's have a good one. All right. Hey, dude, it's crazy. ASML, that chip news, that their earnings weren't bad, but they got clapperooning. And then we'll see where the value plays go. But here it is. 3, 2, 1. Burp. Round 1. Fight. All right. I hope those Intels rocket on the contracts. But either way, our top tick shares we're $2 away now. I was clapped on those shares, but if this all goes well, we're good. The other Intels are up like 124%. It's like 300% at the ask. And then I don't know where the mass quantity ones are. So Intel's decent for now, but it hasn't gone too crazy. Yeah, for some reason, the far out the monies haven't gone in a bid yet. But they're opening up 5. ASML literally down 9, and that's after a good one. SMCI down 4. That play's killed. Yeah, a lot of tech is smacked. Not only do you have the concentration and all of that, but it's a lot of the chips right now. So again, the chips are the ones getting murdered off of the this whole we're gonna do this ban on ASML. I forgot, it's like a law from the 1950s. Yeah, Meta and Snapchat are down from Trump comments. Again, regarding the TikTok ban. Nike is barely red. GME pop. Oil is up. Watch what Intel does. Again, TSM2. Intel keeps going. All right, Intel contracts aren't even crazy. I'm just doing better on the shares. So Intel, all the other chip makers did bad off of the crackdown. And then again, Intel would be a little bit better since they're not in China. But then Donald Trump says we don't need to protect Taiwan. And that's where literally Intel got a boost. Because then if there's ever an issue with like TSM in Taiwan, Intel would be the one who would benefit off of it. Yeah, there was Longeveron news in the morning. And there's, again, NVO, Eli Lilly, both of those on the low right now because there was bad news in GOP1 land. And then, bro, Russell just rocketed up at open. So it's still down. Everything's down on the day. But Russell, honestly, is not that bad. It's matched up with the SPY. ASML is great. ASML is because of the chip ban. Their earnings wasn't even that bad. That's what sucks. So, like, literally, that news got in the way of it. AXP. Oh, I forgot about those. Do they still hold up? They were up yesterday. Yeah, they're still up today. Even those cities, but the cities calmed down a little bit. Why are the puts not printing? Because we didn't really go down that much. You ran up 1% yesterday. You gave up a lot of yesterday's move, but you didn't really go down. The NASDAQ dropped a lot. That one, if you have puts on NASDAQ, I think, or any of the chips. But overall, I mean, it's still kind of chill. But the NASDAQ's the only thing that's aggressive. Dow's up. Dow's up by 0.2 right now. Bowen on the high. AEHR is rocketing. 2 chads in a row. 23%. Again, bonds even coming up. And SPY near the high. Even though he's down 1%. Boeing popping. J&J was pricing in 3, I believe, or 2. It wasn't pricing in a lot. So they're moving up. Honestly, that could be a frogger. You might get a continuation if that could hold. Those other Intels need to come up. And then those ARC plays are green. Yo, Mark Dez, baby. It's every day. And then Russell rocketing, bro. My goodness. So low-key that I kind of expected this, but I didn't think it happened that fast. Russell's already recovered half of the losses while NASDAQ's still down. Oh, Elevance. You said the healthcare plays. Yeah, Elevance is down. They actually did decent. So watch XLV, any of those go up. SPY going high. U.S. chip stocks fall after Biden considers tougher trade rules. AMD on the low. Pfizer's coming up. It's been a while. I mean, the gap on the NASDAQ, it's been a while. Again, it's been years since we've gone down 2% on the SPY. Yeah, bro, that's crazy. The Russell is already going back up to yes. Dude, Russell's about to go green. That's insane. So watch out. That rotation is still real, and it's still in full effect right now. Don't let the first move fool you. DJT pop. Pfizer going up. Rokuni, and yeah, DJT is up, and Roku. BA pop, yeah, 1%. DraftKings on the high, too. High ticker is looking good. Again, even NASDAQ trying to bottom out there. But SPY is doing decent. But Russell, that's the one picking up right now. MO, yeah, bro. MO should be at 50, bro. F all the BS, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. Yeah, I have all the Intel plays, both shares and options. Even then, bro, we're $1. Remember, I top ticked those shares last earnings at like the worst possible time. I thought it was the average down, and then they guided lower. So those shares are about to go back into green. I don't know how. Fed Waller says time to cut policy rate is getting closer based on analysis of potential scenarios. Fed Waller says optimistic scenario is more good inflation data, which could mean interest rate cut in not too distant future. Fed Waller says second, probably more likely scenario is uneven inflation ahead. That would make a rate cut in the near future more uncertain. Third scenario with low probability is significant resurgence in inflation in second half of the year. Fed Waller says U.S. Central Bank is getting closer to time to cut rates when policy is warranted. Current data is consistent with soft landing and even less of a trade-off in terms of unemployment. Fed Waller says he will be looking for data over the next 2 months to buttress this view. Says recent inflation data making him more confident Fed will achieve goal. On monthly personal consumption expenditures, inflation needs to see a bit more evidence that it'll be sustained. Fed Waller, moderate consumption growth may continue in second half of the year because personal income is holding up. Labor supply and demand have finally come roughly into balance. JPM ripping. Let's see. Nugget on the high. I keep forgetting about gold. What's the date? It says July 17th. Bro, we're already halfway done with July. What is this? This is crazy, Habibi. Michelle Bauman. I don't think it's a live video. All right, well, Russell's going up now. That fucking sucks. And then MO, baby. He really is about that life. I'm a big fan. Big fan. He a fan. Let's see. Damn, I wish we bought. We're up 20% on Intel in the long term. So I wish we really bought more. And then Altria, that's it. We got $1.70, $1.60 until we get to the 50. It should be at 50 though. Like I said, as long as we keep holding above this 47 and holding, I mean, this is kind of, you haven't really been here in about a year or two, maybe even 3 years. Yeah, last time you were above 50, it was a major climb back above the levels again at the beginning of 2022. Gold. IWM is still going. Russell killing it. NASDAQ lower now. Which one is it? Gold. Yeah, gold is up by 0.67. That's insane. Yes, Havasio stepped down. We're dumping because of chip worries. That's pretty much the easy way to put it. There was a big movement in a lot of tech stocks, but it's the chip makers that are down a lot on this news that the Biden administration is going to do more of these of these bands. So Russell has gone green on the futures. So literally Russell is green. NASDAQ down 1.7, and then SPY is down by 0.9. Yeah, IWM is literally recovered. So I had gains on that, and that's fucking wiped out now. And I'm down on that and the NQ. And then the bonds are still up though. That is the only weird thing about today. You'll notice big, almost 2% gap down on NASDAQ. Bonds ain't flinch at all. And where's Intelia? Oh, we got that on top right. Yeah, gold's up by like 0.6. QuantumScape going. Yeah, they're up 1. They got a pop here. Again, GitLab, they got a buyout too, or potential. So literally 2-week low on the NASDAQ in 1 day. Oh, I forgot about Pfizer. Yeah, Pfizer, again, it's almost at 32. And then there was I don't know, because of Roche, theirs was another pill. So GLP-1 pill drug. People were already kind of worried about Pfizer's. So that's a better sign than not. And then Intel is coming down, though. I can't believe it hit 37. We were $1 away. NVIDIA. ASML recovered like 3. Baba Baidu. A firm on the high. And Nordstrom starting to climb. Kind of look like the bears are trying. Yeah, I mean, I think it was a big downside because of a couple of names, aka the chips. But I mean, this was just all kind of like knee-jerk reaction to the headline. And then remember, I mean, last time we had any headline like this, I didn't react, just because I'm like, I feel like it was every single month. They're like, ban the China chips, and then we do this. But today was definitely a news event, more so. And then I think an outsized movement. The headline was the most aggressive ban on chips to China. So Biden wants to use like a 1950s rule that would make it more restrictive for any companies that are getting AI chips to China. So it's a headline. I mean, you've heard this, just different method, but same conclusion. You've heard a lot of ban AI chips to China over the last year. AMD on the low now. Again, Apple even coming down. Yeah, that's what somebody brought up this morning on Bloomberg. They were saying how it does the news even matter? Like, what happens if Biden isn't even in office? You know, so again, he could be talking all these chip bans. But then again, I mean, when you look at Biden and Trump's policy on China, you know they're exactly the same. Tesla is trying to pop up here. Still down by 1/4, near the high. Again, NASDAQ still down 1.8. Russell says negative. It is negative. The futures just came back down. But still, again, very, very wild move. I don't want Intel to die. I don't like Intel, because it sucks when Intel has these moves and then by the end of the day just sells. But then I think MO is going to $50. Whether it does it like automatically or not, but just all good. I don't know when their earnings is, but just everything, momentum down to like fundamental news. MO is looking good. So their earnings is in 2 weeks. July 31st. Yeah, the yen strength was a big deal today. Let me see. Where is MO? Apple flush. Tesla back in the green. Intel kind of hanging on. And then, those Pfizer options woke up. So those 100 options we bought, remember, we want to make them free. But those are getting a bid. Which is ironic because the Intel ones didn't get a bid. JPM green. Tesla green. Apple flushing right now. SPY still holding, but down about a 1%. And Dow is good. J&J up 3. That's about what was priced in. I think IWM can't. I think IWM is going to come back down. Obviously, I'm biased, but I do have both directions. But low key, that strength already, I don't think IWM's even getting affected, to be honest. It would have been nice. I thought there would have been a little bit more downside than it would have random popped, but right off the open, IWM is very strong. So I don't necessarily, I think it's the same thing as yesterday. We have the same exact setup. Oil futures trying to pump ARC. Those plays came up. And then watch Pfizer here. Pfizer's literally knocking on the door of 30. And Tesla just went green. SPY at VWAP. GME on the high. And then Apple getting murdered. Apple's literally down by 2.7. So this is like that other day. Microsoft down 1.4. You guys remember, was it CPI? When everything was good, but we still went down. Because, again, some of these tech names it's like a real big drop. Meta's down 3. I don't know. Watch J&J. If that keeps going, you're not at 3 yet, but once it starts getting above like 3.5, it might have some of those. Yeah, IWM is trying to go green right now. Russell back to break even. SPY still down 1%. Dow is in the green. And then NASDAQ down like 1-2. Well, NASDAQ's down by 1.8. Baidu on the low now, too. SPY trying to catch a bid up. Barkin, labor market is tight, but not crazy tight. Oh, okay. And then new high on Russell. Yeah, that's it. Homeboy already took off. That is a quote. Labor market is tight, but not crazy tight. Quote, Thomas Barkin. Let's see. And then you don't understand the reason why bonds aren't showing the same thing as the futures. Shouldn't TLT be higher because of the rate cut in September? You talking like, why isn't TLT the same price as like the Fed futures? They kind of are, but the real reason is we don't know what's going to happen. That's that duration risk. That's why every time bonds got a bid off of rate cuts, oh, this is going to happen, but then it never really happened. So that's where it's kind of trailing behind from where we're at right now, where we think things are going to happen in the plan, but it hasn't necessarily occurred. Is Abivai going crazy today? That's up a lot in the long term. Yeah, Abivai is just going straight up. That's a very weird play. I don't know when they report. Tesla, Intel drop. Pfizer sold off right around 30. Yeah, Intel below 36 now. Tesla is still holding up. Again, Microsoft down 1. I think Apple's pretty ugly, man. Down 2.5. Oh, Coca-Cola. JB, huh? They had earnings in the morning. Again, some of those post-earnings continuations could be good. Just make sure they're kind of moving what was already priced in. Oh, Unity plays are free. You can make them free right now. Nice. That plays up. All right, yeah, I made mine free too. I sold one of the Unities, 38 cents. We bought them at 18, so barely above 100%. But now you get a free Unity for earnings. Russell hitting a new high. All right, where is it? Unity. Bro, Russell's up by 0.4. Oh, my goodness. So, yeah, NASDAQ, SPY, still, it just shook off everything. That's crazy. Because now, not only was yesterday, the last 5 days, not only was the Russell advancing more than anything, but now you just had a fat pullback, and then it is continuing its advance. So, it's just stretching out even more. This would be the 6th day, yeah, if it goes up. And it just, like, even the size of it. So, again, I think this was the biggest run since April 2020. Yeah, I'm down on... I was up on the short literally 20 minutes ago. I was up a lot of money on it. It was balancing out the other one. Now I'm back to negative, unfortunately. Intel drop, MO. We just got out of Unity. Oh, damn, MO, 48.72. And then Tesla came down a little bit. SPY just chilling. It's weird. I mean, Dow has a lot of runners. So, like, a lot of the value plays that are holding up, you should see a lot. What time is it? And then Russell right under 2,300. We got 9 more minutes, and then it'll be 30. That's crazy. 30 minutes. Index for IWM is Russell 2000. So RUT, a money sign. Yeah, I'm still in the SMC. I'm going to hold that till earnings, like I said in the original plan. But that got whacked today as well, too. And then NVIDIA near the low. Ultra is making the move towards 50. We're getting close. Again, I think Philip Morris. I don't know if they report earlier. AXP is almost free. You can. I think AXP. What was the other one? There's Unity and one more. But if you want to make them free, I would. Do you lose money if the stock closes above your covered call strike? Only if you get assigned. You just miss out on the potential money you would have had. All right, there's SPY coming up a little bit. And NASDAQ's still literally near the bucket. And then Russell went above 2,300. I think that's getting short squeeze now. Because that was literally 30 minutes. 30 minutes, Russell moved like 1.5%. It's down by 0.9. Now it's up by 0.7. Yeah, no, SPY's doing good too. The NASDAQ's the one struggling. So until these chip makers wake up, I think SPY is going to be where the action's at. Humo, we've seen it run the last couple days. There's SPY pop. High ticker is gassing now, so see if this turns into kind of a melt all day, because now I think that could have just drawn in a lot of people to squeeze, and I think the Russell's kind of leading it. Because, bro, the Russell's running right now. So right now, too, look at the high ticker. This is what I'm talking about. you're on full gas on every single bar. Hey, run for the term. Game stock. I mean, again, that's technically part of the Russell. What stocks are in the Russell? Did you hear that this morning? Because it's funny, we had this talk the other day where they were saying on Bloomberg, if anybody tells you to buy the Russell, ask them what's in the Russell. Because a lot of people don't even know. No, yeah, I should have cashed out the puts in the morning. I knew this was going to happen, but I didn't think it would happen that fast. It's literally been 25 minutes. But that's why it's either going to stay up like this all day and literally turn to a short squeeze melt up, or we're going to get a lot of back and forth today. It's very hard to tell. Let me get another one up. Let me get this up. Timorous on Fed Waller. His speech is a notable shift from 2 months ago where he suggested the Fed need not cut rates until December. Now he's clearly open to a September cut. Bullish read by Timmy. Let me see. I think this is organized by market cap. Oh, well, I had it there. But Russell 2000 has Avis, Alcoa, Cleveland Cliffs, Caesars, Plug Power, Ovintiv, GameStop, AMC, BJ's, United Steel, Tencent Healthcare, Lattice Semiconductors, KBR, Macy's, Boyd Gaming, Deckers Outdoor, Stifel, Shockwave Medical, Stag, Restoration Hardware. These are all Russell names. Okay, I have a list of all 2000, yeah. But there's a lot. Again, there's a lot of consumer names, but it's a broad swath of companies. Melt up until the election. I think at the very least, if none of the earnings are bad and no data gets meaningfully worse, you're probably just going to melt up till September. Or maybe you melt sideways, but when it's all said and done, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily call this a green light till election. Only, the next stop is Labor Day. The next stop is when summer ends, and then the final stretch into the election. And then where are the earnings? How do these companies perform? Where are the estimates? Where do we go from there? Palantir. And then MO is starting to chill a little. And the Nvidia is still going lower, so watch out. I was going to hit the Nasdaq there. Tesla's on the high. Shop is down. Remember, they had good news yesterday. Couple of random-ass names. QuantumScape, I don't know if it's because of the GitLab buyout, but even like Unity held up. Yeah, bro, gold is kind of like the Russell. Gold is crazy. That's hitting another high as well, too. Quantum is due to starting production of solid-state batteries for EVs. That's what Chad's saying. Bitcoin miner Cypher said to mull sale amid takeover interest. Are they public? Who's Cypher? Cipher? Tech is down mainly because of chips and the news that we might do more heavier chip curbs. And Intel near the low. Gold's still breaking out a little bit. Oh, they are? Nice. So, yeah, here's the company, Cipher, CIFR. Apparently, they want to sell. They're set to mull sale amid takeover interest a couple minutes ago for that headline. NBY on the low. It's very low liquidity, just dying. And then SPY right above VWAP, still down almost 1% on the NASDAQ. Russell's up 0.5% now. I keep saying NASDAQ, SPY, I mean NASDAQ down 1.9. Schwab had very bad earnings yesterday. So there's a couple areas they did decent on, but then their new signups were just really, really poor. So not that many people in the last quarter. Ever since they had that little sign-up boost from the TD Ameritrade. But ever since then, I mean, it's been a very, very, very bad performance. Plans to pick up UNG. No, I mean, energy markets are very disassociated. Damn, NASDAQ, another flush. So NASDAQ just flushed like 30 points below 20,200. And then there's a SPY, but NASDAQ is heading the lowest out of all of them. Vixpiration. It just sucks. Whatever was going to happen got exasperated by the chip news. So, again, that chip news, I mean, ASML even had decent earnings, and I think they're down 10% right now. So, not to mention the heavy con. NVIDIA's down 5. Damn, NVIDIA's at 119. I'm going to say, isn't that pretty low comparatively? But, yeah, you're getting a bigger chicle here on the SPY, and then NASDAQ is leading it down. Russell's even coming down now, but it's a long, long way from home. And then City's still going up, interestingly enough. So that play from yesterday still climbing. So you still got the market. If it's in its own little world, it's doing decent. Let's take a look. Chip news was pretty much a more aggressive ban on China names getting AI chips. Where is it? So Dow Jones, believe it or not, 20 names in the green, 10 names in the red. NASDAQ 100, 38 names in the green, and then 63 in the red. So that's flip-flop of yesterday, but it's very aggressive to the downside. And then SPY still going, and then S&P 500, 306 names in the green, 195 in the red. So more names green on the Dow and SPY. So, again, makes sense. Dow's doing a lot better. XLF breaking out here. Fed Waller, exact timing of rate cut doesn't matter a lot. Yeah, bro, NVIDIA, literally 1% in the last time we looked at it. So, down 6% now. Literally, I just showed it to you at down 5. Check AMD and TSM too. And then financials are doing very good right now. Yeah, TSM down 7. AMD's down 7. They're all getting murdered. I haven't looked at autos yet. Yeah, Ford is just going straight up. That's funny. There's a lot of random names like that. Even GM, even like Citi, Unity. I mean, there is a lot. Intel is up because of Donald Trump's comments on tariffs in Taiwan. So literally, I want to say Intel is the only chip maker that's up. But all the other ones are literally down on average about 4% today. Bro, yeah, JP Morgan 215. So be very mindful. You're getting a lot of push and pull right now where you have parts of the market just doing their own. Again, the Russell is even fucking green. So you are getting that. And then PayPal, that's surprisingly doing decent. Uranium getting murdered. That's one name on the low. Uber's on the low as well. And then bonds are finally coming down. That stayed relatively stable. So see how that plays out. MO stayed up. Pfizer came down. Intel just chilling, man. $36. That's already an insane price still. Nike's came up, Habibi. J&J's going more. This is about what was priced in. About 3%. McDonald's did get a good bounce, just straight up, low key. Like I'm saying, there's a lot of names like that today, but definitely more downside. But the SPY has like 300 names in the green. And then if it's Dow oriented, it's probably doing good. And then that's just NASDAQ. All the chip names are down. Banks are doing very good. XLF is hitting 52-week highs, I think. So JP Morgan, Citi, both of those guys are running up right now too. And then Unity as well. ARK even. I didn't even think about that. Those ARK plays are up 50% now. Am I tripping? What? And then SPY going lower. Pump fake. NASDAQ even went down on that too. Yeah, that's weird. ARK is down, but even the ARK plays literally shot up 50%. So even on the bid, you can at least get almost 10 cents, 30%. And then SPY going lower here. I don't have any JP Morgan. I only have Citi. IWM has gone red again, but NASDAQ's down 2%. It's massive. And then bonds are starting to climb down, but again, notice that's what I was saying here from the AM. You should know, like, dollar's kind of more volatile, but, like, bonds are barely moving. So whatever people are worried about with chips or this or that, you're getting quite the move on equities, but not really reflecting in fixed income. And then Coca-Cola, 52-week high. SPY going lower. Again, Russell getting back to literally where you're at within 5 minutes. So there's a lot going on. Like I said, either Russell and SPY and NASDAQ, we're either going to squeeze and melt up, or we're going to get a lot of up and a lot of down. Like, you're going to get these back and forth because it's already moved a shit ton, and it's been roughly 37 minutes. Yeah, look at the low ticker. Microsoft, Zeta, APO, NVO, bond still there, but low ticker getting pretty active here considering. Goldman, all the banks, though, still in the green. JP Morgan at the high. HCA, Intel trying to fight. Again, Microsoft flushing right now. Meta stopped dying, but they're down 3. Apple is about to go down 3 right now. So literally Microsoft, though, that's going just drilling into the low. Yeah, NVIDIA is down 6%. So again, chip bans are what's kind of hurting it there. Okay, now the Russell's coming back down. Jeez. Oh, ARM? You know, I hope that means cheap earnings plays. Because ARM was just way too expensive. ARM, Habibi, still super expensive, you know? These guys crazy, man. Yes, proposed chip bans. Yeah, maybe that's a good way to put it. But again, I mean, I think it's all BS. I say that because this is probably the 5th time, maybe the 6th time in the last 6 months that you have gotten this. If that makes any sense. No, it's literally. I remember last time there was chip ban, we didn't even react to it because most people were like, "Nah, it doesn't matter." But then the only thing about today, what they're proposing is very aggressive. So they haven't literally the last time any government has done what they are proposing, it was 1950. So it's a very old rule that is much more strict, and it's saying like anything that's manufactured with this purpose can be restricted. Well, I have Intel in the long term. I have old Intel calls that we already played Intel ahead of this. So, like, low-key, we were positioned. My one Intels didn't go up as much. But if you remember, we're already up 100% on the other Intels. But it looks really good. Intel for the long term looks amazing. We're up 20% on Intel for the long term. And now, it may be, Intel may become one of these weird Trump plays. Or, depending on what happens in the future and overseas, they could benefit off of this other stuff that everyone else is getting clapped on. SPY going lower. NVIDIA down 6.3. I'm looking at ARM contracts right now. They have came down. IWM, it's kind of where it was at in the morning, like the first couple of minutes. So like after 8 minutes, you rallied, right? So you just given up that second leg. It's negative though now. It's kind of crazy. That's 0.25% on the futures, but everything else has gone down another 0.75%. That's the crazy part. So it's weird. We got a wide range today. It's very hard to tell where we're gonna go from here because it has the makings of a short squeeze and a melt up. But then if you just dance around and go, 0.5% up, 0.5% down, I mean, we could dance a lot, and then who knows where this will end up. Again, especially with some earnings right around the corner. And then bonds starting to go. Parago on the high. I've not looked at oil. Oil's up, though. There was OPEC stuff yesterday. That could be it. No actual reason. Well, I mean, I think exasperated rotation and then the chip news. Granted, would I react to the chip news? No, because we've gotten it so many times. But then also some of the Donald Trump stuff. It's just funny. I mean, the odds of Donald Trump winning has skyrocketed, but you've spent the last couple of weeks, reacting like Donald Trump is president. It's kind of funny. Yeah, Coca-Cola was running hit a 52-week high. So everything's trying to catch a green. NASDAQ back to 20,000. So let's see what happens here. Every SPY, NASDAQ, Russell all catching a green candle. Even the chips from the bottom. It's still expensive, bro. The market has priced in a Trump win to a degree. I mean, the market's already reacting, in some instances to this stuff. But unfortunately, I mean, I said it. I don't really have any shame about it. Sadly, Wall Street is not above the F3, and I think a lot of Wall Street has betrayed conventional logic and education. And what I mean by that is simply there's a lot of people willing to react and blame and point the finger at Donald Trump and say this is what's causing this, and I just think it's all BS. So you're getting a lot of that. Well, that's why it's like, does the market price in Trump to win? Yeah, I want to say yes, but at the same time, the market and a lot of people on Wall Street, they are just willing to blame whatever on this or that potential candidate or not, when there's just so much more going on, and it just seems like it's an excuse to just say it and to try to give a reasoning to whatever the fuck we're seeing. Odds that Trump nor Biden get elected, very minimal at this point. Fed Waller, most likely direction for monetary policy is rate cuts. And then bonds going lower a little bit. The Robert Kennedy guy. He's still in the race, but I don't even know if he's getting on like all the ballots. But, you know, once again, the independent party, not so much. Then SPY, that's a decent bounce, 3M. Russell's trying to go back to green. NASDAQ still in the gulag. But a couple of chip names kind of bounced decent off of that. Sucks that Apple's just hitting new lows, though. Apple's down 3.3. And with Amazon, yeah, Amazon is flushing too. So it's good that we're holding up, but you got a lot of things getting clapped. Weed is on the high, MSOS. Yeah, Apple did go up. Well, Apple was just all buybacks. That was the stupidest thing. Apple Intelligence. And then the thing rocketed. So I feel you on that. And then bonds going lower still, even though SPY holding. And Russell right at break even of the day. Pfizer's at 30? No way. Yeah. All right, Chattadonia. This is big. Even the Pfizer options have gone up. We got a little bit of a bid here. But watch out for this. This could be very big if it holds. Every other time we've hit $30, it is straight up. So I don't even think. Have we hit $30 this year? No. Literally, we hit it one time this year. And then we sold off back down to 26 afterwards. So that's it. It just, if this thing holds, you're going to have a really good time. And then it's also ex-dividend. Remember, we've been talking about this. So July 26th, that's your ex-divvy on Pfizer. But it's just for the downtrend and that $30, it's a very, very big level, bro. Let me see. I've never really drawn out the trend on it, to be honest with you. No. How you do drawing, how you do the one that would go diagonal? Or trend line, like, is it you do from this high, this one, which one? Oh, I don't know how to do this one. No, I think we go from the other one. Yeah, we go to the other one. Hold on, let me get. How you remove it? Yeah, you go from here, man, to the, It still makes no sense, honestly. I don't know, these guys, crazy guys. I guess that's why I've never drawn it, but you get it. Very, very. My hairline gone, no trend line. Same thing. It's like it's been doing, Very good. Come on, I should let those options go up. Apple bound. That'll help out the SPY. So Russell's still down. NASDAQ and SPY bounced. So SPY did very good on that, honestly. SPY has not done anything. Am I still holding VFC? I've never owned VFC. So, no, I am not holding it. I'm still holding MO and Pfizer, though. Those have been some good ones we've been in. Yeah, big volume on that Pfizer 30. I just hope that holds, man. If that holds, that'll be very good for the trends. And then where's MO? And then check NVIDIA and all them. Bonds are finally giving up a little bit more. Would you exit Pfizer if they enabled lawsuits against vaccines? I would stop buying it. I think that would be a real risk against the company. But just like anything in my long term, once I put it in there, I'm not selling out for 10 years. Although I know a lot of people want to try to find rules and exceptions. Unfortunately, I really do stick to that. So although I do think that hypothetical scenario would not be good and I would not really add to the company in that event, I'm not, if I'm putting it in my long term, I am not changing my mind as far as, I'm not selling out on the first bad news or if something happens. Otherwise, I wouldn't put it in the long term. I think the real bad Pfizer, if they ever cut their dividend, that's where it gets ugly. Like if they got rid of it completely. Hershey's on the high. But follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I will be right back. I'm going to go to the potty. Good morning, Chattadonia. What a day already. I feel like we have a lot more in store. What is that? Etsy, Uther, and Estee Lauder all popping. UTHR, Big Pop, United Therapeutics. I want to go to the bathroom, but that one's moving a lot. A lot of random runners. All right, I'll be right back.
Nearly 9% year to date. And the mayor of Paris has stuck to her word, taking a dip in the Seine to prove that it's safe for swimmers ahead of the Olympics. France earmarked around $1.5 billion to clean up the river amid concerns that overflows from the city's sewage system make the river unswimmable. The Olympic triathlon event's swimming leg will take place in the Seine, as will the marathon swim. French President Emmanuel Macron has also committed to taking a dip in the river at some point. Shonali?
And still ahead, we're going to take a look at the companies making the most buzz on social media today. Social climbers, that's up next. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg.
Wonder what Jerry's doing now. Probably something awesome. Congrats, Jer. Wait. How do I plan for retirement?
Spend, save, and plan smarter with Erica from Bank of America.
Recipes. Recipes that are
Who's
more
on your
than-
phone? Who you texting? Who that? It's Erica. Who the is Erica? It's my Bank of America. Who the is Erica? You think I'm gonna believe Erica? It's Bank of America. Who the? No, Erica. What? Mm-hmm. All right, man. Pfizer, that one's holding up. The Seine, it's in France. I think they're only worried because of that movie. Wasn't there a Netflix movie where there's a shark in the river in France before the Olympics? They're like, oh, we want people to know it's safe. It's like, no, there was a movie about a shark in the Olympics river in France. So, I don't know. Kind of weird. No, not Sharknado. It's something. It's a new one. It's a foreign movie on Netflix. And it's about a shark in the Seine. And there's the Olympics. All right, man. Pfizer 30-20. Where was it at the beginning of the year? It got up to 30-33. If we get above that, new high of the year, and then just in general, as long as we hold above 30 here, Pfizer may be entering in a new era. But everything needs to confirm with earnings. So again, that's like the problem with Intel. You know, like Intel, we knew it was going to run ahead for pre-earnings, but That's the problem. It can make that run, and then earnings comes in, and then nothing happens, right? So same thing here with Pfizer. It's breaking the downtrend. If you get above 30, 33, you will be higher than you've been at any point in 2024. But then, unfortunately, we need earnings to back it up. That's crazy, though. 1 year, the 52-week high, though, is still $36. So long way to go, Habibi. Intel earnings is in a couple weeks, I believe. It is on August 1st. So 2 weeks. End of the month, beginning of the next month. Yeah, Under Paris. That's the movie. I'm not buying it. Trump on electric cars? I don't know. I think he'll still give rebates, but I don't know if he'll be like too like I don't think he'll pump it, but I don't know if he'll kill it. If that makes any sense. I don't think he has a problem with cars, EVs, but I don't think it's going to get as easy support for like maybe Chargers might win. Fed Barkin says he's sure U.S. Central Bank will debate July policy meeting whether it's still appropriate to describe inflation as elevated, looking for low inflation to sustain and broaden, starting to see the broadening. That's funny. Barkin, keep that in mind, because Barkin's saying the statement might change. Fed Barkin, no one 25 basis point cut matters one way or the other. The issue is when to change the narrative. Fed Barkin, labor market remains quite healthy. Recent housing inflation was encouraging, says he's been very encouraged that disinflation is broadening, and he hopes it continues. Fed Barkin still looking for a bit more evidence that disinflation will be sustained. The number one way for the Fed to keep its credibility is to do the right thing at the right time. Fed wall. It's weird. I think he's answering questions now, but there wasn't anything live on his thing. Is he Kansas City? And then SPY coming down, bonds at the low. Omaha. Wait. Isn't there a new guy in Kansas? Wait, didn't Waller? Is Waller still in the Fed? Oh, no, that's Fed Barkin talking. I'm tripping. I was like, wait a minute. How fast does Trump fire Powell? He's not. Again, I kind of told you guys how ridiculous of an idea that was a couple months ago or a couple weeks ago when the media was trying to like make that a big deal. And I'm glad because Donald Trump did say yesterday he's not firing him. He said he has no plans to do that. We spent what, 500? Weed gassing off Biden tweet? What did he say? Yeah, I said, pass the blunt. I got 5 on it. Yeah, I got 5 on it. I got 5. Come on. Fucking yeah, let's go. Don't fuck up the roto. That's what I'm saying. You guys fucking around. And then I'm trying to fucking, what's it, tick MSOS? Yeah, come on. Let's fucking dank. Some top shelf. Don't play with me. Yeah, good. I got 5. Everybody knows what that means. I had to explain to my girlfriend that the other day. You know that? She didn't know what I got 5 on it meant. Because she's not American, bro. And, you know, she wasn't a pothead. That's the thing. Oh, yeah, and I just sold Pfizer. I made it free. Oil inventory's coming out. I forgot. I sold 80 of 100 Pfizer calls, and I got all my money back plus $30 because the plays are up 40% right now. And then oil inventories, minus 4.8 million. Estimate was minus 1.0 million. Cushing crude, minus 875 versus minus 702. Gasoline inventories, 3.3 million versus estimate of draw of 1.2 million. Not bad. But yeah, oil should rocket, but then I don't know. Gasoline and distillate numbers seem strong, but oil's been weird and it's been holding 82. But it's up at 178 today, and it's already dancing around. And SPY's near the low. And then again, I sold out of my Pfizer, the options that we got literally beginning of the week or last week. I remember I bought 100 of them. I think I still have one more set. Or did I? Yeah, no, those are the only ones I did. But we got 20 free options, which isn't bad. You got like $200 worth of free options. Oh yeah, what did Biden tweet? I forgot about that. You guys were just saying he tweeted something about weed. Biden. Biden tweeted there's Project 2025 thing 6 minutes ago. This guy had too many Twitters, bro. Yeah, an hour ago he says, I'm making sure no one goes to jail for mere use or possession of marijuana, and their record should be expunged. It's time we right those historic wrongs. So yeah, he said that an hour ago. What macro events this week, next week? This week we don't have much, but keep up with the watch list, my guy. You know, we cover this all every day, so we kind of have a schedule. But then we do recap it on the watch list, youtube.com/the trading fraternity. But for the rest of the week, there's not really anything. And then next week, I think it's going to be more earnings. And I want to say what's after retail sales, like ISM and manufacturing. And then then after that, it'll be the Fed and then big tech earnings. No, there will be a watch list tonight. The real estate is every other week. So I think last week we didn't have it, but this week we should be good. There's no real estate tonight. I think Pfizer can keep going. So just like we were just talking about it last time I was at here, I just made my options free because they went up a lot and we had a lot. I bought 100 options. But I think it's either going to hold 30, and if it does, it'll go up a lot. If not, it will go back to the gulag. It'll probably sell off hard if it doesn't hold. Literally every single time it gets up here and doesn't hold, it flips. Chinese government officials are testing artificial intelligence companies' large language models, says Financial Times. The 3 lines, these are like RPM gauges. It's like 30-second, 1 minute, and 5-minute velocity. Well, SPY and NASDAQ China worked their way up here. Again, that weed stuff was kind of a while ago. Intel holding 36 still. Again, Pfizer hit that high and then came back down. I bought 100 options on Pfizer. Yeah, the other day, I put it on the watch list too. So if you were here live, you guys liked the video, so I haven't. All of these plays I've been telling you right as I've been buying them. So I did that a couple days ago, and then they went up here. I said my plan was make them free right away, so they didn't go up, and then the stock kept going. So today I sold 80 of 100, got all my money back, and now I have 20 free options on Pfizer for August. So I still have those. I still hold them. I just lowered the position. I have an Intel play, but that one, they went up 100% on the closer to the monies, but the ones with time just staying the same. You're in vacation. You don't know why you're here. Supposed to don't tell the family. It's okay. Enjoy it, man. Get the long term. Get a tan. That's it. It's been a very great month for the long term. I think every month has been great for the long term, so... If you are on vacation, just long-term it up and enjoy life. Abivai, Uber, MO, Pfizer today, all of them. Yeah, Pfizer and MO. Those two have done a lot for us in the long term. And they pay us dividends. I'm not playing Netflix, no. Did you ask why we put Nike in the long term? Yeah, why not? It's a good company. It meets my criteria. It's been around for 10 years. I think it'll be around for another 10 years. It's not at a premium. It's at one of its lower prices. I know about it. I use the product. I mean, it's all around seems like it checks the boxes, and above all else, I like the price. And it's fun to say Nikes. I mean, I like my value plays. Like, you guys don't think about it. Intel alone. So Intel might flip on us because of the earnings, but even then, like, this is why I like the bargain bin. You guys realize we're up 20% on the Intel? So, like, any of these plays, like, if it's a big name that's been around, and it's at a very low price historically, there's a lot of safety in buying it at a smaller price. And I'm like, so again, like Nike, who else was it? Intel. There's one more I think we were buying at the lows, but I much appreciate being in at a lower price than not and getting in. So that's a big deal with some of those. So we'll see. Yeah, it'll fail sometimes, like Walgreens, like that. Definitely, there is plays that do bad, but in general, you know, you're making way more. You could only lose 100%, as the gamblers say, but you can make a lot more on the upside. And if you secure a good position at the low, I mean, you're good to go. I like Estee Lauder, but it already popped up. I think Estee Lauder that day before it went up. And what was the other one? Whirlpool? Oh, updated. I thought we were up. It said we were up like $600 today. That just flipped. I love it, man. The long term's great. Long term's killing it, bro. Again, all the other pickups at the low this year, they've done amazing. Again, we grabbed Intel this year. Again, a lot of Pfizer, MO. But yeah, that's exactly why I like Nike. Again, and maybe I'll be wrong. I don't think Nike is going to go up immediately, but I didn't even think Intel would go up that fast either. But I'm chill riding it out. You know what I'm saying? Time, baby, time. If you have the time for it, it will, and you all do, honestly. That's like, I was thinking about this the other day. Like, you all have the time. Like, you all have time above all else. So, like, you know, the fact is, your long term is just, it's you not doing something. It's showing that you could actually be patient and let something sit there and grow. So, a big part with a lot of these names, I like their value, but I don't know when they're going to come up. But I do know with enough time, all of these things and letting them sit there and growing, I mean, it's going to be a good idea. Where is it? I think there is a big expiration on Friday, right? The 19th? 2 days? No, we don't. We could die any moment. Amen, bro. So I hope you repent and you have a plan for the afterlife. But then, even so, what are you going to leave? So if you die today, you're not going to leave a long term to anybody? You don't have any sort of legacy to pass down. Even if you don't have anybody, you don't even want to leave it to charity. You know what I'm saying? So if that's your plan, you will naturally attract less in life. If you plan on leaving something, you will naturally attract more in life. China to issue mandatory review of tech company AI models. Whoa, found out I'm having my third baby boy around December 17th and just started his long term yesterday with Nike, baby. God bless. Amen. Horna. Amen. Bro, 3 boys? That's exciting. U.S. imports of crude from Canada rose last week to highest on record. Let's go, man. A way to start them a long term. That's what I'm talking about. We need more long terms. So what do we buy this year? Even then. So all of our long-term purchases this year. So our first stock we bought this year was Baba. Then we bought Pfizer. Then we bought MO. And then we got free Solventum, bought more Pfizer, bought Intel, and then Nike, and then more Nike. And then that's where we are today. That's all we bought this year. You're going to have a kid too. Your wife got pregnant. Let's go, man. Congratulations. Amen. Yeah, Pfizer did reject that 30, unfortunately. For now, there's still enough time, but it definitely gives me bad flashbacks of every other time it does this. Because literally this happens every single time. Oh, ND, baby. You need kids so your big house can be brought from the long term is empty. What? Isn't empty? Congrats, baby. Amen. Amen, man. And even then, I think y'all need a plan for it. Like, that's it. I don't have any kids, but I'm glad that I planned for it. I could take care of them all. And I think all of you, if you do plan on leaving something behind, you are much better off and you will accomplish a lot more than not. $29. We are all of your children. Nah, man, I ain't taking credit or liability. Fuck that. Nah, man. I'll have kids one day, but in the meantime, are you going to leave something behind, man? Are y'all going to leave something behind? It's for you. You know, it'll change your mindset. It'll change how you go about it. Mm-hmm. All right. It's only 7. We only been here for an hour and 15, bro. It's crazy. Russell's back to negative. NASDAQ has recovered 0.5% from the low. So did the bonds. And now we are chilling. Hey, Eagle Eye. Good to see you, baby. I'm glad you're back. Unfortunately, though, too, I don't like the, I don't know. I don't want it to, I don't like the crowd-funded real estate stuff, though, unfortunately, man. So I am opting out, por favor. But good to see you, man. And glad to have you back. Netflix is just mad. I'm not playing that one for earnings. It's too expensive for me. It's been, I don't think we've played Netflix in the last like 2 or 3 times. Pfizer. You don't like the horn? That's crazy, man. All right. I'm waiting to take a piss break. Netflix just got a lot of volume. Okay. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I will BRB.
Particularly in the proposals that the 3 agencies made last year on the credit side, they went well beyond what Basel III had agreed to. There's a little bit less room in the other areas, that is operational risk and market risk. And actually, I would not be surprised if on operational risk, the agencies depart some from the Basel Agreement, because to be perfectly honest, the Basel Agreement on operational risk was not especially well done.
So what do you expect, speculating now, what we'll see when the next round of proposals come out? Will they be cutting back on the reserve requirements?
Oh, sure. No question about it. I think Chair Powell has made no secret of the fact that there'll be substantial changes, which net means a significant reduction in the required increase in capital. But I do expect that the amount of increase will vary quite a bit depending on the business model of the bank. I think you can expect to see the banks with most market risk, that is trading activity, capital markets and the like. I think you can expect that their requirements will go up more than banks that are straight traditional lenders, where most of it's traditional loans and deposit taking. On the operational risk side, I still fear that we're going to have a little bit of a perverse outcome where some of the banks that have de-risked get hit a little bit by the operational risk charges on things like wealth management. So I guess I would say if you're a bank with a lot of trading and a fair degree of non-credit operational risk, you're probably going to see your capital requirements go up more than anybody else's. If you're a traditional regional bank, I suspect the increase will be very, very modest.
Dan, we've seen some back and forth between the first Trump administration and then the Biden administration, and what may well be, let's be honest, a possible second Trump administration. If Donald Trump is in fact elected, how might that change the calculus?
Well, in the first place, David, given the intent to repropose, it's very unlikely that a final rule could be done before the end of the year, much less before Election Day. And so if past patterns hold, there will be a kind of hold on regulation, and it would await the Trump appointees, certainly to the FDIC and the OCC, to make their own decisions. So that probably means that at the very least, there'd be a further delay, and you could quite possibly have additional changes.
This week we learned who the nominee for vice president on the Republican side would be as well. J.D. Vance, the senator from Ohio. And normally I would say, well, it's a vice president, let's not worry about it. But he, as I understand it from you, has had some things to say about banks.
Oh, sure. He's on the Senate Banking Committee. And his, you would make a mistake if you tried to just slot him as, bank or industry friendly or antagonistic. I think he has his own set of views. He's said some things and signed on to some bills that are kind of pro-regulatory. He evinced some skepticism about the growth of very large banks. On the other hand, obviously, in a lot of areas, he thinks there's been too much regulation. But I would say on banking, there's at least a chance that that's one of the areas, because of his service on the Banking Committee, in which he takes a real interest if the Trump-Vance ticket should be elected. And that might mean that the positions of those appointees I referred to a moment ago are not quite as predictable as we might have thought a week or so ago.
Dan, typically when I think about regulation, I think about Congress, I think about the executive branch, some independent agencies. But increasingly, I'm thinking about the Supreme Court, particularly given some of the decisions we saw just this term that tends to move in the direction, I think it's fair to say, against a lot of regulation. How might those decisions possibly affect what we're seeing coming up in the bank regulatory area?
It's a really good question, David. And I think here we have to distinguish among the four decisions, of decisions that I think are broadly recognized to have been a part of the campaign against the administrative state. The most talk has been about the Loper-Bright decision, which overturned Chevron. That's the one that says that when a statute's ambiguous, the court should defer to an agency interpretation of the statute. Understandably, that's where a lot of attention has been focused. I actually think that in the bank regulatory area, it may be somewhat less consequential than, for example, in securities regulation or environmental regulation.
And that was former Fed Governor Dan Tarullo with Wall Street Week host David Weston talking, of course, about bank regulation.
Dan Tarullo. Man, we're chilling. Have not done much since the morning. Still near the lows. Pfizer back above 30. And it's only been about an hour and a half, Chattadonia. So I guess we'll see what happens at Euro close. How did they do? Remember, Europe the last 3 days was bad. My Europe charts are not loading. China to issue mandatory review. We saw that. Europe, FTSE 100 went green. Euro Stoxx 50 went red by 0.8. Germany down by 0.18. Excuse me. And then France is down or up by a quarter. So not bad. It's actually France or Europe was a lot more mixed than it was the last 2 days. MO at 49. Wow. Yeah, that's it, man. That's knocking on 50, baby. It sucks because there's still like 2 weeks till earnings. So a lot of these companies, even like Intel and any of these names kind of moving up, you know what I'm saying? We'll see what's good with it all. Give it to you straight. You'd like to know why you don't like it with a first secondary market. I think I've told you in the past, man, so I don't know. I don't really want to talk about it. I just don't like it. I don't think crowdfunding real estate is good for individual investors. I know there's many ways to do it, but I have talked about it, I think, even to you before. So I don't know why we'd go over it again, but it's just you're better off buying a property individually, and I think individuals should do that. Otherwise, if you want to get involved in real estate on a smaller capital level, it's a lot easier to buy a REIT, and you could get better returns and not have to deal with much, let alone put your money in somebody else's hands. How do you hold your emergency fund? High yield savings, T-bills. High yield savings account now. I mean, I do buy bonds, but Right now, considering high yield, there's so many high yield savings accounts that are paying you the actual rate of pretty much short term bonds, and you have full liquidity and access. So just anything right now. It's funny. What movie was it? There's a movie from the 70s or 80s, and there's a scene, and this girl is like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna buy T-bills and just sit, and I'll retire by then." Because back in the day, the rates were so high. But you know, up in another time when rates weren't that high, we would be doing something. You know, I think you would be putting your money differently. But now with high yield savings and bonds and everything, yeah, trading places. That's what it was. Yeah. I think it was with Eddie Murphy. So, but if you do have the opportunity to get high yield savings or bonds at that rate, I mean, you know, it's hands down one of the best things you could do, especially if the money is not sitting and it doesn't, or if the money's sitting and it doesn't take away from your opportunities. Does that mean you're buying shares? No, I've bought physical bonds. So I guess it's almost been a year, but I bought like 2-year bonds and I bought like 3-month bonds. I've done it in front of you guys before. I might be able to do it again. I actually kind of wanted to make a video on it. But like, you know, you could buy bonds like off of TD Ameritrade or like even like Fidelity. Oh, yeah, I think I think it was a year ago. I did it in front of you guys, but then even then I started buying some and just holding. But no, you can just buy like a bond. It's not paper, but I mean it is, but it's just digital. And then you hold it in your account, and then it's a government treasury bond, and then little by little, it climbs up to 100 in value. Let me see. Search for investments. Yeah. So here's Fidelity. Like, look at this. So this one matures in October. It's a 3-month bond right now. Matures in October. And then look at that. Your price is $98.68. So literally, you buy this today for $98.67. By October, it's going to go up to 100. Remember that lesson, literally what I was telling you guys yesterday? Every bond, little by little, just goes up to 100. So that's where, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I would just buy a literal bond. You throw this in there. You can't use the money up for whatever the date is. So even if you go and buy, like, these 2-year bonds, they're decent. Again, you could get some at like 5%. I've got my 2-year bonds a lot higher. It's kind of crazy that they've dropped to 4. Oh, that's a 3-year. But they've dropped to like 4.2. But you could go buy a 2-year bond, U.S. Treasury. Again, when does this mature? 2026. So like if you bought this bond, it wouldn't go, it literally would not go, you can't use this money until 2026, essentially. So 2 years from now. Which is kind of crazy. A little less. Morgan Stanley taps Mo Asamoah to co-head investment banking. But just like you buy like a share or anything, you could just buy this bond. The bid. Yeah, it's the same thing. I don't know if you guys remember. I've never done it on Fidelity, but I did it on TD Ameritrade. You can sell on the secondary market, but I mean, I think if you buy it within a decent time frame, you shouldn't need to sell it early, right? Like if you're buying a 3-month bond, like, you know, like what? Like you can't hold your money for 3 months unless it's an absolute emergency. Same thing, even like 2 years, just don't put in money you need. But as long as you put in like a really, you know, a decent amount of time, I mean, I don't even think you need to try to sell it. Because if you do sell it secondary, you're probably going to take a loss on it. But I think without it, you could do quite well. There is. It's like a minimum, like it's like $3,000, I think, is the minimum for a bond. So you can't put like $20 into it. There is a certain minimum. I think it's $1,000 minimum. Would it be possible to borrow against bonds and buy real estate? So, like, use your bonds as collateral? If you find a lender, yeah. So, if you have, like, a couple million or a couple 100,000 in bonds and you want to get a loan and they're like, what assets do you have? I mean, yeah, you could back it up there if they're willing to. What price would I buy NVIDIA? Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. Can you securitize bonds? I'm pretty sure bonds are already a security. I don't think you need to. Like, so the bonds itself, depending on what the bond is, I mean, if it's a government bond, it's secured by the full faith and credit of the United States. That's about it. I don't know if I'll buy Pfizer above 30. Good question. I kind of wanted to buy it the other day after the Alzheimer's stuff, but then I put the money in the Nike, or not Alzheimer, what am I saying? The Ozempic stuff. But I don't know. I mean, because this is like, we're up on it a couple percentage points now. I don't like to buy it higher, and we got it lower at every other point this year, but it just depends. But if it can hold above there, then it would be good. Is there anything other than real estate to securitize? Artwork. There's a company that already does it with artwork, like certain artwork. That would make a little bit more sense. Maybe even classic cars, assuming you guys like take care of them and don't drive them. But yeah, they do it. They do it for artwork already. Factors for averaging up. Success, really. So, like, I averaged up on Abivi. So, after we held Abivi for 2-3 years, and then it kept doing good, I eventually averaged, we were in at, like, 80, 90. I averaged up around, like, 116. I had my account growing. I had the money there, and I wanted to use the money, and everything else was up. I didn't want to buy anything else. I went, and I averaged up on Abivi. So, same thing with Pfizer, or even MO or any of those names. Like, if we start stacking up cash, and we can't really find anything, then we might be better off just averaging up into something that is done good. Yeah, IRM is at 100. We were talking about that yesterday. I think after dividends, because of how high yielding IRM was, and then the growth of all the drip, every like $300 you put into IRM turned into like $1,200, I think, or $1,500. Something quite ridiculous, but yeah, it did very, very good. Tariff talk, chip talk, and then tech concentration. Don't forget chips coming down. Played a big role in terms of the pricing. DVR shouldn't be on. That's crazy. Starbucks, I mean, if it stays low by the time we get our next deposit, we could always consider it. But I got mad at myself, bro. I keep looking at the long term. I'm like, bro, I need to stack up. I don't want to keep buying new names, to be honest. So, like, I like Starbucks, but it does depend where we're at. But I don't know if I'm gonna. Yeah, I don't know if I really want to add another new name. It just depends where everything's at. I still have the SMCI play. Ooh. You could buy a bond for less than 10 years. Or I guess it's called a treasury. And then the T-bill if it's less than 2 years or a year. TSM, I mean, it could do good, but you see how bad news kind of got in the way today. Because I think ASML earnings were decent, but they still got clapped. ASML's down like 9 or something. Well, yeah, because I still need my dividends, though. That's what I was saying. I looked at the long term, and I was getting excited by how it was growing. But then I got mad. I'm like, bro, although I like Nike and I like everything, I was like, man, I should have either just bought more Intel, or I still should have just kept buying Pfizer, grow the dividend, and stack up. I don't want too many names, unfortunately. But we got a long way to go on the divvy. I think I still need $400 a year. I guess I could get that in 2 Pfizer deposits. If I get 2 deposits and put it towards Pfizer, I think that'll get me at the goal. But even then, I'm still behind. Tim-sized mattress? What up, baby? SCHD. I prefer equity. I'm assuming that's one of those like funds, right? Yeah, the dividend ETFs. I know some people like them. I just don't have them in my portfolio. The divvy goal was to increase our dividend by 50% or 100%. Yeah, right. What was our dividend last year? Was it? I put it at the beginning of the video. We were either at 3,000 or 4,000 last year, but the idea was to increase the dividend by like 50%. So in this case, it would be getting up to $6,000 a year, and then $600 a year on the small account. Powell does not speak today, no. I think we're done. The dividend play, there's not any like specific one right now. We're just talking in general. So here's the long term. This is our dividend. So again, I need to check let me see the long term video, because I did at the beginning of the year, but this is our dividend account. Tells you how much each stock pays out, but not every stock is a dividend one. It's really just been a mix of like growing all of them at the same time. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, that's me. Mm. 2 months ago, 5 months ago. Tesla on the low. Changes in the future. So I'm really excited to go over this. I hope you like the video. Let me know again if you have any ideas or anything. Yeah, it's crazy. So again, this is from the beginning of the year. My goal, so yeah, increase by 50%. Yeah. And again, like this is that account. So this is the same account. Remember, we just transferred it over. So that's kind of crazy to think about. So we made this video 5-6 months ago. So this is the exact same account now. But like I said, from there, the goal was to increase the dividend by 50%. So last year we were at 4,000, I think. Yeah. So last year our dividend was 4,000 a year. The goal was to now get it up to 6,000 a year. So not bad. And then we put out some plays. Again, MO, Pfizer, 3M. Again, Starbucks, Nike. And that's what I'm saying. I was able to actually get Nike. And, I was kind of in line with my plan, more or less. So I'm excited. And then it's just a matter of adding to the dividends and letting it grow. But that's crazy, man. Scroll down. I'm trying to see. So when I made that video, yeah, you were at 4,400 a year. So we've already grown it. Now we're at 5,600. So I've increased my dividends yearly by $1,200. And then we still got a little bit more to continue with. Are you reinvesting with the dividends? I'm reinvesting all the dividends, yeah. I do it automatically. Yeah, I could be missing out, or you could probably do it a little bit better, but I'm reinvesting every single one. So I think these are the last 30 days. So like look at like Alibaba, we get a dividend automatically reinvested. O, we get a dividend automatically reinvested. MO, we get a dividend automatically reinvested. So the whole logic here is reinvest everything, let it do it, and that's why too, like that naturally increases our dividend as well. I like MO, but ever since the little spin-off, it's kind of been hard to value. So like low key, I'd want it in the like 70s. I think you could just get better names until 3M comes back down again. But ever since that, it's there. You do dividend reinvestment plan, DRIP. You just got to enable that with your broker, turn it on, and you'll be able to reinvest all of your dividends automatically. Let me see. Do I live off of my big, my rental income or your big long term? Not really. I make money. Again, you do one house flip, you make $100,000 in a month. I mean, you could live off of that. Again, you could do $1 million in a month. You could live off of that. But a lot of like active working stuff. I do have passive investments, but I try to make other money. Just for the dividend plays. That's good, man. Let's get it. So again, I mean, if I do make them, I'm gonna post them here. So like every other one, I think our last play was Nike, but even when we grabbed Pfizer and MO this year at a lot lower prices. So you won't miss it if you stay tuned, my friend. What was it? I was gonna show you something else. Oh, I was going to show you. It just blinked. I had another thing I wanted to show you. Oh, well. How much do you need for your first house flip? It just depends how much work is required, you know, and the like kind of deal you're getting. But I like to say like 10 to 20 grand. If not, I would argue you don't really even need anything if you get the right price. But it really depends on a lot of different factors. Bob is on the low. Sometimes zero if you wholesale it. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy. Like, you could get into real estate at almost any level. Flip condos or townhomes? Yeah. There's nothing. I mean, I like single family better, but yeah. Condos and townhomes are free game. As long, again, if it's the right price. I would like to say, like, early in my like real estate career, some of the first deals I got were condos. My first house I flipped was a condo, ever. So the first real estate success I had flipping, it was a condo. So there is and then again, I always remember, like, people are like, oh, this person wants to sell, this person wants to do this. It would always be like a condo or a cheap townhouse. Intel kind of sold, bro. Intel was up 5% earlier. This shit's only down now, or only up by 1.8 now. You got into real estate because of me. Nice. You'll stay in it because of you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? What was it? I just wanted to see something. Fucking IRM still killing it. What do you think about selling out of NVIDIA and putting it into Intel? I don't know. Let me see. I got to see your chat facts. So you've been on YouTube for 12 years. You've already asked me this question. So I think you're just flexing. You're up on NVIDIA. But, yeah, you've been here for a long time, bro. So you know, I don't like selling anything. And I think we have already talked about the NVIDIA. But you got to be careful. I see a little bit today. People want reasons to break the rules. But I personally think if you make a decision ahead of time, you don't have to think about it no matter how the circumstance changes. If you made a lot of money off of buying something, I would keep riding it out, and I would buy other names and use that as that opportunity. BlackRock eyes bid for Thames water contractor Lanes Group. I don't know if they're public. Lanes Group, and then IRM's going up. Yeah, you should exercise an option if you really, if it goes deep in the money and you want to end up owning that play, then yeah. Yeah, Euro close is in 15 minutes. Still early, bro. Still mad early. When do you take profits? I usually take them early. Well, for the long term, it's easy. Never or until I want to buy an asset worth more money. To make another investment, a.k.a. buy a house. Or to invest into another company. Like, that's what I'm telling you. It's so easy. It just we have so much knowledge at our fingertips and all of it that it runs into it. Trading, I mean, you're never going to be perfect. Trading, it's a mix of it depending on the play. Sometimes I usually sell out if the gain just goes up enough, or if I could already make it free. But that's a case by case scenario. Long term is fucking easy though, and I'm telling you, it's crazy how we like to complicate it. Just because it's so simple. You sell out when you're ready to buy something else. When you have another investment, when you can make another investment into a property or something worth more than what you're selling, it's the easiest thing in the world. You and your girl are getting ready to buy her first house after saving for 3 years. Nice. I would say be mindful, because if you guys aren't married, that's both good and bad. And then just make sure you guys have clear-cut agreements. Because like I said, I would personally, I don't know any other way to put this, but F the girlfriend. I would not share a property with anybody, especially a girlfriend. Because you don't know how, or unless that's the case, just marry her and you'll get better tax incentives. I sound like my mom and half of the chat when they hear me talk. But the idea is be mindful of who you are. Again, buying a house with somebody, you don't want to you don't want to split it. I don't know why. I don't care what it is, how it is. Yeah, or you get 2 FHA loans. You get a FHA loan and then she gets a FHA loan. And then you get married, but I wouldn't split it. Split it if you're married? Well, not if you're fucking married. If you're married, what do you mean? You're not splitting anything. Like, that's depending on what state you're in. Yeah, you could get 2 FHA loans if you're single. And then you guys could get married. And then it's everything's still separate. But I mean, believe me, do you know how many houses I've flipped because of a marriage gone wrong? It's very bad, and I laugh, but it's sad because it's America. But you would be surprised. The marriages, the girlfriend, boyfriend, and then they buy houses, and then something goes wrong. One of them cheats, and then this happens, then that happens, and then, oh, I don't care, sell the house for anything. It happens more often than you think. Why don't I post selfies? It's because the ladies already love me. I can't, you know what I'm saying? I can't be that unfair to all the fellas out there. I can't be unfair to be this funny, good looking, and rich, and just, it doesn't, I can't be doing all that, I'm just too beautiful. You gotta level the playing field. But yeah, make sure you are smart with the house purchases and who you split them with. If you cash in your long term, if it doubles 10 years, 250 to 500, don't you pay mega taxes on your gain? I think if you put it into a property, you could kind of like 1031 exchange it and delay it. But worst case, there will be taxes, but I'd be fine with that. It's going to be less than a capital gains tax. You will get taxed more on an option flip or flipping a house than you would doing any of that. You get a FHA loan, and if you have 20% down, you pay that towards your principal, or you just go buy another house. Or you get the FHA loan for the house you're going to live in, and then you could save that 20% and go buy a house in Ohio. Go get an investment loan. You see what I'm saying? That's what I do. So, like, if you're telling me I have enough money to buy a house for me to live in, go FHA, 3% down, if you could still afford the mortgage, and then take that 20% cash you have, and then I'd go buy a house in Indiana, and then I would rent out that Indiana house and let that cash flow while I bought a house to live in on FHA. Your cousin bought a townhouse with a boyfriend. Long story short, it ended up costing a lot of money to fix everything when they broke up. Yeah, I mean, bro, I'm telling you, if I go in my email and I just search girlfriend or boyfriend, over the years, all of the stories that would come up, it'd be insane. It happens so often. Like, I don't know if you guys get it. That's why it's okay. I mean, that's why be very smart with who you do business deals with. But this is why I tell you guys, in all forms of real estate, I don't care if it's your brother, your girlfriend, I don't care who it is. If you could do it by yourself, I would. Trust me. And if you're not, just at that point, you're like, bro, if you're gonna split a house with somebody, you better marry them at that point, because I mean, if it doesn't work out, it's gonna be a nightmare for both of y'all. Or what's the point of doing a deal like that if you guys if you're not really planning a future, like looking ahead? How does buying a house go if you're engaged? It's the same thing. It's a little better, though. So, that's it. If you're going to, you're already getting engaged. Once you guys are married, everything you buy is shared now anyways. But, just don't just don't fall for the whole, oh, we're dating. Oh, we both have money. Let's share a house. It's like, no. Because I've seen it work out less than it's ever worked out. That's just the sad part. But if you're already engaged, you're already getting married. So, like, what's the point? You know, like, there's nothing you're avoiding or not. At least you guys are planning a future together. So, you know, do you, if anything, all I would say, if you are about to get married, tell your girlfriend to get a FHA loan before you get married. Or your husband or boyfriend, whoever it is. Do you get it? So if you're like, I'm going to marry this person, tell them to get a FHA loan before you get married, because then you both can get a 3% mortgage. Because once you're married, you can only do one for both of you. But if you're single now, you both can get a FHA, and then when you get married, you'll now both and then you'll even have a reason to rent out the other FHA. It would be a reasonable reason to refinance or to keep the FHA and be able to rent it out. So that's the real W. If you are engaged, go have the other party, the other partner, get a FHA loan before doing it. You already got married, guess we're screwed. Yeah, I mean, I'm not shitting on marriage at all. I hope you guys realize that. I'm giving a word of caution to the people who want to split a property with their significant other and they're not married yet. I just telling you, I've gotten a lot of real estate deals through that scenario, let alone just even normal divorces. But just be mindful. Like I'm saying, whether it's a girlfriend or family friend or whoever it is, if you could do a deal by yourself, I'd prefer and opt for that. Damn, NASDAQ's coming down again, and SPY. Philosophers that cover life and death, life after death. Good quotes. You got to write the eulogy. Oh, yeah, man. I'm sorry about that. You said that yesterday. I hope everything gets better, man. But Descartes and David Hume come to mind, but even I think Aristotle, then, I mean, good old Bible. Can't go wrong with that for life after death. Oh, no, it's a tough question. MO is near 49. I'm glad bonds came up. Merck had some data. I forgot what it was. Something that clapped him recently. Oh, yeah, there is 20-year bond auction and 2 minutes till Euro close. But, yeah, MO is, I'm very proud of it. Bro, we got it. That's crazy. $10 hot, $10 lower. That's insane. We literally bought MO at $39 just 3 months ago. And now it's up $10. That is insane. I'm very proud of him. Well, let's hope that keeps going. Tesla on the low. Hi. And then Pfizer below 30. I forgot about that. 25% gain and 10% dividend. Isn't that crazy? But that's like nuts to think about. Like a $10 per share move is huge. Let me double check. What if you get an apartment? What are you talking about? Yeah, 24% and a 10% divvy. Was there any immigration lawyers in the chat? Do you have a question? I think there's one immigration lawyer I've encountered in the chat, but I don't know if he's here right now. Red and green, we looked at it earlier. There was a lot green. So right now, Dow Jones, 22 green, 8 in the red. NASDAQ 100, 39 green, 61 in the red. And then SPY, 275 green, 224 red. There was a lot more green earlier. Yes, what's your question? That's what Twitch. Are you actually an immigration lawyer, or do you just have a lot of points on Quora or whatever? He's like, yeah, shoot, what's the question? Yeah, ask me. I'm like, dude, do you have a JD, or is this like, did you answer all them questions on Quora? You know what I'm saying? We have an attorney in the firm. So you're not a lawyer, though? Is that what I'm getting? Or you are a lawyer? I'm just trying to help homie out. But yeah, that's in the, he's saying we got one in the Twitch, I think. I don't know. Oh, there you go. Yeah, well, you could, you could just whisper if you're on the Twitch too. Say what's up. You guys could just send each other a whisper. Best long term to buy today. I think Nike or Starbucks, maybe UPS. Nike's still a little lower than my last purchase. Thinking Nike, thank you for the feedback. Amen, baby. God bless. It's the cheap one. It's still cheap, you know? Not bad. And then Euro close. Shit, 2 minutes ago. Chatadonia, get your ass up. It's push-up time. Time to move around. Let's get some arm circles. Let's get the body moving. Yalla. Chatadonia, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But Chatadonia, we've been here for 2.5 hours. You got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, anything. Just move around a little bit, all right? We're going to do 1 minute of arm circles going backwards, too. Are you ready? We're going to start in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, I should probably play music in the background. They're going to try to clap us. Oh, wow. Woo, my back is sore.
Puts up gates to sell this equipment. It's really going to affect these companies and the turnaround.
Oh, man. Okay, it froze. I was trying. What's it? I can't stop now. Let's go. It's been 20 seconds. Not bad, baby. Not bad. You're not in gym class? I know. That's why you have such bad nerd neck. You know
lay their cards out and get on board the rest of those that they work with, and indeed the portfolio companies understanding their stand?
I think it will get increasingly louder, more raucous, and potentially more divisive if you look at some of the beefs happening right now, playing out on the X platform, because campaigns and gain steam as we get closer to the election date. So I don't anticipate this ratcheting down anytime soon. Doesn't mean it won't stay civil. We can, but we will look ahead to see how things will progress.
Here's hoping on that civility. Lizette Chapman. Brilliant to have you on. Thank you very much indeed. We were just talking about some of the beef going on social media, but let's just talk about how artificial intelligence becomes ever more advanced. There's this greater risk at the moment for the technology to be used maliciously, particularly on social media.
Bonds are hitting a new high, and then SPY chilling out here.
It's proven particularly harmful during the selection cycle. Now, California-based startup
Get Real Labs
builds tools to analyze and combat media manipulation. I'm going to talk about how important the role is right now with Hani Farid for more. And you've basically been building this business alongside academia to try and target what could be a real election risk, but just ongoing risk. Hani, how much do you think that this is currently something we need to be understanding and worrying about in the current context?
Yeah, it's hard to look at the last few years in generative AI and deepfakes and think this is not a risk to us as individuals in terms of fraud, to institutions in terms of fraud, and in terms of democracies in terms of dis and misinformation. We are seeing it here in the U.S. We have seen it in Europe. We are seeing it in India. We are seeing it around the world that dis and misinformation is being powered now by the latest trends in deepfakes. And what we are trying to do is think really hard about how we can detect and stop that type of threat vector.
Professor Farid, I also want to let our audience know about your role at the University of California, Berkeley, the work you're doing there. But for me, it's a technology story in the sense that you have a new tool to combat an issue. And at the same time, the proliferation of applications, generative AI applications that create that content is also on the rise. Do you actually just ever phone up some of those companies and say, let's work together?
Yes, in fact, we do. In fact, you can't work in cybersecurity if you're not talking to the other side of the aisle, right? You can't do defense if you don't understand offense. And the good news is, I think that the OpenAIs and the Midjourneys and the Stabilities are not bad actors. I think they're generating technology that has good uses and bad uses. So I think they're generally incentivized to work with us to create defenses. We take all the advantage of the technology and we mitigate some of the risks. And we have to do that together.
If we just took the presidential election as a case study, how would your platform and technology work if there were a video, a deep fake circulating?
Good. So what we want to be able to do is anytime an image, an audio, or a video breaks, and you saw that, in fact, at the shooting.
Which is interesting.
Exactly. And you saw it this weekend at the shooting. There was immediately fake images and fake videos coming out, muddying the landscape. So we work with reporters, we work with fact checkers, we work with organizations, we work with campaigns. As soon as something comes out, you send it to us. We run through a battery of tests, and we try to find as much information as we can so that you can make decisions downstream.
Talk about that decision that a consumer has right now. Have we all become so numb
is
that
picking up to the downside is like NASDAQ
and
SPY is holding up here.
So
Low
what I
ticker
like to tell people
and
is
Russell
what we
is
do at
coming
Get Real
down.
is necessary but not necessarily sufficient. So the first thing we have to be able to do is tell you what is real and what is fake. There is another battle now that we have to get out of our echo chambers. We have to stop hating the other side of the aisle so much, because if we can't hear facts, I don't know how we move forward as a democracy and as a society.
I just want to know a bit more about Get Real Labs and how you came to be. Incubated over the past couple of years with Ballistic Ventures and UC Berkeley, under yourself, really, incubating this business. What does it look like now? How many people, who are you attracting?
Great. It's a great question. So first of all, I started working in this field 25 years ago. So this is, for me, is a long academic journey. And about 2 years ago, I partnered with the folks at Ballistic Ventures. It's Ted Schlein and Roger Thornton. They incubated us. Our head count is 30 right now, and we will quickly be 40 to 50 by the end of the year. We have a product. We are starting to work with customers, and we very much expect to have technology out before the election, per the point you were just making, Ed.
Professor Hani Farid, co-founder of Get Real Labs. Really interesting and timely conversation. Thank you. Caroline.
We're just going to get back to the broader markets right now, Ed, because they're under pressure. We're being hit hard. NASDAQ 2.3% lower, worst day since October. Now,
I'm getting the stretches in. Remember, it was just Euro close 8 minutes ago.
Since July the 1st.
So hopefully you get a workout in.
A more than 2% dip is a big one. We haven't seen it for a long time.
And then
we're
we
being
have
dragged down by the chip makers, up by 4% on the stocks and the chip index more broadly. Why this concern that we'll see ramped up?
I was like, Get Real Labs or something.
China accessing chip manufacturing, but also that manufacturing equipment coming from Europe, from over in Asia as well. NVIDIA
wins re-election in November. Also saying he would consider J.P. Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon to serve as Treasury Secretary. Joining us now to make sense of all of it, former Wells Fargo CEO Dick Kovacevich. It's good to have you. Dick, I don't know where you want to begin, but the financials have had this nice rally coming off earnings and on some of this optimism about another Trump presidency and whether it would be good for the banks and light on regulation. Do you agree with that trade? Is that a good one?
I do agree. In fact, I'm surprised it hasn't happened sooner because, the bank PE ratios are about half of the market. The yields on their dividends are twice that of the market. So I think the broadening of the market that is happening now is kind of the second leg, hopefully, of the market. And I think the value stocks like banks, pharmaceuticals, energy are going to have a good run here.
Why? Is it deregulation specifically? Lower tax rates? Why now?
Well, I think all those things, but certainly deregulation. President Trump did a lot of deregulation in his first term. It's free. I mean, you get it doesn't cost any money. You don't have to go into deficits and so forth, and it increases the productivity of corporate America, which is good for the stock market. And so I think he's going to go after deregulation again, and that will include the banks. And as you know, there's an issue we have right now about capital levels. And he certainly would not want to have what was at least initially proposed, where the capital in U.S. banks was going to go up by about 20%, and the rest of the world will go up about 4%. So all those things, I think, will be positive for this industry, but all the industries, because we have way too much regulation, in my opinion.
Are you referencing Basel III, and because that's ultimately in the Fed's hands now, but I guess political pressure matters.
It sure does.
So what about the Fed? Because I'm not surprised. I don't think it was so surprising to see that he would let Powell finish his term. It would be very hard for him to fire Powell because you need cause, and cause can't come in the form of inflation or interest rates, or nonetheless, I guess, reassuring for investors to have that kind of consistency, though. Do you expect pressure on the Fed for looser monetary policy, weaken the dollar, that sort of thing? We've seen that before.
Yes, we've seen that before, and he always comes out with issues. He really believes that low interest rates are great. And we know that that can be a problem if they're too low for too long, and we certainly can't do that again. But
I might do one more set of push-ups.
He has more important things to do. Should he be elected and starting than to go after the Fed?
That's crazy. NASDAQ dumping.
I think because he's been quite verbal about his feelings about
Europe is like officially closed.
Chairman of the Fed.
But low key, look at this Euro reaction, very, very minimal.
There's no question he'll be there for the next 2 years.
What about if Biden gets reelected? Does it change your view on bank stocks? Is it that big of a swing factor at this point?
No, I think, as I said, I'm surprised that bank stocks haven't done better already because I think the broadening of the market is very important. And I think the expectation and one of the catalysts for the broadening of the market is that the Fed is likely to decrease interest rates, and probably the first one being in September, and continuing to reduce rates. And that's good for the banks, and it's good for the economy. And so I think they would do as well. I do think that at least traditionally, the Democrats have been doing a lot more regulations on banks and everybody else than the Republican administration. So that would be a negative, if indeed, in terms of the market for banks, if Biden would become president, or be re-elected as president.
Dick, thanks for weighing in. Appreciate it. Certainly a big topic of conversation right now. Dick Kovacevic.
Coming up.
Next up, Silicon Valley's political push. Andreessen Horowitz, the latest investors to say they are both.
I'm going to go pee, close it out here, and we'll be good to go. I hope you've been working out. That's what I'm saying. Push-up moment. About getting active. 52-week high on MO.
Demo days.
Hi.
We've got a lot of back and forth interaction between the two companies. And really, we expect a tremendous amount of the deal flow to come from them, things that they're interested in, that they see, that they'd like to see kind of as lighthouse examples of AI. So there's a lot of alignment around basically kind of this first wave of AI has happened so quickly and been the biggest kind of technology wave and curve we've ever seen, but it's still a bit of the Wild West, and developers are on their own, and everybody's doing things a little bit differently and trying to figure it out. There's an immature ecosystem. So the idea here is to really bring together the best developers, the best AI technology platform in Anthropic and a leading venture firm like Menlo to really build community and push the boundaries together, to learn together, to mature that ecosystem, and to really think about some special areas that really haven't been conquered yet. So super excited about it.
I mean, Matt, this isn't kind of the first time you've done one of these innovative kind of partnerships. I think back of the iFund that you helped launch back in 2008, that was about being collaborative with Apple, defining apps, applications on their operating system. Can you tell us a little bit about how much skin in the game ultimately Anthropic will have? Or is it more about just bringing about Claude, the adoption of it, and, well, then perhaps funding a bit of use of their own applications?
Right. Yeah, well, it's meant.
All right, we good to go, baby. Good morning. Good morning. I hope you're feeling good. Yeah, I still have every play from yesterday. So the Russell puts up a little bit. The Nasdaq's killing me. The bonds are doing good, and then that's it. Then we made 2 option plays free that kept going up, and that is all. Yeah, Intel, it is sad, but Intel does that. I mean, we were just saying, let's see where it goes by end of the day, but now it's only up 1.6. Nasdaq is the chips, so I do think there was already a little bit of pressure there, but, like even yesterday, you didn't watch the big tech names move, but, I mean, just NVIDIA down 6. The other one down, what's the other? There was NVIDIA, ASML, that was down 11%. Yeah, literally, it's crazy. When do you make these plays? Throughout the day. I mean, today, all of the plays I'm in now I made yesterday. But again, all the options ones, I mean, I have been doing them in front of all of you. So really, it just depends when you have to be here for it or keep your eyes on the watch list. QQQ down 2.5. Yeah, it's ugly. I mean, we were just talking. SPY still hasn't done it, though. But NASDAQ is down, too. That's kind of been a little bit more common for the NASI. And just, again, that concentration, you feel it on, the chip. And that's all it took was couple of big chip names to drop, and you really feel it. DNC says Biden nomination won't be fast-tracked. Buys time for skeptics. I think cybersecurity stocks are great. Just get them at a good price. That's it. I feel like it's really easy to it's just very easy to overpay for a lot of things. So as long as you're mindful of that. But the industry as a whole, quite necessary. And then Pfizer's still chilling here. Yeah, AMD just went up from like just under 165 to 163. Again, even NVIDIA is still down 6. Qualcomm was just flushing the low alongside Marvel. So chips did just take another leg down right there. GMS. Tesla down 358. Dow is very good. Dow is the only thing green. But, I mean, Russell could go green in a heartbeat. You saw that early in the morning. Literally, Russell started off down 0.7 and then went up 0.7 within 20 minutes. So we'll see. Airbnb, it's fire. I had a little bit of a slowdown. I mean, that was almost like a year ago. Things got a little slower, but overall, no, it's been Airbnb's been solid. Prices haven't gone up in a while. I think that's the only thing. It's not like, I remember there's a time where the prices were like really going up, but other than that, the booking demand is up. Prices haven't skyrocketed, but I definitely can't complain. And then Visa's on the high. Well, that does a 5. Give me the SPX. It's funny. Equal weight is break even. Damn. So keep that in mind. So SPX, and this is probably because of the chips, and you can see how bad the NASDAQ is, but legitimately you are, you're holding up there. The equal weight does not have that much downside. It's actually kind of crazy. See. Yeah, you just wiped out, I think, like 2 weeks of gains on the NASDAQ. Yeah, you're right back to where you started July. Oh, and this is still that Powell gap, huh? Damn, no way. So NASDAQ and SPY, I believe, are at the same price as when 2 inflation reports ago, when everything was like solid. Very interesting. So new low on the NASDAQ for now. Intel is embarrassing. Intel does it a lot, where literally you wake up one way and then it gaps up a crazy amount, and then literally like right after the second hour it just flips. That makes no sense. Etsy, I don't know. I think I like the company because it enriches people, but I don't know how long it's going to last. Or I don't know the valuation. I know they had something recently with like their debt. I think it was debt or like customers, or like they were infringing on rights or something, but I think it's an interesting company, but I don't know. I'm not like sold on it. And I don't know, unless if they're, $60. I remember this thing when it IPO'd. I think you could have got this a lot cheaper. Maybe if it ever gets back to like the dirt cheap levels, we could talk about it. I like Disney. I mean, I've been liking Disney since the 80s. We're still up on that in the long term, but I'm not buying Disney until it comes back down. Literally, I've been kind of disappointed ever since the Nelson Peltz thing. TSM can reverse the chips if the earnings are good. I mean, even then, I think today is a little over dramatic. Just quite simply, we've had the same chip news before, and then we brush it off. So, like, I do think we are kind of just waiting for that, if that makes any sense. I think today we're just waiting for good news after just getting a little bit of a give back. But I do think it is a little over dramatic. see. Jamie Dimon for Secretary of Treasury. Thoughts? I mean, we always thought Dimon was going to get into something on politics. So, I mean, kind of makes sense. I'm not too surprised by it. I don't know if he wants to, though. But then again, isn't he retiring? And Tesla at the low, Futu. CVX and X on the high. Energy and commodity plays starting to move a little bit. And then NASDAQ still down 2.5. Russell down 0.6. SPY down 1.2, but equal weight is practically break even. Would you buy this dip on Meta if you're up 3 times and still underweight in your portfolio? Or should I wait for earnings at the end of the month? You're talking about buying it for the long term. You're high. I'm not the guy to ask about that. You know damn well. I bought that shit at $90. Why the fuck would I buy it at $4.69? So yeah, that's a different category. If you're into that and you like to like rebalance a lot and buy into the highs, you know what I'm saying? But nah, I would buy value right now, especially if I bought Meta 300 times lower or 3 times lower. All right, a little bit of movement. Micron. I think all the chip makers are going to move alike until they separate themselves with earnings. So for now, you're really waiting on what? TSM, and then whoever comes up next. And then depending on how they do, that'll either start a wave or start another decline with all of these chip makers. And then what? We have another hour here until bond auction. Long story short, don't ask about any stock unless it's down 30% or more from highs, plain and simple. Kind of. I mean, just, you already know the answer. Like, if you want, you guys aren't asking me about every stock. You're asking me about the ones that have ran up the most than anybody. Again, Meta, the next question afterwards is NVIDIA. So, like, I don't know. I think those names are in a league of their own. But generally, I mean, I think you will do better off, finding names at a discount. But I'm really, as long as it's down on the year, it doesn't have to be down 30%. It doesn't have to be the worst stock in the world. But, I mean, I really believe in this environment that there is very quality names that are trading at such a low price. Like, why would I? And again, we already bought Meta at $90. We have a lot of growth names that have came up. So why would you want the expensive stuff? And you can do it. It's up to you. But at the same time, I'm very strictly just not a fan, especially of the major high flyers. I'm a patient individual for sure. ADM, that one's a little riskier with everything going on. I have looked at it, though. You don't have a lot of Airbnb and Abivai. Should you add more with my next deposit? So before, why do you not like Starbucks? Do you not like Nike? Do you not like UPS? Shit, you don't even like Whirlpool. You don't like Pfizer. You don't like MO. Let me see what else we could get. Wells Fargo even, I guess. But I guess that's a little. Intel, you didn't like it. 20% lower. So before, I'm going to start asking you guys these questions. Because you got to ask yourself why. Like, again, even Abivai, Airbnb, you are just asking me about my own plays that are already up a lot. Why don't you guys want to buy stuff that is cheap? That is the real question. This reminds me of Snapchat in 2021 and then blaming you in 2022. It feels weird today about it. I do think I've had a lot of like tricky questions of people trying to either justify selling stuff or buying stuff really high. But even then, even with Snapchat in 2021, I never bought it. You know, like that's why I love talking about it, because Snapchat, I'm still up on it. And the last time I bought it was 4 years ago. But I do feel like a lot of people are trying to avoid the names that are low, and they insist on paying a premium. But, you know, if you guys are going to ask me, you know, should I buy a stock with a high premium, I am going to start asking you, why didn't you want MO at $39? You know, or why don't you even want Pfizer at $30? Like, what's wrong with Nike at a 7-year low? What's wrong with Starbucks at a 10-year low? What's wrong with UPS at a 5-year low? What's wrong with McDonald's at a 1-year low? You know, it's like before asking me about the names that are up 20, 30, 40, 100%. What about these names that are low and are actually like high quality? You want to buy cheap, but it's hard to project companies like Nike and even Starbucks in the current state of the world. I feel, but that applies for everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? I don't think Airbnb and travel trends are much more easier. You know what I'm saying? Like, go down the list. Even then, UPS. Like I'm saying, there's so many names out there, but it's the same logic. Everything has some uncertainty. That's exactly why I'm saying, why would you want to pay a premium with that level of uncertainty? Some people are here to beat the learning curve, so I'm assuming questions are driving from genuine curiosity and the urge to learn. Amen. But like I'm also kind of saying, if you really care to learn and you really are genuine about it, pay attention to the conversation, right? Because we are talking about it and we're explaining why or why not, but then people are trying to come back around and just negate everything we just said and then go around a principle to justify buying momentum. So that's why I am saying, you know, I do have to begin to ask you guys the question, what's wrong with some of these quality names then? If you're not hearing what we're talking about, you know, and asking, well, why don't we buy this? Why don't we buy that? It's like, well, why don't you like Pfizer? Like, what is wrong with a Starbucks, a Nike, a UPS, a Whirlpool, a McDonald's even? You know, there's so many good names out there right now. Even Intel was literally 20% lower a couple weeks ago. And it's like, why don't we want those names and that protection? And then at the same time, you got to start looking. Remember, when you position yourself high, you open yourself up to a lot of downside. That's the thing. Or even if it's, a certain amount, then you run into issues. All of them have one thing in common: the consumer, the government. But either way, I mean, I'm not here. I don't want to hear the conspiracy theories. If you genuinely want to learn, though, I do think your long-term, it's speaking to you already. And see what has already done good or not. And you've even been there through the past. You remember what it was like to buy things at highs. You know what I'm saying? And then how quickly it went down. All I'm saying is kind of just be cautious. But if you do have a plan and you're going to keep buying it and you really, really like it and you're like, no, like this is it, then do it. But, it just, unfortunately, I did watch a lot of people trick themselves over the years. That's it. I'll never forget. It was like Tattoo Chef, Fubo, and like another company. And like everybody was like insisting. They're like, no, I use it. No, like this is going to be it. You know what I'm saying? Like, and they're like, no, like I really believe I'm going to buy into it. Like I really, really believe. And then they bought it at 100x the value, bro, or whatever it was. And then it shot up. And they're like, no, I believe I'm going to keep buying it. And I'm going to buy it again. And then they bought it. But then it just like, right, Lucid, that was the other one. But like right when things changed, bro, and the environment was not favorable, Peloton, yeah. And then everyone flipped. And then you never went back up. And then your whole like 10-year plan, it flew out the fucking window and you never touched it again. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, you do have to ask yourself, like if you are going to buy it, are you really comfortable buying it at this price? And are you going to keep buying it even when things get ugly? And the best way to buy a company, if it's already ugly and you want it, then there you go. So that's it, man. That's it. But don't forget about that. That was, I think, a lot of people I think we forgot because it's been a couple of years, but that's what I'm worried about. So if you want to know what I'm trying to advise against, that's why I'm like, just make sure you protect yourself and don't trick yourself into buying something too high and then kind of winding up in a shitty position. I'm going to buy high-quality nights for 10 years to prove you wrong. Watch. Please do. Please. I hope so. Amen. Amen. I heard Lucid was the new Tesla. What was it? Fubo was the new Netflix. Peloton was the new fucking exercise. And everybody, it wasn't. And it's like, if you still believe in it, you could buy it. But just like people were justifying these at the highest prices possible. And then the irony is that when the Netflixes and the Metas became cheap, nobody wanted them after that, But the point I'm saying is just watch out from positioning too high, because all it takes is one small move and then you're down 20, 30% before it even gets ugly. And then you're like, oh, well, man, maybe I don't want to buy this anymore. So ideally, try to get a better price on what you were looking for than not. Money is made on the buy, indeed. That's what I was saying, like, for real, like, even all of these names, though. So if you are going to FOMO the top tick anything, right now. Why did you not want MO? What was wrong with MO at $39? What was wrong with Pfizer at $24, $25? All of these names I bought, I've refused to buy anything expensive this year, and even then, every single one of those names has moved a decent amount in this very short amount of time. So I'm like, why didn't you want them? You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, yeah, there wasn't hype, but that's the whole point. You want the hype. You want to buy it before the hype comes in, and you have all of these names that are there. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, really look around and repeat this. That's what I'm saying, just go, because it keeps repeating. If you haven't noticed, out of nowhere, these value plays are catching a bid, and everyone's like, oh, yeah, rate cuts. Oh, yeah, value. So it's like, why don't you want them? And that's where you got to start looking and just pay attention to value. I think it's going to take you a long way. Many YouTubers. Well, you could blame the YouTuber. It's funny, though, too, you know. I realized I got restricted again. Donald Trump assassination video. I got temporarily restricted. But, yeah, you could blame YouTubers. But at the end of the day, y'all should just start blaming yourselves, too. Because you guys, I realize it. Do you know how hard it is? Like, seriously, I'm telling you, everybody, imagine if you have an audience and they are insisting on trying to get you to just buy. Like, it's so much easier to tell you to buy NVIDIA and give in to people and just tell, you know what I'm saying? It's so much more easier. And then again, too, I mean, like, I tell it, like, YouTube already clapping you no matter what, but just realize, like, if you keep insisting with people, eventually somebody's going to give you what you're asking for. You know what I'm saying? It's like, if you keep out, I want to buy it high, I want to buy it high. It's like, eventually they will give into it and give you what you want, but it may have a back end price. So be careful, but it's on you, and stop trying to force it and justify it and bend the rules and find ways around it. You make money on the buys. Help me in every aspect of business and investing. Amen. Amen. We tanked mainly because of the chips. I wouldn't even say that many things dropped today. There's a couple of things that did really bad, but overall, bad news in chips. And that had an outsized weighting on everything else. But no real data or anything that brought us down. Coin big sell-off. MSTR. The bears have been calling and waiting for this day since 2022. It's not even, I mean, the NASDAQ's pretty ugly, but it's not even like this was the pullback we're just back to where we started July. So that's the weird part about it. But watch out here. NASDAQ's about to hit 20,000 flat. That's a big level. On after hours pre-market trading, do you feel like it's fair? I feel like it's very low liquidity. So you just got to go at your own risk, and then pretty much whatever happens pre or post market is not really reflective of the actual market. The Nasdaq's down hard, but it just sucks because once again, like Dow is green, SPY equal weight isn't down, and then SPY is just down because of Nvidia and the fun bunch. So it is kind of deceptive again. I would say the chips are really, really down, but then that is having a bigger effect on everything. But now you've broken below 5,600. So imagine this was your pump it up level not too long ago, but you just kind of came back down to Friday. Remember that little drop? We had that drop and then that pop. You're now right back down to the drop level. I like PayPal. I think there's other names you could grab, but I'm not really against PayPal. Let's see, what time is it? It's only 9:15. It's still early. It's early AF, and we still got the bond auction. $19,000. Are you looking at /NQ? So I'm on the future. The actual Nasdaq is below there, but /NQ, the future's at 20,046 right now. Because of chips are part because of Trump, but the other part because Biden and them saying that they're gonna institute, a pretty sweeping and more aggressive chip ban on China AI chips. Yeah, Intel gave it back up though. Intel did good off the tariff and the Taiwan comments from Trump. We could pump it up at 5,700. But now the SPY's at 5,500. That is the sad part about all of it. It's crazy, though. It kind of feels like April. But wasn't this before earnings, too? Now that I think about it. So, like, low-key, you're probably going to get your little dump-a-rooney. And then we're going to dump until we get the first good earnings. Bond auction is going to be same time, around 1. Okay, Russell bounced a little harder there. The Taiwan was in June. Why? It was end of June, but yeah. Technically, the Trump thing was end of last month. So it was about 2 weeks ago. Isn't that ironic? But you're right. So, like, literally, it was 2-3 weeks ago that they asked Donald Trump that question. So that interview was old. Check for State Bar, baby. Amen. Legit question. Have you ever gotten death threats because of this stream? Like someone followed your play and got super mad and threatened? Yeah. It's ironically, though, it's never because of the play. So but yeah, I've had really weird. I think I've gotten like 4 or 5 stalkers. I've gotten like 2 lawsuits. I made a bunch of money off AT&T. because one other person. But yeah, it's kind of I'm kind of used to it at this point. But yeah, it's never because of the plays. It's usually weird shit. Like one of them had to do with sexuality. Another one because I love Jesus and I talk about Jesus. I've gotten more off of Jesus than anything, to be honest. And then yeah, just random ones, bro. Just random weird things. It's fucking crazy. Someone did steal my power box, yeah. That was unrelated crackhead activity, though. Call Real Estate loves you, baby. Amen. Have a blessed and amazing day. You too, Jake from State Farm. Thank you for the positive daily messages, my friends. Amen. Hey, it's a funny story. I mean, it's good. I haven't dealt with the stalker in a while since the last one, but it is kind of funny. But I'm over it. You know, it's good. It sucks though, cause like I don't know. I liked it when I was more naive. Like when I was just more naive, I was a lot more fun. You know, we'd have giveaways. I would give away a lot of shit. Like we were doing so much cool things, but everyone just got weird, bro. I don't know how to. And then it doesn't help. I mean, again, I get witch hunted by YouTube a lot, but when it's all said and done, just the internet's a wild place. But I miss the naivety. Is that the word? Trump cooked the chip stocks. Well, it was Biden, actually, technically. Again, trying to break out the 1950s rule on chip bans. Naivety, French accent in Macron. Trump clapped TSM. Yeah, other than that, though, like you even see Intel go up because of Trump, but I don't think I'm not really blaming Trump for this. I said it yesterday on the watch list. Again, right after I found out they already restricted my other video, I said, fuck it. But I really do believe, I think all of the Trump shit is bullshit. I think the way financial media is trying to be like, oh, Trump is doing this to stocks, it's all BS. Joe Biden is the president right here, right now. And whenever they're like, oh, well, Trump's going to do this, and then he didn't, it reminds me just like 2016. It's literally just like 2016. Futures were down 900 points when Donald Trump won, and by the time you woke up, futures were up 1,000 points. It's all a scam, bro. Donald Trump is not causing any of this. They're just moving this bullshit around with low liquidity in summer and pumping headlines and news back and forth, and whatever the market's moving on, if they could exasperate it and blame Donald Trump, they're going to do it, but it's literally all BS. Like, no, literally, it's all BS. It's insane. It doesn't make sense. Trump effect, bonds sell off. One day later, they're back up. Come on. It's all back. Literally the same chip news that after 5 months in a row, the market stopped reacting, but now you react because it has a Trump twist to it. Fuck out of here. It's all a scam. So, unfortunately, I wish there was more info that was telling, but when it's all boiling down to Donald Trump is causing these wild swings, it's all nonsense to get you to overestimate or underestimate his impact. But point is, I mean, we're running off of other things. Buy the dip? Kinda, yeah. Low key. I gotta see actually. It sucks. The Russell's at like 50-50. Oh, we still got half the day left. Let's see. It's like the Russell. I just like the Russell. I mean, remember, the Russell's big. There's a lot of things on there. Otherwise, ARK, the ghetto rate cut play, we've talked about that, and those plays are up like 50%. So that is somewhere I would keep my eyes out for. Okay, there's the Russell slipping. NASDAQ might go round 2. It sucks. It's still another hour. All right, I closed my Russell short. I'm down way more. I made almost $5,000 from yesterday. I made back my loss and a gain, but now I'm still murdered on my NASDAQ long, but I'm going to use that to balance it out. I might buy another one a little later. And then actually, it might be time. Trump terrifies them. No, everyone, it's just BS. That's it. I think everyone's using the Trump narrative to fuck around and just get whatever they want to try to justify any fuckery in the market. I think Russell can keep climbing. I think it will go down more, but at the end of the day, I think it could also, that play was just awful. It just didn't, I even had big size. That's why I made some, but even compared to the NASDAQ, I'd rather reposition on it. But the Russell, I mean, again, I think there's a lot of strength in everything else. And then we have bond auction today. And then I sold my ZB bond future. That was that big one. I made $7,000 on that one. That's net realized. That's clean too. So again, there's a bond auction in what, 45 or 30 minutes? All right. And there we dance. Why'd you sell it? Because I think it's a good gain there, and I think, if anything, I think there's a couple of more points of upside here. Either bonds are going to break out or it'll dance within this range, and I could double dip. I entered it the day before Trump, and then I averaged down on the Trump day. So I started, I think I was right here. I started with 1, and then the day that they were like, oh, Donald Trump. Oh, Donald Trump. Oh, my gosh, the bonds. Even after it rallied out of nowhere, and they said Donald Trump is the reason why. After the literally day after, I bought the day after the debate. I went in with 4 contracts. I quadrupled down, and then that play turned from negative. I was down like 1,000 or 2,000, and then it rocketed up and then closed out for 7,000. I think the max the contract was up was like 7,300. So I did close near the ultimate high. Yeah, 7 on NVIDIA and ARM is bad. That's why I think, again, it's very outsized. And we'll see. I might even double dip on bonds after the auction. We will find out here. Seven. I think the next catalyst is going to be earnings. So wherever we go from here, I mean, higher or lower, I think fully dependent on earnings. So I think all the markets will keep dumping if the earnings come in bad, and then if we get a good earnings, I think we'll be able to recover from there. Let me see. Unemployment claims tomorrow. I've stopped caring about the jobless claims, but they've kind of been adding a little bit of motion with everything else. It's been weird. Let me see. And Intel trying to come up off the bottom. I'm looking at Roblo. I'm seeing if I could do a covered call. Because, again, their earnings, too, is around the corner. Remember, that's been what we've done on every single one of those. That has paid off very, very well. And then we're chilling. And then bonds are still going up, though. It's sad to not have them anymore. I think it could go round 2. That's the thing. You have in 30 minutes a 20-year bond auction. So, again, I'm taking a good amount of gains. But also, you know, this is where it could either balloon or get popped. Just like the 30-year auction, and then it came right back up last time. Yep, new high. No, it's already 9:30. 9:33. Let's get it. I'm down. Let me check one more play, but we should get some arm circles and some moving. Philip Morris going up. All right, I don't know. I don't think I'll be able to get these Roblo plays. Not bad, not bad. All right. Well, Chattadonia, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp in real estate costs. But Chattadonia, MO's on the high. Bonds are on the high now too. The market's trying to do its thing. You need to get your arms on the high above your head and do some arm circles. It's game time, baby. So 1 minute of arm circles. Also, just stand up, change your body position. You have been here for 3.5 hours. You know what I'm saying? You got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the no smoking. Get the body moving.
That debate was
here it is.
followed
Ready?
by an
5
attempt
seconds.
to resurrect
4,
the campaign.
3,
the Lester
2,
Holt interview.
1, begin.
You know,
Arm circles
thank
backwards.
goodness it wasn't viewed as much, but it was not a good showing. He is not to be the nominee at the top of this ticket. I suspect that he won't be by the time the convention occurs. But if they nominate him or appoint him or anoint him is probably the right word, in August now, virtually, that is going to send the wrong signal. And all of the people that you mentioned, from Mark Kelly to Gretchen Whitmer to Josh Shapiro, Andy Bashir, there's a really strong Democratic bench, a lot of energetic young people who have positive numbers to show. Use them, and Joe Biden can help guide them from his, point as president, not running again for re-election.
20 more seconds.
All right, Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, our Bloomberg Politics contributors. Thank you both. We will see you later on the program. But first, we want to head up to New York as we broadcast live from here in Milwaukee and check on what's happening in financial markets today. Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle is joining us with the latest. Hey, Abigail.
Hey, Kelly. Well, we have lots of red on the screen, but interestingly, it would not be accurate to say that markets are down. Markets are actually mixed, and I say this because the Dow Jones Industrial Average, that bricks and mortar equal weighted index, it is up about 0.5%. In fact, up for a 6th day in a row, while the S&P 500 down more than 1%, the worst day since late April, and the Nasdaq 100 down closer to 3%, its worst day of the year. This market action today has everything to do with the intersection between business and politics, because driving it has to do with the people in the White House and the people who want to be in the White House. Let me take you through the laggards first, because this is everything about big tech. A few things going on here. The Biden administration, first of all, saying that they're considering a greater crackdown on China chips. You then also have the former president, Donald Trump, telling Business Week in an interview that he is not so favorable toward Taiwan's positioning around chips. And then third, yesterday we were talking about the idea of advanced trade. J.D. Vance negative toward big tech, talking about a possible crackdown on big tech. So we see the likes of Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA, and Broadcom down in big ways, down between about 2% and 7%. That's really incredible. Again, the worst day of the year. On the other hand, if we check in on the Trump trade, the best way we can see it, Berkshire Hathaway, really old school economy, also one of the most taxed companies in the world. So if taxes were to come down to that 15% rate that the former president is talking about, certainly would benefit. But we have United Health higher. We also have ExxonMobil higher. And then interestingly, Global Foundries, they have 2 chip plants right here in the U.S. That stock having its best day in the year. When we put this together, Joe, we see the rotation we were talking about yesterday, and that is essentially out of growth into value. Over the last 2 weeks, we have value up about 5%. We have growth down about 5%. So it's really interesting that when you put together the Trump trade and the Vance trade, this is what happens. But it is also important to note that the big tech trade, that's a huge weighting to all of these indexes. So if this kind of decline continues, it could really weigh on the market. We'll be watching very closely.
Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle taking care of the markets for us today. We'll check back with Abigail a bit later, as always, as we turn our attention back to the Republican National Convention underway right now in Milwaukee, where Kaylee and I are live alongside Morgan Ortagus, founder of Polaris National Security, former State Department spokesperson during the Trump administration. Lovely to see you at the table.
Thank you.
Hope the convention's going well for you, and it's great that you're here today because this is Geopolitics Day, international and national security as a theme at this convention. We're going to hear from J.D. Vance tonight.
Yeah.
Who doesn't love the direction that the United States has gone in with Ukraine, for instance? What are we going to learn in that speech?
So it's interesting that it is Foreign Policy National Security Day, which is what I've done for the past 20 years. That never happens at a Republican convention, right? Foreign policy is never the theme of an entire day.
How about that?
And I think from a Republican perspective, it just goes to show how wrong things are going around the world. We think, obviously in August of 2021, we saw 13 of our best young men and women killed in that disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. We, of course, in the Trump administration, I was a part of the Abraham Accords team. We handed four historic peace deals over. Then you have Afghanistan fall. Then, of course, you have Russia. You have Putin invade Ukraine. And then last year on October 7th, we saw the horrific murders from Hamas invading Israel. And I'm sure we will get reminded tonight, 10 months later, we still have 5 Americans that are held hostage by a terror regime. Not only do you have the President of the United States with an attempted, former President of the United States with an attempted assassination over the weekend, as I've been saying for years, this isn't new news. The Iranian regime has active plots on U.S. soil against former President Trump, against my former boss, Mike Pompeo, Brian Hook, and other senior administration officials. It's unprecedented that an enemy state of the United States would have these many plots against officials where they require, for the past 3.5 years, 24/7 security. Never happened in U.S. history. And then, of course, you're worried about what's happening with China around the world. And I think that Americans are very concerned. They're not only concerned about what's happening at the grocery store, but they're concerned because there feels like there's a chaotic world out there that nobody is really in control.
I hope you're moving around a little, baby.
Pick a few parts of the chaos, shall we? You mentioned, for example, the war in Ukraine, which we know that J.D. Vance is not an advocate for continuing to fund in the U.S. He thinks some kind of negotiated peace is the most realistic outcome. Former President Trump, of course, has said he could end that war in one day. Do you actually believe that? What would a Trump-Vance ticket, president and vice president, ultimately mean for a resolution to that war?
So J.D. Vance is a good friend of mine. I think he's a great pick. But it is the president of the United States, if Trump is reelected, who sets the foreign policy. And he does that with the Secretary of State. And so the foreign policy will be up to the president. Having served in the last 2 years of his administration, and by the way, I've served in 4 administrations, Republicans and Democrats, so I've got a lot of background here. In the last administration, for the last 2 years, we actually provided lethal weapons to the Ukrainians. We had more sanctions and more actions against Russia than any president in modern history since the Cold War, since Reagan. And
you ever yawn after I'm tired?
Not only were we providing lethal
tired
weapons
of the more,
to
just
Ukraine,
I did a couple sets.
Renegotiating New START. We were sanctioning Nord Stream 2. This is an energy discussion that I know you guys have had on Bloomberg. Why does that matter? Because it's not like we're pontificating about what foreign policy would be. We know that we actually took a very strong stance against Russia and supportive of Ukraine in the last administration. Unfortunately, there's a series of probably 10 to 20 different deterrence failures from the Biden administration that led to where we are today. I'm one of those Republicans who are incredibly critical of the delay of weapons over the past 2 years. And listen, if you look at it from an economic perspective, we have, the truth is that the Russian economy is doing better than it was before the invasion. The initial sanctions tranche, and I spent years of my life at the Treasury as an analyst doing sanctions, the initial sanctions tranche that the Biden administration did with the Europeans was fantastic, but it was never followed up on secondary sanctions. We never took Russian banks off the market. We never prevented them from exporting oil and energy or from their minerals and mining. And so, even our LNG export ban in January, for example, we've seen billions of dollars, $21 billion just in 2022, that Russia gained from their LNG exports that they were able to use to fund their war machine. So the sad reality is they actually have figured out how to circumvent our sanctions, and they have this what I call supply chain of terror.
Speaker Johnson
between
calls
Russia,
for Secret
Tehran,
Service chief to
North
resign.
Korea, and China, where they are able to resupply themselves from a munitions perspective with drones, ballistic hardware. They're actually resupplying themselves faster from a munitions perspective than the West can, and that's, I think, should be incredibly concerning to all of us.
Well, it's interesting. I don't know if you're implying that a Trump 2.0 would pursue secondary sanctions, because we've asked a lot of lawmakers about this. You would push for it. Okay. Well, that's really interesting, because Donald Trump says he can end this war on day one.
Uber, PayPal on the low, Spy Stuff the low, too.
You don't need secondary sanctions in a world like that. You've been in this game for a long time.
Thank you. Election 24. The news media, man, they've been talking about this a lot. Russell's actually going down. I thought it was going to be a little bit more stickier, but even that last 10 minutes here, or 20 minutes, you've been kind of edging lower. NASDAQ 1 point off a new low. Same thing with SPY. And then if it's value that's been holding up, had no problem today. No problem. And then bonds, they popped up a little bit, then came back down to where we sold out of those. Long term broke 22. Let's go. Amen, man. Again, a good value today. Some growth names should be down, but you got hooked up there. You got your grandma to do arm circles? No way. And she touched her toes. That's great. Mobility, man. They say you're only as young as your hips are. And then I'm like, dang, so Shakira, man, her hips don't lie. MO and KO on the high. So I'm going to keep this MO up here, bro. 49.26 while making our move. So this is a level for the NASDAQ. If you think it's going to get uglier, though, there is a little bit more. Madison Dearborn Partners to land windfall on Lindquist sale. Like 16. Well, bonds coming down. Remember, bond auction in 15 minutes. That'll be our only catalyst. I mean, MO's already, that's it. I was just telling you guys. I don't know if it'll be slow or not, but it's going to $50. I told you that when it gets above that 47. So it's doing it for now. I think it's going to go 50 and then 51 or 52.80 or 51 flat and then 51.80, $52. Those will be your next levels. But we got to get to 50 first. But for now, it is doing very, very well. The bond auction affect the market? It's hard to say, but it's just a catalyst. So I don't know what's going to happen. There's definitely been a mixed bag in terms of what bond auctions have done to the market. Sometimes it's a big effect. Sometimes it's small. But when it's all said and done, it's an event. For now, at least it has been over the last couple of months. Everyone's paying attention to it. So it may give us something to react to, but who knows? The last bond auction that wasn't good, it did come down, but then we quickly bounced. So, and then the other two auctions before that were good. Market had a positive reaction, so we'll see. U.S. designates former IDF sergeant for involvement in extrajudicial killing in West Bank. What? I think there's more potential to melt down, but I do think some of this is an overreaction to, again, the same headline with the chips. Again, I think there's a little bit of a sprinkle of Donald Trump in there, but then again, I do think the market has also outperformed bonds heavily. So all this is doing is closing that gap. Well, it is still a small cap rotation. I don't know. You're telling me to change the title, but, I mean, it's still up a lot. Even the Dow Jones, I guess you can't call it small caps, but those names that are up on the Dow are on the Russell too, I think, for some of them. But we're still that's still holding up great. Like the Russell is higher than where it was yesterday. SPY, NASDAQ, and everything else is lower. Dow's still up, but the Russell is legitimately higher than like an hour or two after open from yesterday, which is kind of crazy. We already fell 5,600 on the SPY. Low of the day again. You're like dancing around, but you can't shake any of these. And now Broadcom on the low. So that's another chip maker selling off, down 7. NVIDIA is still down 7.5 too. SMCI down 7. Again, even Intel gave up 5. But yeah, low-key, the chips are still getting pummeled into the lows right now. So watch out. I think the market's trying to shake it, but it's really hard to do so when all of your biggest chip names are just drilling into the red. The results of the future trades. The Russell came back to green, and I got out of that. And then I'm down a lot on the NASDAQ, but I'm still going to make another play. I'm still holding that. And then I sold out of my bond play with a very good profit. What about you? What are you in? You got any place? You tell me. But yeah, I'm still riding my Nazi. That one's mad. But I have room to buy a couple more, which I might. But I'm going to wait until the chips stop dying. Oh, damn. You never post your plays, homeboy. You drop your GGs, though. That's good. But, yeah, you ain't never fucking post a play, Lance. That's cold. That's cold. You know my plays, but you don't post any plays? What are you in, man? Tell me what you got. You're on the 12 broadcast. It's bad, bro. Chip. I even got the damn SMCI that got murdered. But all the chips. You shorted gold yesterday? Ballsy. And then NASDAQ just hit 2007. So this will either be a bounce point or it'll be a fake bounce, and then we'll go down a little bit lower and then go from there. Killing the long term. No MO? That helped. Dude, ASML, that was crazy. So their earnings wasn't even it wasn't a bad earnings. They were in the heart of the whole get clapped mode, because like literally they were the one that the government was going after. Adam Schiff calls for President Biden to drop out of presidential race. LA Times. Isn't Adam Schiff like the homie? I thought he was isn't he friends with like Nancy and all of them? All right, that candle's pretty green. Hi. So NASDAQ just bounced 40 points. ES just hopped up like 7 points. I don't know. Where's Russell? Russell's still down, but a lot of volume came into the Russell, but it's not moving up the same way, interestingly enough. Actually, Russell's even going a little lower. Oh, you got your immigration thing? Thank you, W. Wong. Nice. That's hype, bro. Nice. So, Chad, we sourced that very good. Good work. I thought Adam Schiff was friends with Biden. I thought that's weird. But yeah, he's calling for Biden to drop out of the race now. You are my buyer, my one long-term desire, and we is to say I want my long-term. Tell me why ain't nothing but a long term. Tell me why ain't nothing but a 10%. And I never wanna hear you say I'm selling my long term today. Tell me why. How do you send the long term? I don't care about your long term. I said just post a play. But yeah, I went through your Chad facts. You've asked a lot about my plays, but you've never posted one. You don't have to. I'm just curious. I didn't know how involved you were. So don't worry. I'm not giving you shit. But I thought it'd be cool to know. But let me go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. And I'll be right back.
TikTok, I understand that,
including Donald Trump, right?
But eventually, yeah. But eventually, look, we passed, we passed legislation on that that TikTok needs to divest itself from Chinese communist influence or divest itself from ownership within 6 months, or else or a year, or else it has to cease operations in the United States. So TikTok has concerned me, continues to concern me. But as long as there's still over 100 million users, I understand the reasons why. But does it bother me? Yeah, it bothers me.
Well, thank you for bringing us your view from the Select China Committee and from here in Milwaukee, Congressman. It's great to see you at the table. We thank you. Florida Congressman Carlos Jimenez with us here on Balance of Power, a special once again from Milwaukee on what is now day 3 of the RNC. And Kaylee, we're not only covering the Republican National Convention, but a lot of headlines that have to do with Joe Biden. He's about to do another interview today on Univision, and now this.
Congressman Adam Schiff, a Democrat, obviously, now calling on Biden to drop out of the race. This is according to the Los Angeles Times. Schiff, of course, is running for Senate in the state of California. We have seen this trickle of Democrats coming out in favor of Joe Biden leaving the race. It was on pause for a bit after the assassination attempt last weekend of Donald Trump. But Adam Schiff now apparently joining the ranks.
He had been talking with donors, saying that the Democrats would lose, according to reports. Now he's saying it out loud, it seems, Kaylee. This is something that we'll talk about coming up later with our political panel.
This is Bloomberg TV and Radio live from the RNC in Milwaukee.
If you listen carefully, you'll hear a rhythm in the markets.
You'll hear that everybody lies in the media to promote their financial agenda. Here at Bloomberg, we get paid a lot of money to do the same. Context matters. Context changes everything. Thank you. What the fuck, Bloomberg? Hey, we're sorry. We're just saying Donald Trump sell the bonds because we're going to buy them 48 hours later. But you should sell out 24 hours right now, and then we'll buy it back up in 2 days because, you know, and then Donald Trump, he gonna make the bonds because he gonna spend a bunch of money and not raise taxes, even though Biden did the exact same shit. So, you know, you better settle out right now. Oh, let's talk with more Republicans today. Oh, let's see what happened. Oh, are you scared? Oh, you should be scared because Donald Trump, he's not the president, but he'll kill every company because he's not the president. Context changes everything. Oh, what? I'm confused. Sorry. I got really into that, if you couldn't tell. Yeah, no fixed income plays, no bonds. No. I mean, dividends, that's about as close to fixed income. Am I good? I'm great, actually. I'm getting ready for PHILO. I'm feeling good. I got a lot of push-ups in today. I feel healthy. I took some profits. I have unrealized losses, but you know it's good. The last couple weeks I've been good, so I can't really complain too much. That's it. Anybody who's been on some hoe shit, I've just banned them. I haven't even said a word. You know what I'm saying? So I'm living life, man. I hope you're good. I got restricted on YouTube for making a video talking about Trump's assassination. So that sucks, but you know, God bless. Not anything I'm not used to. Bloomberg's a bunch of liars. I don't know what I'm missing. I think we're good. I don't know why. I was surprised. It said they blocked my video and said restriction, and it said unavailable on both of any video having to do with the Trump assassination. So I was like, man, that's crazy. Again, bro. I think it just had Trump assassination equals volatility in the title. So that's it. It's just too much. Can't use the assassin. I mean, that's what happened, though. This is weird, man. That's messed up. Hey, man, it happens, I guess. It happens. They clap me and I hear you say, oh, I want it that way. I'm sorry. Oh. Is it possible that the thing was staged? No, man. It really, and like, honestly, I said it yesterday because some of y'all were on it, but like you sound very like wild if you're like, yeah, it was staged. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. I need you to get on the roof, and I want you to aim at my head, but don't hit it. Just miss barely. Why don't I shoot you in the foot? No, that's not good enough. Everyone's been shot. The foot, everybody has a foot. We got to make it look real. Maybe take out a real firefighter in the back. I don't know. Just aim higher than the torso. Just try to get close, but then miss. Get as close as possible, then miss. Can you do that? How else are we going to get people to vote for me when I've already brainwashed everybody? I don't know. Can you do it? Thank you. Bond auction is starting right now, believe it or not. Just aim for the shoes. Okay, no, I trust you with my life. You know what they say, aim for the ear, you'll hit the ear. Is that what they say? I don't know. I mean, it makes sense, though. I said it yesterday, but like mother effers is dying, and then a mother effer, like, that's fake. That's the most Republican shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is the epitome of Alex Jones. Like, straight up, mother effer straight dying. And then they're like, fake. It's fake, and it's all organized and plotted to do this so that they could garner your vote. And that's why the illegal immigrants is fake. Like that's literally that's the whole QAnon shit. That's exactly where all this shit came from. And then you now have the Democrats doing the same shit. I'm like, you guys are fucking insane. When issued was 4.467. 4.467. That's the when issued. So get ready. 20-year auction right here, right now. Where is it? 4.466. Oh, a little lower, but why is it going down? 4.466. It was at 4.467. Interesting. It came in a little lower, but bonds are not getting a bid off of that. An RHI on the high. All right, there it is. See if the bonds react to that. Do it to say. All right, see what happens with the bonds. We get the bid to cover stats in a little bit. It's all from here. I think indirects were 77, direct was 14. That's weird. It would seem like it was good demand. The yields went lower. Indirects were even higher. I mean, I'm honestly surprised bonds aren't a little bit up there. But then again, I mean, bonds are near their top. I do have Backstreet Boys stuck in my head. 20-year bond, pre-sale, 4.466. It looks higher, but it's lower. Literally, it's lower by 0.001. His tariffs are going to cause inflation, and we've never had inflation before. I know, right? Isn't it weird? I've seen the market act more sensitive to potential Donald Trump inflation than when we had 9% inflation in reality. So I don't know. It's a weird concept, dude. It's not on the CME website. It's on Treasury Direct for the bond auctions. To say I want it long term. It is stuck in my head. It's awful. Left some random. It's funny, man. I could make a lot of jokes about the whole like assassination thing, and like more jokes about kind of people's reaction, but people get mad. It's so weird. Even some of y'all getting mad right now. The fact that y'all getting mad about me saying you shouldn't doubt an assassination attempt because it was clear people died. It's mind blowing how many people get bothered by it. It's really weird, bro. But it's been like this for a couple of years. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know, but y'all just, some of you guys, you Biden voters, y'all get hella fucking passive aggressive, okay? And it's very easy to spot. I'm trying to, you know what I'm saying? Because all of a sudden you start clapping me when I'm like, hey, y'all sound like Republicans. And then you're like, hell, fuck you, Josh. I'm like, okay, man, I don't know. I wonder what bothered you. I'm just saying, but you are the one who's doubting the whole assassination thing. I don't know, man. We'll see. Maybe. Because I don't know. I don't know who I'm going to vote for, but if it is Biden, if Biden ends up winning, I don't think I might not stream the next 4 years. I might just take a vacation, because y'all get way too passive with me. You know, I might just go get a tan, relax a little bit, and call it a day. You know, I'll let public service and ESG, they'll fund whatever I miss. There's no way. I think he might win. That's the sad part. I want RFK to win, to be honest with you. But I don't think it's going to happen. That's how they get people to believe, because people died. Yeah, man. Honestly, man, you know, they know how to do it. The only thing that makes me happy hearing this from you guys is I'm like, maybe we could bring the Illuminati back. That's it. I think maybe this is the right political environment where you motherfuckers can we start blaming the Illuminati? Because I feel like it's cool. It's been a while since I've got to blame the Illuminati. But now, since y'all just saying like they kill people to make it seem like it's real, because that's how they get you to believe. Okay. RFK, best out of 3. I don't know. Maybe RFK, if he could beat me on the golf course, I'll give him a shot. Now you're really getting striked. Yeah. That's okay. I got clapped the other day, bro. I'm fine. I'm chill. I usually just kind of lean into it. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of been my vibe. Biden, Netanyahu to meet at White House on Monday. We'll lean into it. No, I think Lendington stopped 10. Lendingtips just started flipping more houses. He got too busy to deal with tinfoil. At least I haven't heard any from him in a while. I'm still in Snap, yeah. It's good. We get ready for their earnings because I've been asked about Snap a lot lately. So I think this earnings could be pivotal. And then remember, long term is posted on this channel. So it'll be good. What if the shooter was unknowingly controlled? I love you guys so much, man. Because I think for some of y'all, this is like your first... Is this your first time? That's what it sounds like. It sounds like this is your first shooting that you didn't understand, and now you're reverting to tinfoil. I'm glad to welcome you guys to tinfoil land. I'm usually your daily guide, and I'm glad to be able to be of service, but this is your first time for some of y'all. I think it's their first, it really is. They're like, okay, but like, what if he was controlled? Joshua. Okay, Joshua, hold on. Hear me out. Have you heard of this thing they did called MK Ultra? Do you know about that? Did you know about this? Did you know? Like, let me send you this link. Let me show you. I read this. Here, let me show you this. What if it's possible? And then they staged. Do you know what a false flag is, Joshua? Have you heard? Do you know what false flag means? Yeah. So it's like a normal flag, but it's false. So, you don't know what a flag is? Okay, let me explain. It's like an attack, but it's not an attack. But you got to attack, so it's not an attack. But the only way you allow to attack is if you got attacked. So you got to fake the attack so that you have a reason to attack. So, and that's where it's like you got to think about it because he was just a kid. How did he get a ladder? Who taught him how to climb a ladder? Exactly. It makes no sense. Ain't nobody checked the barometer? Yeah, the air pressure. And the wind. Yeah, Yeah, it's deep. I'm just saying. I don't know. Because clearly you gotta think. They trained him. How did he learn? If he didn't, and then his phone. Did he have a cell phone? See? He had a phone. See? So, yeah. This is your first time. I remember my first time. Okay. It's okay. It's happened. We've seen a lot over the last decades. But, yeah. It happens. Did you take that one personally? See, imagine making fun of MK Ultra. Calm down, bro. They've made movies about it. I'm making a bigger, funnier joke, okay? He really Don't you fucking talk about MK Ultra, Josh. Not letting that one slide. Every other joke, but not that. PEG, that's popping up 3%, 2 candles. And then, damn, NASDAQ came back down. Yeah, the bond auction was good, but it barely moved. And then SPY still dumping. Again, I think you still have... and then, again, PEG just popped. I think NVIDIA is still getting murked. Tears laugh. That's good, man. I hope you guys laugh. I like to laugh. I get clapped on YouTube. I have to deal with some people who get really angry. So I hope I really appreciate y'all who have a good time, man. And comedy is a good outlet. So amen. Amen. No, don't even get me started on 5G. That was a good time. With banks, maybe. But I doubt it. I think right now there's just a lot of pressure just with the chip names in the overall market. But I think bonds are already up, and then they didn't move. They should have rocketed off of that auction. So maybe it comes up a little later and it's just delayed. But I really think 5%, 7% down on NVIDIA really has a big effect. Auction results are good. On Kroger for the long term. I like Kroger. They're not bad. They are not bad. And then SPY going low, bonds trying to go up. I guess VIX is up 12%. It's at 14. That's kind of high. Wasn't it just at 12 the other day? MO. JPM's still up a lot. SPY is just getting murdered. Do you guys not realize you're not getting any of these? That was your closest bounce, but every single bounce is fading. So I was telling you, one of these little levels here, that was going to be the real bounce, or if it goes down lower, I mean, there's a lot of ranges to go down to. There's still a lot of downside, because last time we got this low, we bounced up the next day. Remember, out of nothing, but with this much pressure in chip land, unfortunately, just there is downside lurking at every corner. It sounds so ominous. You just had sushi from Kroger, not too shabby. Nice. Never have sushi from Costco. I learned that the hard way. No scare you at supporty. Oh, that's good. That's good. I'm waiting. I want to make another play, but I do got to wait till the time. It's a weird time right now. 10:17. That was a big pop, though, at least on the NASDAQ. And then bonds, they're trying to go up. SPY dropped. There's a lot of comments. Again, they wanted to blame Trump. And then there was Biden comments on the chips. And it just one thing led to another. And then literally NVIDIA, ASML, SMCI just all got murdered. But it's a mixed market. There's still a lot of names that are doing up and good right now. It's not as bad as it looks. This is like last week when we said the same exact thing. Our Intel calls would have hit if that shit didn't reverse. That shit did what it did every time. It just goes up a shit ton and then, nah, I'm good. At least the Pfizer, though. The Pfizers, we made them free and then they came back down. So the Pfizers are the same price now, but we had a window to make them free. Hopefully you did. Marcus Hadley, baby. My man, good morning. GG's, baby. Most of their long terms, Walmart. You like where it's headed? I do. I like Walmart a lot. I think you should diversify and get other names, but Ain't nothing wrong with Walmart. I think it's a good name that's going to be around. And you get a little bit of a dividend. Oh, let's go. Gifted membership. Javier Mota. Mr. Mota. You have Mota? Mota? No? TNS Mota? Oh, okay, sorry. No, my bad. Mr. Mota. Yo, Roy, what's happening right now? Why y'all just showing love? Just hi. Let's go, Roy. Yo quiero fumar. Oh, whoa, calm down, bro. Calm down. Only yo quiero I know is Taco Bell. And then they canceled the Chihuahua. Apparently, the Chihuahua got a little too racist. You know that? That Chihuahua's offensive. I fucked with him heavy, though. You know, remember? Yeah, yo quiero Taco Bell. I loved him, bro. I love that little Chihuahua. Yeah, apparently, though, that was not acceptable. And then white people, if you're laughing, that's really offensive that you're laughing at this joke. Okay? I hope you realize that. Okay? So, everybody else, you may have a pass to laugh, but you white people, we're looking at you. You can't laugh at Yo Quiero Taco Bell. That's offensive. Thank you. Feels like Friday. We're just having fun, bro. Andy. I'd say your full name, but we're about to start PHILO. So we're going to refrain from that. Sound good? All right, good. Good. You said laughing white man right here? Okay. Oh, no, man. You took a little too much pride in that. That one's not concerned that you're laughing about it as much as I'm now more concerned about you drawing attention to it in that fashion. That's a little, oh, no, man. I don't know about that one. Okay. Oh. Chetadonia. Yes, it is time for PHILO. How y'all feeling? You feeling good, man? I got a good PHILO for you. I don't know. Sometimes y'all be catching strays. You know, sometimes the PHILOs be punching you in the face. Sometimes they don't. But truly, above all else, man, I really hope a lot of you guys have been getting encouraged. I'm very, very impressed with those of you who have been making an effort. And at the same time, too, man, I don't know. Maybe I hit you with tough love. Maybe it's the environment. Whatever it is, man, I hope some of y'all who are not doing anything, you know, some of you who are falling behind, some of you who spend more time on the internet doing less productive stuff, you know, if you ever feel a certain way, I hope this stuff motivates you to get on board, baby. I want you to do good in life. And the only way you could do that is by caring and trying. And, as somebody, think about it. We were just cracking a lot of jokes, man. I love making jokes. But as somebody who makes a lot of jokes, I understand sometimes it's very easy to not take things seriously because you don't want to face them. And I know I'm not saying run away from stuff, but I am saying in the sense you got to really think about it. It's very easy to spend your days avoiding the problem rather than trying it. Again, why do you think the people who make fun of you for trying, they are the ones that are scared to try themselves? They're terrified of it. That's why they got to joke about it. They got to downplay it. So that's why, above all else, I hope you realize I'm not trying to throw shade at anybody, but I am trying to clarify why I do shout out every single day those of you who make an effort. I don't care if it look cool. I don't care how it looks. I don't care if it look corny, if it give you aura, whatever. I don't care. I don't care about none of that. All I care is you actually gave an effort. And that's really what is going to take you a very, very long way. And I hope all of you, regardless whether you like me, you like this environment or not, don't be betrayed by the logic of the world, because this mindset will help you out, guaranteed. Guarantee it. Okay? So there's that. And then number 2, this is all my intro to today. Did I tell you guys how blessed you are? Did I remind you this? I wanted to make a video on this. I don't know if I told you this, but I had a talk with my girlfriend, and I had to tell my girlfriend, I was like, listen, baby, I love you. Okay? I told my girlfriend how much I love her, but I was also telling her, I was like, baby girl, you have no idea what real life is. I had to tell my own girlfriend. You know why? Because she grew up in Switzerland. Okay? But then we had a nice little talk, and I realized I don't even know what real life is. Huh? And guess what? You know what else I realized? I think a lot of y'all don't know what real life is. Huh? What? So here's the deal. What I'm trying to tell you, man, is you are extremely blessed. And you got to really realize it. For real, man. Right now, if you are working and you are making enough money to feed yourself, to clothe yourself, to live in a place. And listen, some people, it's shitty. I get it. You're not eating the best things. You're not living in the best environment. You may not even have a car. You got public transportation, whatever it may be. It doesn't matter. Bro, think about that. You're not working right now outside in negative conditions. You're not working outside in the heat all day. You're not working in a factory with no ventilation. Do you not, listen, I read every single day. For the last couple of months, I've gone over 200 pages in a college textbook on the Watchlist, going over these lessons for you guys. And if you haven't realized it, all this stuff about the global, international political economy, these factories, all of it, think about it, man. Think about all these factories and most of the people around the world. There's billions of people, and their conditions are nowhere near what you have. And it's so easy to not even think about it. It's so easy to post about all this shit you care about on social media and not really actually take it to heart. And to get all baby and sad and angry and fighting people and all these different things because you're not even really realizing how blessed you are. Where you don't even understand the reality of how good you have it. So I'm not here to bring you down. I'm not here to tell you you're an ungrateful prick, even though that's how I'll feel sometimes when I realize this, But this should motivate you, man, for real. And I hope all of you realize the level of opportunity that you have and why you can really change your life right now. And whatever you want to change it to, you can. And be motivated, bro. That's why I said, man, God got your back. Some of y'all need to take a step back and realize, bro, you have already been separated to a certain degree where you are enjoying life. And it may not be what you want, but no. You got some good stuff going on, baby. So, amen. Now, none of that is the PHILO. That was all just the intro, my man. Ain't that crazy? That's all just the intro. But today's PHILO is both spiritual and business. If you understand this spiritually, I think it'll help you out. If you understand this in business, I think you're going to do a lot better. You know that. I love it. I love what somebody told me today. And it meant a lot. Because it made me realize over all the years I spend with you guys, sometimes every day will be so helpful for you. But some of these little one-liners that I have taught you, if you truly take them to heart, they will change your life. The one I heard today was, you make your money off the buy. And it's funny because I know when the Chad said it, they were like, bro, just learning that one phrase changed my life with trading, with real estate, with my business. And I feel him because that's what happened to me. And I understand when it clicked for me, it really changed my whole entire life. One little thing. You make your money off the buy. Understanding that, my life has never been the same. What does it mean? It means you make your money off the buy. You know, I didn't make a lot of money because I sold my stocks in real estate for a high price. You know, I made a lot of money because I bought them at a low price. My gains, my safety, it was a result of me buying at the low. You're not going to make your money by selling it for a lot of money. You're going to make your money off of buying it cheap, by getting good value. Most good business deals, company. You buy a company, you buy a stock, you buy real estate, you buy anything. You are making your money off of the buy. Because if you buy it at a good enough price, it's impossible to lose. Even the littlest gain will mean it will be a bigger gain for you. You don't need to sell it at top dollar if you bought it at dirt cheap. So that's one right there, bro. And if you understand that in life, bro, your life just changed. Trust me, on a business one. But there's another one I have for you today. It's simple. You've heard what I'm about to share with you today. But I need you to really think about it. Because I was thinking about it, bro. I was thinking about it, and I think I failed at this. And it kind of relates to some of the other stuff I've shared with you. Where I told you, at times I feel like I've had fake tolerance. I feel like I try to adapt to people, or I dealt with shit that I really didn't vibe with in the name of trying to accomplish something. Literally, I feel like I have showed fake love trying to bring about the fruit of the spirit of love without it actually coming out. You're not feeling this one? It's okay. You can mute it. I haven't even said anything yet, but I feel you. But what I am talking about today is a very, very simple one. This right here. Oh, you're behind, I think. Today's PHILO, Chad. Say what you mean and mean what you say. That's it. That's your PHILO. I don't think y'all feel me. Say what you mean and mean what you say. My mom always says this, bro. It's funny. But it's funny. Without talking to my mom about it, I was thinking about this, man. And I was just really thinking how beneficial it was in both business and life and relationships, too. You know that some of y'all keep bringing, we were just talking about partners and getting married and investing and all of this, man. Some of y'all, you ask me about relationship stuff. Bro, all of your relationships will be 100 times better if you just say what you mean and mean what you say. Some of you, the problem, you have people in your life like that, and you either love them for it or you don't talk to them for it. Yikes. Yikes. That's why I'm saying this topic is actually pretty deep. Because can I warn you all today, right now? As somebody who doesn't know you, I don't know what you're going through right now. Some of you, this may apply, some of this may not. But can I give you a warning? That if you don't let people communicate with you, you don't let them tell you what they mean, and they say what they mean to you, and every time they tell you something, even if they try to give you an honest opinion and you lash out at them, they are going to stop telling you things. They will be too scared to tell you anything. I don't know if y'all feel me. Sadly, there's people like that with me. There's some people I know damn well I'm not going to try to correct them. I'm not going to try to tell them what they're doing good or bad. I am going to be fake with them. Because I already know the moment I try to, that's it. The door, every single time I've been attacked by it. I don't want, nope. You guys got to be careful. Because but think about the other side. How valuable is that relationship that you have with somebody where you could literally tell them anything? That one person you could say all the jokes to, and you could ask all the questions that would get you banned on YouTube. How valuable is that relationship? How safe do you feel in that? Do you see the value that you have somebody that you could actually share things with? It's priceless. It really is. Mm-hmm. So, Chad, say what you mean. Mean what you say. This is a business tip. This is for your relationships. This is for living. But can you get it? Like, do you know why, like, this is such a problem? It's one thing about the duality and what it'll create with you internally and how it'll give you confusion and all the stuff inside, right? We're already complex houseplants. But do you realize how easy it is to say things when you don't feel it? I don't know if y'all feel, but I think we've all got to learn this in the last couple of years. I've learned it more. But I told you the other day, bro, it's easy to give money if you're rich. It's easy to give time if you're unemployed. I could keep going down the list. Bro, it's easy to be a part of, like, oh, yeah, oh, I want to help the greater good. It's easy to say that but you're not really, you don't care about it. You don't feel it. You know, it was easy for me a lot of times. Again, at times, bro, it's easy for me to give to people, but I didn't really feel it because I was just giving something I had a lot of. It was easy to tell people certain things and like, oh, yeah, go ahead. Oh, yeah, I want you. Yeah, you should all do this. It hit different telling people to go do stuff than a couple years later you start getting banned for everything and everybody starts stealing stuff from you. It's different to give advice when that's not happening versus when it is. It's easier to support someone when you're employed versus unemployed. I could keep going down the list. I'm telling you. Do you realize how often we are doing this? Think about it. Bro, there's something in your life right now. You are saying it, but you don't feel it. Guess what? You're not going to feel the long term until it goes down. It's the same thing I was telling you the other day. Oh, yeah, I love the long term. Oh, I'm going to hold for 10 years. Yeah, because you don't feel what it's like to hold when it's not working for you. That's what I was telling y'all the other day. Some of y'all, you didn't have a long term until it went down. All of y'all were just lying about everything. Until the long term went down, then you were like, now you felt it like, oh, I'm going to hold for 10 years. Oh, I'm going to be committed to this. Yeah, you said it before it went down. That's what I'm saying. You said it, but you didn't feel it. You did not mean what you said. So, Chad, one of the simplest things you've ever heard, but it's so difficult to do. Say what you mean and mean what you say. And how you're going to do it, you need to know how you really feel about it. And this is my advice to you. I want you to rethink the things you don't feel yet. All these things where you're like, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to not do that, I'm going to do this, I'm going to not do that. I need you to rethink it. And ask yourself, if you felt the opposite, like if you actually were going through it right now. Because right now you're just saying, I'll do this thing, I believe this, because the consequence is so far removed, you're not really feeling it. How would you feel if it was around the corner? So, I don't know. I'm going to follow up with you on this one, okay? Because, like I'm saying, this one's tough. I know it's simple, but it's tough. And like I'm saying, in my own reflection, the way I'm looking, it's funny because I kind of laugh at myself, how I am with it. And it is hilarious how it's like, oh, yeah, this. But like when you don't feel it, you act different. You know, that's why some things I'm grateful for, because I have said it and I meant it and I felt it. And the opposite happened and I still stuck with it. Oh, it's amazing. But also, too, there's stuff I lied to myself about. That's why I'm saying there's a certain level of naivety. We brought that word up today. But you got to start thinking about it. Is what you're saying built out of real belief? Are you doing what you say and meaning what you say out of real belief? Or is it because you haven't experienced something or there's some naivety coming out of it? That's what you got to ask yourself. So, Chad, I hope you think about this. I hope you take it to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure, guys, are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hard chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Screamer Lads boot camp and real estate course. Let's see. Let's get a classic in here. Cornmeal.
Hey man, I love y'all. It's a coat, baby. 2020. Hey, yeah. I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked him what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clap. Yeah, I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clap. Yeah, let me start this with a thanks and a fuck you. It don't matter what I say, just know I love you. It's not about what's coming out, but in your heart, fool. So I ain't care how you talk, I won't judge you. Cause they judge me, they said I must be a new religion or a color or a country, a dummy or a junkie. I'm humbly getting money, I'm different, don't be grumpy. I'm only showing love, G. So you should just chill, for real. I do this for my people out there trying to stack a meal. I ain't wanna be a leader, but I'm ready to be killed. Cause I cannot wait to meet them in the plan that we're revealed. Damn, I told you that we different. Ain't slow but come up quickly. I know that don't sound sexy, I know that you're a little tempted, but this your intervention. You pay with playing time while they pay you no attention. I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit claps. Yeah, they talking, but it broke through what broke through. If I'm shopping, only cribs and a whip too. But it's still the same Jordan shorts from middle school. I ain't flexing, I just show what priorities do. Got the wagon, no coupe, you getting mad at my fruit, cause it ain't happen to you. I look around at the room, these people trying to be cool. Like what this shit mean to you? Ain't got a lot of class, but they still act in high school. So tell me this, who you trying to impress? And if you don't achieve this, would it leave you depressed? And if they don't like you now, why you want their respect? And if you got one life to live, why you do it for them? So please tell me this, who you trying to impress? And if you don't achieve this, would it leave you depressed? And if they don't like you now, why you want their respect? And if you got one life to live, why you do it for them? I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clapping. It's a coke, baby.
Sorry.
Hey man, it's a coke, baby. 2020. Yeah. Let's hop in the game. Check me, man. Say I'm cringe and they showing me some hate. That's okay, cause I laughing too, but I laugh to the bank. Got a problem, what you really tryna say? They throwing shade, you a bitch, you wouldn't say it to my face. Made it even though I made mistakes. Guess I say, why you think I read my Bible every day? So you good? My God is great. I made a coat, why you only make complaints? Come on, bro, why you so serious? I'm living for investors, why you living for experience? The drip of my portfolio is looking real amphibious. I do this shit for Kobe, so that lazy, I ain't hearing it. Bad back, I ain't really want problems, but that's kind of ironic, cause I'm paid a ton to solve them. Call it what you want, but either way I call it often. They profit off my talking, so nothing I say is nonsense. Stop this, honest, teaching them more than college. Can't put me in a box, but ballin' like I was riding. Think I talk a lot, and how come you cannot call me? Sorry, do this for the youth and ones before me. Yeah, Johnny, this is the beginning of the story. I just hope you listen, it's simple but kinda boring. But when it's not exciting, I usually make a fortune. I went and read my Bible that moment I had my old shit. You should go and focus, study up on some old shit. Uncle, but I ain't old yet, how the hell do you know this? Started this shit in 06, started the crash of the mortgage. Bought the dip, made the fortune, now I'm rolling in Rosses. Ha! Now this sound like a rap song. Funny like I'm black, some money like I was Ackman. Ghost them like they was Pac-Man. Holding it so fast, I'm hoping you bought it back. The fallacies in the stash. Sound cringe and they're showing me some hate. But that's okay, cause I'm laughing too, but I like to the bank. Got a problem, what you really trying to say? They throwing shade, you a bitch, you wouldn't say it to my face. Made it even though I made mistakes. Guess I'm safe, why you think I read my Bible every day? So you good? My God is great. I made a coat while you only make complaints. Hey man, it's a cold. 2020, baby.
All right, my bad. I was playing it, but I was getting the earnings previews. So let me play this in the background. We have earnings previews next, and then we will be done for the day. Then it should be Power Hour. Hi.
When you say, well, we're going to limit technological innovation in AI, what does that mean? Every company, every entity is thinking about AI, and I think that does not give clear market signals about what U.S. policy is for national security purposes. We all want to limit China's access to our dual-use intellectual property that they're now turning and using against us in an international warfare sense.
So
that's true.
You like this policy?
I don't
you
like.
You just want a more direct approach.
I think the kind of approach that President Trump used, where we had lists of at the Commerce Department, list at the OFAC list, at the Treasury, a DOD strategic company list. That's a better way to go because it's a green light, red light situation, and not a broad ban on global investing by U.S. investors in AI. I think it's too vague. I think we need to keep working on this.
I'd like to talk about another form of technology, crypto technology, which of course you are passionate about. You chair the Digital Assets Subcommittee in the House. Both Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are pretty crypto positive, it seems. Donald Trump increasingly so, but we both know there's only so much power the president has to assist with regulation. Congress has to write a lot of those rules.
Are you crypto positive? Ask your doctor about Abivai today.
If they don't have both chambers of Congress, knowing how difficult it has been to get legislation through the House, it has happened, obviously, during this Congress, but the Senate is a whole other ballgame.
Well, I think being pro-innovation for digital assets is a good position for President Trump. He's been very outspoken on it. He's against a central bank digital currency where the Fed at retail offers a digital currency. That's a bad idea. But being pro-innovation is good. So how could he do that? Well, he can appoint people at the CFTC and the SEC that are actually for economic growth and for limited regulation and for focusing how to build a digital future instead of relying on old laws. We wrote the Fit 21 Act, which specifically does that. We give authorities.
Chad, I want another bag of hot Cheetos. But I feel the heartburn finally.
Some of that
and MO is going up
by exemptive relief or by regulatory proposal by the SEC, and Chairman Gensler chose not to do it. So we're giving.
Remember, I told you the other day I didn't feel anything.
And I would hope President
Trump,
like
4 of
if we
them.
don't get that bill passed in this
small
Congress,
bags,
I would hope
the
it'll be
mini
the first
bags.
bill
It's
that
like
we can get on his
child-sized
desk in the
bags.
House Financial Services Committee in 2020.
I have small hands though, so it's perfect size
Trump
for me.
Says he wants to be the first crypto president. But then you read this.
He does have an NFT. You know.
Well, that's true. No, he's making money on crypto. Bitcoin went nuts at the beginning of this week, and of course, around the whole conversation of Joe Biden's acuity, it's been crypto positive for prices. He also said in an interview with Bloomberg Businessweek that he'd keep Jay Powell on to serve out the rest of his term. Is that surprising to you, and do you agree with him?
Well, I think Chairman Powell, I don't agree with every decision that Chairman Powell has made as Fed chairman, particularly by letting inflation run, which he did in 2020, and with his policy change, and then saying it was going to be transitory when many of us on Capitol Hill absolutely were on the record saying it absolutely is not. And Larry Summers, Democrat, agreed with that point of view.
No, the boot camp does not go over that.
A capable leader at the Fed, and I think it makes.
But I'd love to show you. I mean, if you're here every day, we could go over some.
Serve out his term,
especially when we have free time, not talking about stocks.
Then the president can reappoint Mr.
Okay, old white man talking politics. I appreciate it, but now let's get our earnings previews. I only have a couple of them. We got a little bit coming into. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't do the ones for after the bell. Okay, hold on. No, I need more time. I'm a stoopy. Please hold. I only did the ones for tomorrow morning.
We're looking at it every
I forgot we have some after the bell today.
They need to have the independence to do the job they think is appropriate in the Fed. I value Fed independence. We've had it both ways in American history, and I prefer an independent Fed.
We heard in
Netflix
Jay
is
Powell's
tomorrow, but today we have
Capitol
some.
Hill last week, a few Democrats suggest that a cut or even a hike in September will be billed as political because of its proximity to the election.
Well,
do you buy into that?
Look, I think everyone on the open market committee knows that anything they say or move they make one way or the other between now and the first Tuesday in November is going to be deemed political by one side or the other. They're very
Should that keep them from doing it?
No, I think they've got to stick to their knitting. But this is why I prefer rules like the Taylor rule. I prefer an analytic approach instead of a Kentucky windage approach, or as my friend Jim Grant says, a PhD standard for setting rates as opposed to the gold standard or a mathematical.
And then guess what?
Look, they're going to be under criticism.
You have Discover today after the bell.
They need to do what's right.
So your American Express plays are all going to move off of that.
Thousands of dollars more, and it's a key
Do you
reason
feel
why
me,
I suspect
homeboy?
that President Trump will be reelected.
I don't have
because of Joe
Discover
Biden's
I only
mishandling
have
of-
the. Oh no, I do
of
have
the
it.
economy at a key moment,
That's
which is
weird.
how costs for households and property and casualty insurance and rent.
Well, we have
and
to get
gas
going
and
now, so
groceries,
if you
all the
could
things
shut the
cover
F
every
up.
day.
Thank you.
All right, well, Congressman, we always appreciate you
We
joining
always
us here
appreciate you.
at
It's a nice way
Bloomberg.
to say it.
Great to be with you.
Congressman French Hill of Arkansas, of course, of the Financial Services Committee, and hoping to be its next chairman.
You said it. We'll have a lot more, of course, with Congressman Hill when we get back to Washington, D.C. In the meantime, join us for a later edition of Balance of Power, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll be joined by Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
All right. Ron Swanson. Sounds like a fake name. Okay, what's your real name, Habibi? Okay, Ron Swanson, uh-huh. Sure. What is your real name, huh? Come on. All right. I think I got them all. There's a couple. I don't know. I don't really like as many of these earnings. There's a couple I'm going to skip, but I looked them up to see what they were pricing in. They're not pricing in a lot, so I don't think we're going to miss much. But, let me send out a stream alert, actually. Earnings previews beginning. On Spotify, it's connected to Netflix. I don't play it. You don't want to mess it up twice. It'll be good. Netflix is usually a good earnings play. We hit a big Netflix not too long ago, but the last couple of quarters, ever since the one we hit on Netflix, because I think we got that one early too, it's been pricing in a ton. So just unfortunately, there's just heavy pricing on all of them. Red coming up now. It's crazy the bonds are still the same after a good auction. And the market's awful. And then like SMCI, everything is down because of the chips. A lot of every chip maker except Intel, because Intel got a little bit benefit off of the political comments. But pretty much everything is negative off of the chip ban proposed by Biden. And then a little bit of the comments from Donald. But that led to a very, very big downside on the NASDAQ, and then the concentration just clapped everything. We'll go over TSM earnings here in a little bit, but give it one more minute. I just wanted to give the stream alerts people time just in case they wanted to be here. We're going to go over UAL, TSM, Cintas, Domino's, DR Horton, Abbott, Infeed, and then Discover. Yeah, bond auction came in good, actually. But surprisingly, bonds went lower. All right, so UAL, remember Delta was bad the other day. All right, so UAL revenue expected to be $15.08 billion. Oh, market is handling to start off the earnings preview. Thank you, my man. Good morning. Good afternoon now. UAL expecting $15.08 billion in revenue, adjusted operating income $1.89 billion, adjusted operating margin 12.6, adjusted net income $1.3 billion, EPS of $3.96 a share versus guidance of $3.75 to $4.25, passenger load factor 86.4%. Next quarter expecting revenue of $15.18 billion, adjusted operating income $1.69 billion, adjusted operating margin 11.2%, adjusted net income $1.16 billion, EPS $3.51, and a passenger load factor of 86.5. Full year guidance $9 to $11 for EPS. Since last quarter, April 16th, UAL is up 7.6. S&P is up 11.5. HE popping. What is this? Yo, Hawaiian Electric, big pop here. It was kind of already up there. No, I got out of my play earlier in bonds. I'm down a double dip, but for now I have no bond plays. So please like the video. Thank you. Beige Book is coming out, actually. Yeah. Fed Beige Book. This report was prepared at the Federal Reserve of Richmond. Economic activity maintained a slight to modest pace of growth in a majority of districts this reporting cycle. Expectations for the future of the economy were slower growth over the next 6 months. Here, let me do this. I'm going to get the Fed Beige Book, and I'm going to get AI to cook it up for you while I give you the other earnings previews. Today is June, July 17th. HTML. Yeah, Beige Book. There's a couple quotes. Again, prices increased at modest pace. Growth. It's pretty simple. I have the breakdown already. Again, if you could just go to the Fed website, this is all I'm doing is copying and pasting this into the app. And then it's going to tell it for you, but very, very simple. So give me 2 more minutes while this cooks up. All right. So while it does that, again, UAL up 7, SPY up 11, XLI up 2.9. Near-term options for UAL, pricing an 8.4% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 17, gain of 5, loss of 10, gain of 3. Revenue has beaten 9 of the last 20 quarters with 8 in line. EPS has beaten 14 of the last 20. So UAL can move a lot if you guys haven't realized that by now. UAL has moved more than what it's priced in, but it could also do nothing. 47.25. What is that? 370? Yeah. So less than 10%, but still a lot. So 370 divided by 47.22, 7.8%. 370 times 2, 740 is 2 standard deviations. VFC popping. Yo, VFC kind of surging. It's a little older there, but that one candle just took it up. Again, they sold Supreme today for $1.5 billion. And then again, UAL's decent. UAL can move. It has the ability to move. It just hasn't done it in a while. So that's up to you. And then here is the Beige Book read to you by Josh Answers. Economic activity maintained a slight to modest pace of growth in a majority of districts this reporting cycle. However, while 7 districts reported some level of increase in activity, 5 noted flat or declining activity, 3 more than in the prior reporting period. Wages continued to grow at a modest to moderate pace in most districts, while prices were generally reported to have risen modestly. Household spending was little changed this period, according to most district banks. Auto sales varied across districts this cycle, but some districts noted that sales were lower due in part to a cyber attack on dealerships and high interest rates. Most districts saw soft demand for consumer and business loans. Reports on residential and commercial real estate markets varied, but most banks reported only slight changes, if any, in recent weeks. Travel and tourism grew steadily and was on par with seasonal expectations. Agricultural conditions varied in tandem with sporadic droughts across the nation. Districts also reported widely disparate trends in manufacturing activity, ranging from brisk downturn to moderate growth. Retail restocking spurred slight growth in transportation activity. Meanwhile, tight capacity in ocean shipping led to a surge in spot rates. Expectations for the future of the economy were for slower growth over the next 6 months due to uncertainty around the upcoming election, domestic policy, geopolitical conflict, and inflation. Labor markets, on balance, employment rose at a slight pace in the most recent reporting period. Most districts reported employment was flat or up slightly, while a few districts reported modest employment growth. Several districts reported declines in employment in the manufacturing sector due to slowdowns in new orders. Skilled worker availability remained a challenge across all districts. However, several districts reported some improvement in labor supply conditions. Additionally, labor turnover was lower, which reduced demand to find new workers. Looking ahead, contacts in several districts expect to be more selective on who they hire and not backfill all open positions. Wages grew at a modest to moderate pace in most districts. However, several districts reported some slowing of wage growth due to increased worker availability and less competition for workers. Prices increased at a modest pace overall, with a couple districts noting only slight increases, while consumer spending was generally reported as showing little to no change. Almost every district mentioned retailers discounting items or price-sensitive consumers only purchasing essentials, trading down in quality, buying fewer items, or shopping around for the best deals. Most districts noted that input costs were beginning to stabilize. However, Atlanta specifically noted products like copper and electrical supplies have seen a notable increase over this period. That's it. That's the main one. Then it goes individual. But again, it sounds like things are that whole consumer weakening and noticing that people are only going for necessities. I feel like we've gotten a lot of that, but then, like it's saying, nothing has changed too much. Yeah, this is me now. Continuing. The next earnings is Discover. This chart actually looks quite fascinating. But Discover, they're expecting revenue of $4.18 billion, provision for loan losses $1.62 billion, total operating expenses $1.55 billion, efficiency ratio 37.1, EPS of $3.08 a share, net interest margin 10.89%, ending loans $126.45 billion, net charge-offs $1.54 billion, full year guidance December 24, net interest 10.7 to 11%, OPEX plus MSDs percentage NCO 4.9 to 5.2. Price history since last quarter, April 17th. Discover is up by 9.5. S&P is up 11.8, and XLF is up by 6.8. Near-term options imply 4.6% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 4, loss of 11, loss of 8, loss of 16. Revenue has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters with 4 in line, and EPS has beaten 10 of the last 20 with 1 in line. So something's quite interesting about Discover. Not only is it near all-time highs, but let's double-check that pricing. Something quite interesting. $285 plus $285. So $570, that's about right. Divided by 141. So 4% priced in. $11.40 both ways. Yeah, so here's the thing about Discover. There is a potential buyout thing going on. I don't think that's been confirmed, but I'm looking at how much it's moved. So it's only pricing in 4%, but literally 3 of the last 4 earnings, it's moved double or triple that. So very interesting. Well, 1140, 141, they'd be like, what, 152? $65, a little out there. Or 130. So it's like 60 cents both ways for 2 standard deviations. But yeah, they've moved a lot. I mean, even in the last couple of days, Discover popped up. But yeah, that's kind of up there. We'll come back to that. It's not bad. It's not bad. But those are for after hours. There's a couple more after hours, but none of them I don't really think are that important. So now let's get into the morning. So tomorrow, TSM. I think this is the one everybody wants for tomorrow, AM. Honestly, I think this is going to change a lot, too, especially with how chip makers reacted here today. But TSM, they're expecting EPS of $9.14, revenue of $659.5 billion, operating income $275. I think this is in Chinese yuan too, or Taiwanese currency, whatever they use. Gross margin 52.6, operating margin 41.7. Next quarter expecting EPS of 1077, revenue of $734.6 billion, operating income $308.97 billion, gross margin of 52.3, operating margin of 42. Since last quarter, April 17th in Taiwan, they're trading up 29%, the Taiwan index up 18, and near-term options imply a 10% move. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters with one in line. EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters. This is TSM. So literally $12, $12.05. So $12 priced in. Market maker thinks they will move $12 either way. It's about 6.9. It's not bad. It was pricing in more. So I think after today, that kind of killed it. But 6.9, $24 would be 2 standard deviations. Sadly, that would be like right where the stock was. So 2 standard deviations is literally just getting back up to the high it was just at. I think that was the Taiwanese dollar is what it was priced in at. Still expensive, though. But, yeah. It's I think it's easy to get up to 2 standard deviations. That's why you still have to pay $1.80 for it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. And then what time is it? 11:12? Because we're kind of working our way up. All right. Next one is Cintas. CTAS. No play on TSM. Damn, Cintas killing it. So Cintas expecting revenue $2.47 billion, gross margin 48.8%, operating margin 21.5%, EPS $3.79, full year guidance revenue $10.26 billion, gross margin 49%, operating margin 21.7%, and EPS of $16.43. Since last quarter, March 26th, Cintas is up 12.9, S&P is up by 8.12. Or 8.2. Near-term options imply 4.6% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 8, gain of 7, loss of 5, and break even. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters with 3 in line, and EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. They don't have next week options, so be mindful. This one's going to be expense, Habibi. 30. I'm getting $33 Seems to be about 5%. Yeah, it's very illiquid, and there's limited contracts. So $33 divided by 721.14. Ooh, 4.5%. Then $66 will be 2 standards. But yeah, it's expensive. Maybe these ones aren't bad, 800s, considering the price of the stock. But yeah, that chain is wild. If J&J could go above 3%, it gets active. Bonds are breaking out. So bonds came down after the auction, went a little lower, but now they're climbing back up to the highs again. Yeah, J&J might be able to go up. It's at its peak right now. I think it's just kind of burning some of the option premium. All right. So next one is Domino's. So again, these are all for tomorrow morning. The pizza. Pfizer's back above 30? No way. Planet Fitness on the high too. Pfizer above 30. We need that coming into the close. Because even last time, it never held 30. It just hit it and then came right back down. So a close above there would be fire. All right, Domino's. Comps in the U.S. expected to go up 4.9. Company 6.9. Franchise or 6.3. Franchise 4.3. Revenue $1.1 billion. G&A 9.8%. Operating margin 18.5 and EPS of $3.65. 20,900 stores. Next quarter, no, they don't have next quarter guidance. Price history since last quarter, April 28th, Domino's is down by 3.2, SPY is down or is up by 10.4, and XLY is up by 8.7. Near-term options imply 5.4% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 6, loss of 1, and break even. Revenue has beaten 6 of the last 20 quarters with 4 in line. And EPS has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters. So honestly, they're just underperforming. But what's the problem with Domino's? So Domino's, it literally hasn't even moved that crazy in the last couple of earnings. It's underperforming industry and SPY heavily. Yeah, there it is. You got it right on the head. It's consumer. It's very much consumer related. So think about the beige book and everything else we've been going over. It has a real big consumer element, all things considered. So I think maybe it's already reacted to that. So literally $30 is priced in. We'll go with $29.50. We'll go $29.75. It was pricing in 6. So it's actually pricing in more than the preview is saying. So the probability, like literally after the last couple of days, this thing's pricing in more ahead of the report. So what is it, $60? That's 2 standards. Like what, $5.40? Expense. And $4.20. Expense. So yeah, you still got to pay for it. If there's like $30 plays both ways, I might want to go for it. But yeah, it's already react. But this one could get juicy, just because I'm saying the consumer element. If they drop the ball there, then we're gonna have something else to worry about. All right. And then the next one, D.H. Horton. I'll go over this. I'm probably not going to play. Builders suck. They are very hard to play unless you're just going to grab puts to get lucky. That'd be the only thing I would go with any of the builders. So D.H. Horton expecting $9.65 billion in revenue versus guidance of $9.5 to $9.7. Pre-tax income $1.67, SG&A $7.6 versus guidance of $7. Home building margin $23.4 versus guidance of $23 to $23.5, and then EPS of $3.77. No play on TSM. I already did TSM. Yeah, no play. I think it could easily get to 2 standard deviations, but you have to pay $1.90 for it, so not really worth it. Next quarter revenue expected for D.H. Horton, $10.4 billion. Home builder gross margin 23.5, SG&A 7.3, pre-tax income 1.79 billion, and EPS of $4.08. Sorry, I need to stand up. Full year guidance expecting revenue of 36.7 to 37.7 billion. Homes closed by home building operations 89,000 to 91,000. Full year guidance on the year revenue 36.7 to 37.7. Price history since last quarter. DH Horton is up by 4.4. SPY is up by 12.1, and XLY is up by 11. Near-term options imply 5% move. Last 4 quarters, break even, loss of 9, gain of 3, and loss of 2. Revenue is being consensus 18 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. EPS is being 18 of the last 20, and forward quarter 5 of the last 20 quarters. And yeah, that's crazy. It's pricing in 5%. My goodness. $7.90. So about $8. $8 divided by 160. 5%? Exactly? So that's kind of a lot. I don't know. So $16 would be 2 standards. I kind of like the puts just because it's went up so much, but that's about it. So, like, literally 2 standard deviation put. It was literally there, like, 2 days ago. 3 days ago. Oh, was I looking at the weekly, though? Yeah, hold on. I was looking at the weekly. It's not worth it. So if it was $30, I would have played it. But I'm literally on the weekly. So next week is like $60. That's the only play I like. Intel's on the low. And then Microsoft on the high. High ticker is waking up. Yeah, again, that Microsoft, that sticks out. And MO, bro. My goodness. We going to 50, baby. We're going to this shit. We're going to this shit. No? All right, that's DH Horton. And then the final 2, we got Abbott and then INFY. So remember, Abbott, this thing don't move. I played it last time hoping it would. The play went up for a little bit and then didn't work, but they're kind of in the gulag again. I do get attracted to Abbott. So they don't price in a lot, but they're lagging so heavy behind the SPY and everything else that if they actually do good, then they'll be able to go up. So Abbott revenue, they're expecting $10.37 billion. Adjusted gross margin 56%. Expenses $2.87 billion. R&D $681.3 million. EPS $1.11 versus guidance of 108 to 112. Full year guidance EPS of 455 to 470. And organic sales excluding COVID 8.5% to 10% since last quarter, April 16th. Abbott is down by 5.7%. S&P is up by 11.5%, and XLV is up by 6.5%. Near-term options imply a 4.3% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 3, gain of 4, and gain of 4. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters with 2 in line, and EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 with 3 in line. Yeah. Abbott. So I like Abbott. I tried to play it last time. I remember it didn't hit, though. It hit for like a split second, but it was so small. But like this is the one that's like gulagged. What are you saying about not wanting to play it? You said you're looking at the wrong week. So when I looked at the weekly, it said $30, and I'm down for $30 to the downside only. That's what I would have done. But then I looked, I was on the week of. So the criteria is look the next week. If you go to next week, it's like $60, $70 for for that same price. And so that's why I was like, nah. I'd rather like $30 I think is a good risk to reward for it. You mean I'll get to it once we're done with all the previews, or again whenever we have time. But good work, baby. Good luck on the first property. Amen. So Abbott. Again, this one I like it, but it's expensive. Or it just doesn't move. It's not really expensive. So 445. That says 450. That's about right. 445 divided by 105. It's about 4.2%. Was that 890? $890. So 114. So 114 or 96. Cheap, habibi. Yeah, it's cheap. It just don't go up. Yeah, man. I don't know. It was the same play last time. Remember, it did that move. It like popped and dropped, and then we had one day of it going up, and then it faded. But then I remember my downside play on it hit, I think. If you could get more time for the same price, it might be a better deal. I like it. It's a value play. That's it. Go look at Abbott has underperformed this SPY and healthcare and everything so bad. So Abbott is just in the gulag. So the moment they have a good earnings, it's going to rocket up. So maybe they could even go down some more, but they've already been killed. But I really do think the upside is very good. Oh, yeah, Alcoa has earnings. I just didn't have the preview. Alcoa is dumping right now, too. All right, that's Abbott. And then the final play. Info Systems, INFY. Oh, wow, this thing was clapped and then woke up. So expecting 4.66 billion in revenue. Is it in rubles? Is this Indian? 80.67 billion rubles. Margin 20.8. EPS 14.95. Since last quarter, they're up 20% in India, 20% in the stock market, and then Indian stocks are all trading higher. So I didn't know. This is Indian. INFY. Where are my Indians at? Y'all know this? It's in rupees. No next week plays. So all you have is weeklies, 2050, $1.20. Yeah. Only pricing in 5%. That's not bad, actually. How has this thing moved on the last? It doesn't say, does it? Damn. This looks like one of those small cap crazy ones, but how come it's not pricing in a lot? What am I missing? This seems too cheap for a play like this. So what is it? 120, 240? 20 is like $23. Or like 17, 18. Yeah, that's weird. Usually these like heavy moving $10, $20 stocks, they usually price in 10% and then 20% for 2 standard deviations. In this case, it's only pricing in 5%. 10% is 2 standard deviations. Very interesting. But then you only get, what, a day of time? Yeah, you only get 2 days of time. Maybe that's why. Because even the next weeks, they're only 5 cents more. But then I guess you're paying more. You're paying more for an option or just as amount as one share. Nike. All right, well, that's it. If we don't make a play on that one, that one's the most interesting one out of all of them, though. Nike is coming up. And VF. That or Discover. That one wasn't a bad price. But I don't think I'm going to make a play on anything. I think I'm out for now. Yeah. And then Philip Morris. Nike broke down. Nike have a long way to go, Habibi. Nike has to get above like $75 or $78 for us to be feeling a little bit more confident. All right. I think that's it, though. Abbott, I like to the upside as a surpriser. I'd get DH Horton to the downside if it was cheaper. Domino's, I think, is the most consumer-related, so that has the biggest risk in that sense. And then, again, Discover. Domino's is the one with the consumer. Discover is interesting just because of the buyout stuff, and then the price isn't that bad. TSM is possible to go 2 standard deviations, but you got to pay for it. You're not really getting a discount on it. I'm not playing anything for earnings. Maybe we punt and just wait for Netflix. Let's see. Yeah, Netflix pricing in $54 again. Ay. And it hasn't moved since after giving back all of that. It's pretty much been the same price since May. I mean, the SPY's working its way up. We got, 30 minutes here left till power hour. This is like your first real rally that you've built. I mean, SPY's still a long way from home, but it's decent. And then VFC is breaking out again. Up 14, breaking a new high. So not bad. Not bad at all. And bonds are a little lower than where I closed. Russell's higher than where I covered. NASDAQ coming up a little bit, but still clapped. But I have not made another move yet. But not bad. All right. I'm going to go to the bathroom now. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
Kind of policy mix
and I'll be right back. An hour and a half till close, baby.
Inflation calm, bringing down interest rates. Does it have the opposite effect? There's a taxation story, of course. That's on the economic side. Then on the global front, I think the big story will be putting tariffs on merchandise goods that arrive into the U.S. from trading partners, not just China, but, you know, Mr. Trump has promised to swing a big stick at European states too and anybody else who has a deficit with the U.S. So there's going to be a lot of friction when it comes to the buying and selling and trading of goods and services with the rest of the world too, and that will have implications and eventually will have a knock-on consequence for prices that people pay on the high street. So, as I said at the beginning, everyone's trying to get our head, we're not there yet, but everyone's trying to get our head across this candidate's proposals.
We're certainly pulling in from anywhere we can to kind of paint the entire picture. You helped us do that. Enda, thank you so much. Enda Curran, Bloomberg News Global Economy reporter, joining us there from our Washington, D.C. bureau there at Bloomberg News in D.C. Coming up, everybody, we're going to get to actually a top-performing fund manager. It's in the growth space. He's really been outperforming most of his peers over the past 5 years, and he continues to make the case specifically for NVIDIA and many of the Magnificent Seven. They make up a lot of his top holdings.
Yeah, certainly under pressure today. The NASDAQ composite down 2.5%, the S&P down 1.2%, while the Dow is still higher. All that and more after this first check of the latest world and national news. We got Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Tim. Nearly two-thirds of Democrats say President Biden should withdraw from the presidential race and let his party select a different candidate. The new AP Nork Center for Public Affairs research poll finds only 3 in 10 Democrats are confident that Biden has the mental capacity to serve as president. Meanwhile, House Democrat Adam Schiff of California, now the latest to call for Biden to step aside. Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin says tariffs on China are critical to ensuring a fair trade environment for the U.S. He spoke on Bloomberg Surveillance.
China is not just a rival. They're trying to dominate the world, and they're trying to do it at the expense of the United States. We need to not only protect ourselves against China, but we need to fight back. And so the tariffs that President Trump imposed on China when he struck the first Chinese deal were critical in order to rebalance an unbalanced situation with China.
Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin. The Department of Homeland Security's Inspector General says it opened up an investigation into how the Secret Service handled security at Donald Trump's rally on Saturday. In a brief notice posted to the website, the agency said the objective of the probe is to evaluate the Secret Service process for securing the event. No date given as to when that investigation was launched. President Biden had already directed an independent review of security at that rally. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
Classic, man. Classic. All right, we're back. So, again, a little bit of a rally there from the bottom. Still in the absolute gulag, but it looks a little bit better than what we were dealing with earlier in the day. NASDAQ still absolutely murdered. Down almost 3%, 2.5%. So that end of the day move, I'm sure, will be good. We just completed all of our earnings previews. I did not make any plays out of any of them. But there's a lot of compelling opportunities that you all could make your plays on. And that's it. I think we chilling. And then that's all. That's where we're at right now. How you feeling, Chatadonia? How you feeling? You feeling good? I hope so. I hope so. It might be 2K time. I think so. I mean, I'm kind of waiting for another trade, but I'm also down to kind of punt a little bit. We do have what? Oh, we got 30 minutes. Still power. I'm kind of down. Let's see if we could get a quick one in. All right, here. Let me see. Mark, are you here? Homeboy with the real estate, before I play any 2K. Let me talk about this one. I don't know if he's still here. Paging Mark. All right, so Mark, you're pretty much, you got a big long-term, it looks like. Big long-term, bad credit. And so are you asking, should you sell out to pay for the flip to avoid the credit? And your mom says don't sell the long-term. You're willing to empty to use that with your cash. So I'm not really following. So you're not in a deal right now. You just want to make a real estate deal, and then I guess what are you asking? I'm not really following too on depth with that. So you have cash, you have a long term, but you do not want to use your credit. I'm not following. Because don't worry, if you have cash, the credit doesn't matter. And then once you put a house on credit, and as long as you don't fuck up that and you actually pay it, if anything, it'll help your credit. But I'm still, it seems very early stage right now. I'm not really following the whole game plan or what the dilemma is. Pay the credit. I don't think I think he just has bad credit. I don't think it's an issue of credit card debt. You don't think you'll get the credit, so I'm thinking cash. You say sell the LT only after 10 years of real estate. Well, yeah, I mean, so even then, I don't think that changes anything, right? If you are going to buy real estate, you can't sell it and then go with what you need. But if you have 20% down you don't need the credit. So I would look into it. I'd contact the lender. I could maybe forward it to Lending Tips or any of the Colt lenders out there, but I would just talk to a lender. You're going to have to get your credit ran and go through it and just see what you qualify for. But as long as you have cash, somebody will give you a loan. So if you're willing to put up 20%, I think you could get your hands on it. Or if you're going to live in the house and it's going to be a FHA, they're more you'll probably get it, assuming I think you need to be above 615 or 650 for FHA, but there's also, a good lender will help you do that. But I wouldn't really be worried about it. I don't think you have to buy your house all cash. And if you do have to sell the long term to buy, as long as it's actually going towards a house, I wouldn't really trip on it. The rate is going to kill him, though. Bah humbug. The rate will kill anybody, but it's all about the property itself. So, and then again, I don't know if he said he's going to flip it. I don't know if it's a flip or not, but when it's all said and done, I mean, that's the big deal. Is your game plan. With rates, I want to avoid it. If I got enough to go in for full, that would not be worth it to avoid the rates. I wouldn't be, are you going to flip it or are you going to hold it for the long term and live in it? But I wouldn't really worry about the rates. Again, even then, if you're telling me if I could get a house flip done, even if I'm paying interest on a flip, you're not going to hold it for that long, right? Assuming you're going to flip this house in 1 to 2 months, the interest isn't really going to attack you, and then you get all the other money. But, I mean, it's better than paying interest. Even if that money's sitting there, it's only going to get you 5%. So if the plan is flip it, you're going to be doing a hard money or a 20% down loan anyways. So I would go and talk to a lender. I would see what's up there, and you're probably going to be doing 20% down. You can do all cash, but I don't think it's necessary. I would only do all cash if I had to. If the only way to get the deal was all cash and the property is so cheap that it makes sense, then I would sell out my long term. But if there's a way to get the house flip, it's a good deal. I could keep my long term and only have to sell out for 20% down. I would much prefer that. Can I look at my email? I just turned it off, but I just looked at my email. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know who you are, bro. I don't see a mother liquor in my email. So, but yeah, it's 2K time. But I don't know what email it is. Yeah, I'll forward it to Lending Tips. If you need, I'll see if he knows anybody or not for pre-approval. But you just got to work with the lender. I have forwarded it for you. Good work, bro. Keep growing it. You'll be good. House comp. Okay, I see it. You bought a house in 21. You've been slowly fixing up the place and living in it. You've been approached by a neighbor organization. They want to buy the house off me off market. I told them $200K is I'll let it go for. So let me see. But if you already gave them a price, are you asking, I don't want to give you another price, and then they come back and then you're like, give me more. Yeah, I think you're asking top dollar. So if they say, yeah, I'd fucking do it. It seems like you stole that house, bro. You bought that shit for $100,000 in 2021, in 2022. That's hype, bro. So honestly, I mean, it seems like that house you made your money on the buy. That house is cheap, comparatively. They want the land. And it's a house. It's not like a condo. Like, if it has land underneath it, honestly, there's a couple of houses, like, they look shitty. They sold 180, 200. There's one that sold for 150. It was a crack house? Oh, wow. That's good. So, yeah, I mean, if you told them 200, if they give you 200 and you want to sell it, I'd take it. You'd make a nice profit on it. And, I mean, that 200 is near top dollar. But, again, it does depend on the condition. No, there's no Colt Real Estate today, next Wednesday. All right, ladies. Yeah. That's the wrong one. Was the Colt Real Estate people can drop for dollars today? Amen, bro. It's crazy because, like, I've been doing we've been talking a lot about the flipping and wholesaling, but I was very glad to see that it worked for some people already. Just, I think a lot of people they're realizing, like, man, there are so many houses that are just chilling for sale right now. Came across a deal. Would you buy in Massachusetts? Habibi, if it is a deal, I will buy anywhere. You know, anywhere. No problem. Anywhere in the United States of America. You know? Hot dog. Croc won't sell it to you. Oh, is that the house in L.A.? You got a hold of him? Oh, or Croc won't sell it to you in the Chad? Well, why the fuck? So you already offered it up to somebody? And then you're offering it to me? This already sounds fucking shady. I'm out. No deal. Thank you. See, this is why relationships are so important. And, like, especially with the real estate deals. But yeah, man, this already sounds weird. Back out, back out. Not like that, you kid. Well, you just fucked it up for him, so now you're to blame too. And y'all wonder with my ad, that's it. I would be freaked out if this was a real deal. I would want nothing to do with this. You got your one friend being like, I bought it. I didn't buy it. I'm in it. I'm not. Oh. So, yeah, I'm backing out. I'm backing out. VFC still up, man. You asked if it was a deal. You said, I want it. You didn't. You said he won't sell it to you. I don't know. Just don't joke about it. You fucked it up, though. That's on you now, Zach. Yeah, but unless the deal is like 50% off, I already don't like it. Bad impression. Sadly, the Colt Real Estate agent was the one trolling. Very disappointing. You're 10K in the HYS. I feel like everything high risk. You could chill. You could chill. I mean, don't force anything, especially if you feel like you're forcing it. But then again, the thing I've been listing a lot of names. It's very, very simple. All you have to do is like go look at the names that are trading lower. once you go and see around the market, there is a lot of stuff, and you're like, man, that's high risk. I don't want to pay for it, but there's still a lot of other things that are really, really low. Tesla on the high. Why is it so loud? Wendy's at an all-time low. Man, there's a lot. Wendy's is just, it's one of many though. But yeah, that's one name. And like I had the whole little rant on. I was like, why? Like everyone's like, oh, everything's so expensive. But I had the same exact conversation when we bought every other name that was trading lower. So I do think a lot of people you gotta really look around. But it is hard to buy stuff that's not hyped up. It's very hard. If you haven't noticed, it's very hard for people to go out and buy the stuff that is trading lower. It just does. It's very hard for it to click. You got to really, really think about it. It's not easy to go and be like, okay, I'm going to buy this stuff going in the opposite direction of what I want. Yeah, we did do the earnings previews, but I did not make any plays on any of them. 2K time. We'll see. We tried to play 2K yesterday. I couldn't find a game, and I turned it off. I feel like that might happen again today. I'm willing to try it. It's kind of slow here. I do want to end of the day play, but I don't have to force it. Today's a down day, though. I mean, I did get to close good profits, but that NQ hurt. The NQ hurt. Russell helped out a little bit, and the bonds, but now I got to wait. But I do have a plan in mind. Those last 10 minutes, that's all I do now, buy on the low. Amen, bro. That's all you have to do. I think some of you are falling in love with it, because if you did do that, then you're seeing what it's like over the last couple of weeks and years, really. But just the whole point is, if you are feeling that the stock market is too risky right now, and you are feeling as if, wow, everything is too high, I'm encouraging you to go look at all of the other names because there is a lot of names that are not as high. AXP, I'm going to try to sell one before earnings. I think we have till, Friday? But then I do think it's going to make a move off of whatever happens with Discover. Top 10 Starbucks for the law tire. Ooh. An eye on Boeing. Snap new lows. Keep an eye on if Pfizer closes. Bonds are running up, but if Pfizer closes above 30s, that'll be it. Snap down to $14? Yo. That's crazy. So this is all off the Trump shit. That's nuts, bro. Not only did this stock go up to 17 a couple days ago and hit a 52-week high, but you're telling, again, another play absolutely murdered on the excuse of Trump. That's insanity, bro. Why does everything happen like this? That's kind of crazy. The Obama. That's crazy. Damn. Bro, I knew it was down today. And I know Meta went down too, but not off of, I didn't know it was down 10% on the day. Bro, that's massive. Yeah, it's him saying he won't bounce tick. But again, that's another play. This is what I'm saying, bro. All of it just seems like BS. It seems like everybody is just, they're making big moves and then they're just using Trump as an excuse. Because, again, this thing was already up 17. I think if you wanted to just get some liquidity and dump it, call it a day and just say Donald Trump said this comment. Because I don't think there was 15% of that was built off of was built off of the TikTok shit. This looks like a bad team. I don't know how this will work. This day should have been Monday, but delayed. Well, remember the other day last time we had a big sell-off. The next day we bounced right back up. So this is kind of a weird extension. But I think this is also opening up the door for a lot of earnings. That's what you guys got to realize. We've seen this before too. You make these gigantic moves ahead of earnings. This is giving you now a little bit of wiggle room so that the pre-run-up doesn't take everything off of the table. So I think this is also creating cushion and giving you a little pullback ahead of the earnings reports. I think I think the pricing already got skewed. I think we ran up so much into earnings. Some of these movements need to happen to like balance everything out. Otherwise, it'd be too crazy. I like J&J. I mean, it's at the top end of its pricing. Wait, what did I sell out the bonds? Oh, I sold out at 12. They're up at 16. Yeah, so bonds still going. NASDAQ back down. SPY even wants to come down a little bit. Yeah, bro. It's already been 10 minutes. I can't find a game, bro. It's either I have to play with awful teammates or I don't get matched up with anybody good. This is crazy. That's why I did it, bro. Yesterday I tried to play. I invited everybody. And nobody, that's it. I couldn't find a game. Oh, I know this guy, XM Sparks. He sucks. He's on my friends list. He's veteran 3. He's good. Actually, I'll play with him because he'll do all the work. So then I don't have to really play. If that makes any sense, and we'll win. Yeah, bro. No, second time, bro. It's been like 3 days in a row. I'll get on 2K and I'll try to play and I can't find a game. And I'll spend 5-10 minutes trying to find a game and then I just turn it off. So I'm like, this is awful. You're considering selling Airbnb for the long term. You bought 2 years, mostly just sat. Am I still bullish? I'm bullish on waterboarding some of you guys. So some of you, I just need to waterboard you. Because you were asking me in 100 different scenarios if you could sell something in the long term. So you're not allowed to sell anything in the long term. If you want to, just don't involve me in it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't need to tell me. You don't need to ask me for permission. I don't give a shit, to be honest. That's if you don't tell me. But if you do tell me, I am going to tell you every single time if your plan is not to sell anything in the long term at any moment. Otherwise, I will waterboard you. I think that's what we need to start doing. Just more waterboarding, less of the same question, but more waterboarding for sure. So just make sure that you, if you really want to hold and you say, I'm going to not change my mind for 10 years, stick with it, and you'll be good to go. Now, you could average down. You could not add. Uh-oh. Oh, we're playing a decent team. I don't think I have. Man, this guy's shooting 70%. This guy has my build. Oh, shit. You guys see this? I'm playing against myself. He have 99 perimeter, 96 three-pointer. Oh, dude, this guy's crazy. Well, see. I don't think they understand the concept of not selling. I think everybody just wants a way out. Like, I don't know. Everybody's looking for a way. But like I'm saying, you guys feel free. You know, play your game. You could do what you need to do, you know, but just like you guys know what my response is at this point. I don't think there's ever been a scenario. Maybe some of you just want to find the scenario where I'm like, okay, do it. But unfortunately, my plan for the long term is truly to hold it for the long term. So I hope y'all feel me, man. I hope y'all feel me. I think they're looking for reassurance. I don't know what it is. I don't give a shit, quite frankly. All I know is my answer, though, will be the same. And I encourage you all, get the long term, hold it, ride it out. And anything above there, you're on your own, essentially. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't need to ask me to sell something. Feel free to do it yourself. Do what you need to do. But the moment you break the rules, you lose some of the protection of what the long term offers. You know what I'm saying? So you keep that in mind. You'll be good to go. But also, too, you don't need to tell me. Like I'm saying, my answer will be the same. You have freedom, my brother. Use it as you please. Oh, man, my guy left. Oh, no. He's still there. Damn it, now my guy left. Oh, fuck, I ain't gonna make shit over an AI. This game just got boring. On anything will clap you. Well, that's what I'm just saying. I mean, when it's all said and done, if you follow the rules, there's some protection. I could offer you some level of help and insight when the rules are kept intact. But once the rules get broken, like I can't do shit about it. You know what I'm saying? It's like once you already do your thing, I mean, there's only so much assistance that can be provided if the initial framework is not, you know, upheld, essentially. You know who they playing with? Power Hour Party. Oh, damn, it is Power Hour, and I'm only in first quarter. I'm not even passing in the ball. I know you've been bullish on it for years. Yeah, I mean, I'm still bullish on it, but I don't know. It's okay. You don't have to like him. Just a lot of it, man. I know when y'all are genuine or not, or maybe you're just trying to mean what you say what you mean, but I just, like I'm saying, if you guys are going to sell, do your own thing. If you're asking questions not for the right answer, like, you know, I don't know what to tell you, but just don't sell. Just don't sell no matter what, unless you want to. And at that point, just do it for yourself. Don't tell anybody. Bam, 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 bam. Preach the long term. You could average up. We talked about it there. You know, I averaged up on AbiVi. So usually when you run out of things to buy, or let's say everything you want is already up, and, you know, there's still a name that's doing good, it's maybe a little bit better, but everything else is already up, and out of all of the relative options, you know, that's the one, then, yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to it. Bam, bam, bam. Meta and Snap are both down off of the Donald Trump news of him saying he doesn't want to ban TikTok anymore. ANF finally dropped. That thing's been crazy. He said Taiwan is on their own, yeah. But that didn't affect Meta like that. Again, we were just talking about it. Snapchat literally dropped 10%, and I'm kind of amazed, but that was the headline. Get to the put. Playing 2K is hilarious. Yeah, man. It is. Just wait. Just see where the market was when we started the game and where it ends up. But, yeah, I feel you. It's funnier that people keep asking me to sell long-term shit, though. That's been the biggest. That's why I'm saying I need to go get my washcloth and my 2-gallon jug and my board, you know, because that's what we about to start being on. You know what I'm saying? I feel you. Yeah, I have the kit. I have a whole supply kit for it. Oracle again, Enfi. That's apparently the Indian oracle. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Oh shit. Someone buying the Snap August puts or calls, because I kind of want a call on it. I'm telling you, at some point, all of these plays, if it drops an abnormal amount on some Donald Trump shit, I would go and do the reverse. Like, literally, it's just every single one of these has played out in that fashion. That's why, so I'm kind of down with the whole call idea on Snap. Meta's the same thing. So, again, and don't forget, this is earnings. So you have these companies all getting ready and moving here for earnings. So that's another part of it. But I think some of them are doing their pre-earnings sell. Pumping it up at 370. Yeah, next pump it up is like near 5,700, I believe. That's the crazy part. I'd rather do Meta. Yeah, Meta's probably safer than Snapchat. But Snapchat's the one down 10%. Meta's probably down like 3 or 4. And then it had that big run, but yeah. Yen new highs. Snap swing might be good. Again, they're just down a lot, and it's literally off of a Donald Trump TikTok headline. About DATs? They don't know nothing about that. I don't know. I've heard of DATs, but I don't think I know enough to make an idea on that. You're getting hosed off Meta puts? That makes... Aren't they down? This guy keeps... I need to lock this dude up. This damn point guard, man. Jeez. Then I leave my guy and he wets it. And calls it. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. You should be loving it. We'll see. Trump's comments on Taiwan. All of them, bro. I didn't think all of these things would cause such a reaction. It's kind of like nuts. But then again, it feels like 2016. It feels like I remember 2016, every single time Donald Trump this, that, and then there was so much fear. Everybody would get mad worried anytime there was something related to Donald. And then now we're just doing it again. But like I'm saying, there's been so many of these plays that one day they're down, then you get this Donald thing, and then they come right back up. It's like a Trump tweet pretty much. But what's the difference? Because somebody brought it up accurately. You guys got to realize that Trump thing that just happened, that was literally a month ago. So it was literally end of June that he made those comments that you're reacting to today. So theoretically, this whole move was controlled by Bloomberg. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, but like literally think about it. Bloomberg is the one who did this exclusive interview with Trump, and it was at the end of June. Right now, we are at the middle of July. And you're telling me 10% reaction, and then all the other names, Snapchat, Meta, Taiwan, Intel, none of that would have happened if Bloomberg did not want to put out an article today about an interview that is 2 to 3 weeks old. Wow. So, yeah. That's why I'm saying a lot of these, like, just headline off of this, political statement causing X amount of move, you know, I wouldn't really fall for them all. Is it 3 weeks old? Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Bam, 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 bam. Oh. Someone had 1.6 million NVIDIA puts too. But yeah, it's essentially Donald tweets, but the only people controlling it now until he's president tweeting, the people controlling it is just whoever these reporters are putting these things out. Oh, that didn't give me Mamba? Bloomberg didn't make people buy off their interview. They didn't, but the whole narrative around over-dramatizing the impact of Donald Trump's presidency, that's what everybody in the media has been doing and has done for a very long time. And again, we're watching it happen once again. So that's what it is. It's been setting up like this for the last couple of weeks. Again, even with the bond market. Again, I closed out a bond market play today. I made a lot of money, and the only reason I got such a good price on the bonds and made that much money was because everybody was over-dramatizing what Donald Trump was going to do to the bond market. So, you're right. No one made it happen, but these little narratives and, you know, getting people, that's why I said, sadly, a lot of our academics have betrayed us and the people on Wall Street because it just gives you such a weird reaction. Oh, that should have been my Mamba. Oh, you think JPM today is off the Trump Jamie Dimon comment? Partly, but the banks already reported and they did decent. So, yeah. I do think today is an overreaction. And it's just the same thing. But that's funny because we're just talking Snap this whole time and someone saying there's a bunch of volume on the Snap contracts. I do think overreaction and then reverse it, that's going to be a play for a little until we find out what's really happening. Oh, I'm going to D up this fool. Screw him. There you go. Yeah, he might not even be president. That's why his odds are looking really good now, but that's like the funniest part about it. But we did this before. That's what I'm saying. It was 2016. Everybody acted the same way. Again, when Donald Trump won, the futures fell by like 900 points. Just from everybody saying how bad Donald Trump was going to be and what he was going to cause. And then right after he won, 3 hours later, everybody switched gears. They're like, no, it's not going to be that bad. Just like every time. You're more scared of the thought, but the reality, like, here's the reality. Joe Biden's terrifying, but in reality, his policy is exactly the same as Donald Trump in China. You know what I'm saying? All of them are exactly the same. They always sound worse than what they're going to actually create, and everybody freaks out. And then you get this little setup here, and then this is where we fall into this whole, like, little back and forth with it. But it's the same exact thing as 2016. I'm surprised everyone's falling for it again. That's, I think, the funny part. Relation to Trump. Again, so I do think the Jamie Dimon thing, they benefited a lot. Again, the Meta, the Snap, all these other names, they moved a ton just off of some of this related hype to these ideas here. We creatures of habit. And, I mean, we just like to get scared and shit. We've been doing that a lot, especially when it comes to Donald Trump and politics. We love to just get scared and react. And we're like, it's not that bad. You know what I'm saying? It's not that bad. You can't. They don't fuck with me, bro. They give me. Oh, look at that deep. I got it still. Stop it, bro. And I'm D'ing up. And I mean, I think we're having a good conversation. I'm having a pretty good game, but I do like this conversation about this political effect because it feels like a blast from the past, bro. We're like finally getting, you know, again, like Donald Trump in the tweets, and then you're like, you're getting big reactions to very, very small things. It's kind of crazy. I think 2028 might be Vance versus Newsom. Wow. He hit that. Boom, 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 boom. Wait, why is it man, you see that? My thing was not. Oh, give me that. These guys can't hit a fucking three. You think Trump asked Vivek? I think Vivek asked Trump to be VP. Trump was like, nah, man, screw you. Like, no. I think part of this, I don't say a hedging earnings move, but this is the setup in the earnings for sure. That's what I'm saying. I think it really is about that. This is all just setting up in the earnings, and I think although we're making all these moves, it's easy to get caught up in like what's happening and what's not, but this is all just the setup in the earnings. Okay. Vivek. Let me guess. You gonna dance? This guy, look, I'm not even moving. Oh, man. And then what time? Is it third quarter? We got one more quarter left. There you go. Greedy. Oh, I'm going to do my... I don't want to force it, but I am looking for some idea of a play towards close. Well, we still got a little bit of time. Again, I think that final 10 minutes, that's where the magic happens. Oh, damn, we're up 20? I remember, weren't we losing? IWM debit spread honestly looks appealing. Maybe. I mean, I think there's a lot of opportunity just with IWM both ways. Because it could go higher. There's still a lot of room to go lower. And maybe a credit spread too, but I'm kind of down with that. Snap August calls. Again, another set. Is that true YOLO on what, IWM? No, I think IWM, just everything going on. I mean, the small caps, the rotation, that is literally the main story. So I could kind of see it. They're terrified. I like it. I think there's a lot of opportunity with IWM. I can't wait. But I closed out of my short. I'm still in the NASDAQ. We're just going to have to see. But IWM is not done. I think for the next couple of, pretty much until Powell, we're going to have a lot of back and forth with these small caps. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Meta. I got those meta calls. They did good for a little bit, but then that little of today and the last couple days, they killed those. Oh, that guy just graded out. Next dot plot is in September. We have a July meeting. So again, literally end of July, we're going to get a meeting. And then we good. You just grab. I think it's a lot cheaper now. I might be down for a double dip. But again, I'm going to look at Snap after this. I'm mainly looking for an index play for end of the day. But if we don't get immediate pullback on some of these plays tomorrow, I think the next day we should see a little bit more action. U.S. privately warned Iran over suspicious nuclear activities, says Axios. That is coming out right now as I am playing defense. I think we already won. I don't really have to play anymore. I just got to move my character around so I don't get kicked out. What's the new? Pop on Intel is Donald Trump comments, and then the rest of the chips died because of Biden administration wanting to clap the other chips with China and AI. Not so private. What are you talking about? I don't know. I think you're having a conversation with yourself because I responded to your other 2K comment and then you proceeded to make other comments. So, respectfully, say what you mean what you say, my friends. Say what you mean. That's the PHILO of today, baby. Playing pure fuckery or earnings? I'm just, no, effery. I don't think the earnings are going to be limited in scope of how well it does, but definitely I think there is some effery vibes immediately to go after. Let me see. I'm looking at them now. Yeah, I'll go for them in a little bit. You refuse to look at the long term? On days like today was a good day. It started off. It did play out a little differently. Which where I think the LT is down. My LT was up and then it came down. It is down right now. That's sad. It's not bad. It was down. It's been down more, but it was literally up a decent amount this morning. And then it came down here. Oh, I missed. I shouldn't have shot that. So I was trying to look at the long term, not play and play at the same time. You're a FOMO guy, so you fear missing out both the sell and the long term. Interesting. I feel, man, hey, not looking at the long term can go a very long way. So don't underestimate. I think some people need to look at the long term less. It's actually a crazy concept that we sit here and we trade so much and like watch as much as we do. Because like if you think about it, like, bro, we are staring at our long term every single day. That's not necessarily how you should be doing it because so much can happen and all of that. So I feel you, man. I feel you. Don't be afraid to not look at it. Are we in the middle of the Big Short playing out? Kind of, but I don't know what in the Big Short, there's certain time periods where they had mortgages going bust. Like we don't have that. Only thing we have as an issue right now is commercial real estate, and then the bank loans are still kind of an issue. But other than that, it's hard to say. It is hard to say. I only missed 3 shots. Man, we did great there. Even then, I think it's more the bond market and the banks versus anything else. No, the last headline was the U.S. privately warning Iran. That was the latest one I got. DIA calls from 2 hours ago. Printing. Let's see. But yeah, once we know what the actual downside is, then it would make sense. But for now, we have no idea how this relates to young 08. I don't own any commercial, but I own more than 5-unit residential. That's technically considered commercial, but I don't have any retail commercial. I am strictly single family or property, residential, excuse me. Mm-mm. 2K. I'm done with 2K. I am, but I hope it makes sense in some days. But even then, though, I don't know. There's no other way to put it. I'm kind of I don't know. I don't. It sounds mean if I say it, but I don't mean it to be mean. But it's more so how I feel with stuff. I'm tired, bro, and I'm not tired energy-wise, but I'm tired as some of y'all. That's why I say it sounds kind of mean, but yeah. So I'm done with my 2K, but some of y'all in your little side-eye comments towards it, I don't think y'all get it because, again, it is, I'm spending 7 hours a day. The people trying to, bend the rules on shit. People being hella weird. I don't flex on y'all. You know what I'm saying? Whether I make money or lose money. I don't, come at y'all with the life that I live. And I don't try to make y'all feel bad. But some of y'all, I tell when y'all control all day and y'all act a certain way. I do clap people for sure, but I am saying, I'm very. Some of you are very, very tiring. So I do like my my time to myself. I like making my move. I like good conversation too, but you know what I'm saying. But I'm just some of the reactions y'all give me in summer, y'all have very well. I'm just tired of it. Like I'm saying, just in the sense, there's nothing going on the market is very slow. You know, we're getting you all the news. If any of you have anything real, like serious, you trying to buy a house, you trying to do it, you know what I'm saying? I'm more than willing to help you out, pour my time into you. But some of y'all know what y'all doing, you know what I'm saying? Like with the same ideas and the same questions and the same repeating it, and then throwing shade at me for doing my thing. Like, okay, you guys are cute, but yeah, it is kind of tiring. So yeah, I'm done playing 2K, but I really want y'all to understand a lot of it. It just, dude, we have not moved at all. We have not moved at all. Sounds like what you want to tell your kids. I love you, but you're tiring. Yeah. No, I do take a lot of time for myself, but that's it. Just some of y'all, even with badges and shit, like it don't even matter. But I have got rid of it, unfortunately. One of the real ones who've been here. It doesn't even matter. Members only. Like that's the thing. Some of y'all paid $4.99 for like a year, and half of it was like somebody paying for it for you. But like it doesn't even matter, members or not. It's just like it's just, I don't know. It's kind of good. This is why like I've banned people in the past and like just get rid of it. Because once you get rid of them, it's chill, and then they come back and they're like, why doesn't my account work? Oh my gosh, I didn't do this. But for the most part, it's chill. I appreciate y'all too, man. For those of you who are actually about it. But above all else, like I'm saying, just bear with me. Bear with me. Be about it. Make some moves. But also, too, if you aren't really, you know, I'm not trying to clap y'all. So I don't know why y'all want to come at me like that. We bought it, baby. We bought it. The harvest is plenty, but the workers are few. Why not remove them? I do. I mean, that's what I'm saying. The last like 2 days, I've banned so many people, and I haven't made a big deal about it. Like, again, because every time I do and I try to correct people, some of you guys will make a big deal about it. And you'll be like, stop, Josh. Oh, my gosh, Josh. So now I just shut up and I just do it. But, like, I'm just communicating with you. That's all, because I just had to ban a couple more people. And I'm just like, listen, man, you guys are pretty tiring. You know, it's summertime. Absolutely nothing is happening as much as I want to be here. I don't know. Summertime it kind of brings out the worst in some people, because some of y'all are just asking the same shit. You are trying to start drama, or it's like you're getting mad at the market and then you're taking it out on other people. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, yo, come on, man. Come on. The Lord, I love you too, man. Hey, man. VF, I like the company, but I don't really like them anymore. Like, why? Because everything that they own that was good, they've sold it off. So, like, literally, they had Champion, they sold it. They have Supreme, they sold it. So, I don't even know what they have anymore. Like, do they have North Face? Whatever it is, but, like, they don't have anything. Vans, yeah, the North Face. Timberland. LA Gear. Oh, they don't know about LA Gear. That's crazy. They own JanSport, Dickies, Eastpak. What's Napa Pajiri? Kipling. That's crazy. Yeah, VF owns all of these. Yeah. But that's why I'm like, good, they keep selling off everything, though. So, like, they're not doing good, and then one thing at a time, they just dropping off something. I'm like, oh, my goodness. So, literally, today they sold Supreme, and now they're going to be selling, what's the other one? They already sold Champion. So, they have kind of been clapped by that. The new Eminem album drum? I do not. I have not. I finally listened to that Houdini song. It was pretty cool. Chips across the board getting relief. I think a lot of. I mean, we only have 30 minutes here. I'm seeing a couple of things bounce. Bounce it. Damn, these things are still expensive. I like the high-low, kind of like that. But yeah, I was just seeing. These are kind of nuts, actually. That's crazy. Dude, these contracts just came back down to the price of earnings. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, I want to wait, but I'd be down to buy him. If I didn't have the SMCI in my NQ, I would be throwing a lot of money at these averages. I just don't want, if it turns into a sour earnings, though, and you pile in too heavy on the pre-run up, then you get fucking squashed. But yeah, I like anything off of the Effery, I would buy the dip. I think it's kind of easy. Especially if you don't have exposure, I think you could get a little bit. If you already have much, you got to be careful because this could go on for a couple of days. But I do think there will be a time it'll just come back up. You can't with M. It sucked. Wow. I mean, it wasn't my favorite, but it was definitely it was different. Keep educating with the PHILO. Your words will echo in their heads for years to come, baby. Amen. For real, though, man, I'm telling you. I got really excited to hear. I was talking about Snapchat and VFC earlier, but I was just looking at Snap options. But no, I was excited to hear that make the money on the buy. That made me really excited because I know some chads, bro. You learn a lot here. I think we've done a lot of things, but then too, it's a long journey and it's easy to. I just think people are getting tired from the summer. I think if I'm tired, you're tired, because I could get it. I could already see it when we don't do a lot in the markets like this. But then again, some of y'all I don't think y'all been punched in the face before. Hence some of your attitude and the energy y'all give off. But when it's all said and done, I think there's a lot of expectations, and I want this, and then it doesn't happen, and then now you're left sitting here, and then it's easy to just get antsy, and it's easy to run your mouth, like I'm saying, if you've never been checked before on it. So I feel, but That's all. Just keep it up. I'm just letting you know where I stand. I think summer, I never really realized it. I think summer does take people out, though, because it's just so it could take you out on your account. It could get you to act all weird. Like, it could do a lot. JP Morgan shares hit all-time high, up 1.4. It is hot, low key. And then GME selling off everything. I mean, where's the Russell actually? Russell's still high, bro. I can't believe that. It's down on the day, but that's still an elevated ass price, bro. July is usually bullish, yeah. Pop, pop, pop. 4 hours in this, literally. And it's not to mention it was just a fat haircut off top, too. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in a coat. Hey. If Biden stepped down, what would that have on the markets? I think all of these like things that people are pumping as the Trump trade, I think they'll go crazy. And then depending on who's going to win, or who would be the next candidate, those other trades would go up. But I think that it would be very bad temporarily. That's it. That's all I'm getting. I'm getting the same. I didn't think it would be possible because Donald Trump already was our president. But my goodness, it's the same exact thing. Whatever happened in 2016 is about to happen right now. So if the odds of Donald Trump go up, everybody is going to scream from the rooftops how abysmal it is. And they're going to be like, it's awful, it's inflation, oh my gosh, even though we had inflation, more inflation, oh my gosh, he's going to do that. And then everyone's going to freak out. And then right when he gets elected, the whole entire market is going to rip. So what I'm telling you is people will freak out because of Donald, but Donald is literally going to have zero impact on the stock market. I know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, straight up. And then every week there's good Donald Trump odds. DJT is going to rip until they announce another offering to keep it down. Literally. You can't make this shit up. But it is going to play out like that. So I do think if Biden backed down, if Biden fell out the race or the more bad shit keeps happening and the odds of Donald Trump go up, then I think all of the, oh my gosh, Donald Trump is bad for the world trades, all of those are going to rip until he actually wins. And then when he wins, everyone's going to be like, it's not that bad. And then we're going to have a rally of a lifetime until the yield curve uninverts and then we crater. We have another option, but the media made sure that you were stuck with two until it was too late. And now they're like, oh, Biden's old. Oh, how come you didn't say this during the primaries? Oh, yeah, where the public could have weighed in on it and actually had a chance. And maybe RFK could have been the lead. Oh, Oh, you wanted to wait till after the primaries in a couple months to admit everything you already knew. Oh. So, yeah, that's why. That's the unfortunate factor of it all. You were out at sea? So today was just, again, that's why we're talking a lot of the politics, a lot of political drama, a lot of comments out of the Biden administration killed the chips, and then comments out of Trump killed and helped out certain names, killed social media stocks and helped them. That's the quick version. I'll go over it on the watch list, but today was just a lot of political drama, outsized effect off from the chip stocks, and here we are today. It was a cheap fake. Incumbents that aren't lame duck don't go through primaries? No, they do. I think everybody has to go through it. Biden went through the primaries. It was, I guess, technically more of a formality, but everybody voted for him. He gained all of it. So there was already a showing for the Biden-Kamala ticket on the prime. That's why it leads back to Kamala is the only one who could get the money because she was on the ticket when everybody voted for it on the primaries. Yeah, they just clapped your boy RFK on it. He didn't really have a good primary showing. He still got 3 to 6% of the vote, which is a lot, but still. Yeah, it was ceremonial, procedural, but there is an element of, that's where people make their choice. The primaries, that's the open period to do it. And if there was going to be a change, and if you here's all I'm saying is that if the media wanted to admit Joe Biden was dramatically older, was dangerously old, if the media wanted to admit that right around the primaries versus now, it would have been a completely different situation. And I think the Democrats would have had a way better candidate that they could have put in. And it would have all worked with everybody. But now you're just stuck with Donald and Biden. One of them's getting shot at. The other one is literally shooting up vitamin B12 just to stay awake on the toilet. So, I don't know, man. Hey, B12 is good. It keeps you awake. You can ingest it, but if you do shoot it up, it hits the bloodstream a lot better. Oh, you're looking at me weird. That's science. Calm down, you crazy Republicans. Yeah, what now? I'm taking shots at everybody. You know why? Because YouTube gonna ban me regardless. So line them up. Republican, Democrat. Let's go, baby. Let's go. I'm just kidding. I love you. It's okay. Mount Rush. I want to go to Mount Rushmore. But yeah, it would be different. It would be different. The world we live in. I love how we haven't moved, too. 10-minute rigged approaching. It sucks because just like yesterday, we were near the low. And we ain't do nothing. Ain't no love in the heart of the city. Ain't no love in the heart of town. Wow. I don't know. I kind of want to make my last second move, but I think I might hold off on it. Yeah, day is literally 10 minutes away, and we're done. I want to go to the upside, though. It does seem like just buy the dip. But that did come with its challenges yesterday. If Pfizer closes above 30, it'll be a glorious day. All right, well, here it is, 10-minute rigged. If you are going to go for any of your plays, I mean, now is kind of the opportunity. Oh, I kind of already missed it. All right, you're getting a little bit of upside on the SPY. I don't think I'm going to stay for any of the earnings, no. I do want snap calls, but I'm going to wait. I have other plays right now, and I don't want to grab too much. I made any option plays free. I still got big exposure on the NQ, so I don't want to go too nuts. But I like the idea. I don't think it's a bad idea. Damn it, I should have took that last one. I wanted it at 56.40 on the SPY, but too late. Yeah, I'm just not gonna. Pretty much, if it's the plays on like Snap and all those still stay down, and then I could see a little bit more clarity on the other ones, then it'll be good. But I just want to play a little bit more time. But I'm down. I like the idea of snap shares or options to just flip. I think there's a lot of overreaction in a lot of names. Even the chips right now too. But then chips are gonna get determined off of TSM earnings tomorrow morning. Okay. Yeah, Domino's has earnings after the bell. LMT on the high. 8 minutes remaining. God bless you, Space Gator. You got. I mean, I guess I'm kind of down with shares on Snapchat. It's lit. Didn't it pop though off bad earnings last time? That's the funny. I don't even think the earnings were that good. Snap, the bellwether of tech. Yeah, sometimes for earnings. Oh, excuse me. All right. 7 minutes. I'm still contemplating. in the government pay more than the teachers. The snap options are still expensive, but they've just depreciated a lot. They may become a way better deal soon, but I do feel I do like the shares a little better. I don't know. Airlines, you got UAL after the bell. Remember, Delta already did shit. Or did Delta do good? But I know they did bad. Again, I think a lot of the consumer trends, they have not been so hot. And then Market, bro, you just gave up that little 10-minute pop. Believe it or not, you just came right back down. 56.39 on the futures. Jeez. All right, final 5. Let's see what it creates. All right, well, Chattadonia, I love you. I hope your day was great. Honestly, I love you if you did not make today more tiring than it was. I appreciate that heavily. And as a show of my graciousness and how thankful I am for your great commitment and contribution here, I'm here to let you know it's going to get extremely loud. So when I say earmuffs, that is your time to mute your speakers because it's going to get so loud in here that you might lose your ears. Okay? And I don't want that to happen. I want you to have a good time. You've only showed me a good time, so it's the least I could do for you as well, okay? So when I say earmuffs, just know that is me asking you to mute your speakers to protect yourself, and then that is it. And then we'll be good to go, and then you'll be safe, and then you will not have anything to worry about. So, sound good? Earmuffs. That's the news. Yeah, earmuffs. That's it. Snap News was Donald Trump's statements about not selling TikTok or not banning TikTok. That's my TikTok sound effect. Do you know? You don't like? I like it a lot. I think it's good. Oh yeah, just giving you the warning. It will get loud here. I'm still waiting. I'm kind of trying to see. I'm trying to get greedy. Trying to see if I can snake a little plane here, but I don't know. I think we should just land the plane. We'll just land the plane. All right, earmuffs. Earmuffs. Okay, earmuffs. Don't hurt yourself. Don't hurt yourself. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the house with the trash bag if you like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking on promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 77 degrees and sunny. Looking like a beautiful summer day unless you thought the Russell would go lower than yesterday and the NASDAQ would hold up because none of that shit happened. Welcome to pre-earnings and you got scammed by all the politics. But good news is we're no longer in the COVID guidelines, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Call Rapid Awards program card, please fly down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. That's it. I did. I made my end of the day play right there. I had to do it. But, Chad, you only got a little bit of time left. Let's see how much time. Let's see. Honestly, fuck it. Oh. Come back, come back, come back. You only 3, 2, 1. Nice. 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. You just heard me do it. Yeah, I just made $200 in literally like 2 seconds. So you got to bring, I'm out of my play. Actually, it took me 30 seconds to make $200. I'm out. I got out of my play. That's it. I did not do it. I did not buy Snap. You got 20 seconds. Bring it home. Shares, options, futures. Wrap it up. You got earnings after the bell. Less than 10 seconds. You got to wrap it up and bring it home. That is all there is. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Harda. Let's go, baby. Ah! Oh, that scared me. Harda. Oh, Chatadonia. Let's go. We did it. I went for the same. I went back in it. I did a little end of the day. You got a little bit of earnings after the bell. Let's see where it takes us. But Chatadonia, that is it. I need a good game in the chat right now. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, those vibes, personality. Way to hold it down. Way to be a part of it. Way to not make it tiring, baby. Let's go. Slide dumping after the bell, though. Oh my goodness. But Chad, that's it. Good game, baby. Members, non-members, stream alerts, it don't matter. Did you not get banned? You didn't get timed out. You showed mutual respect. You showed love to the chat, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Good game. Let's go, baby. I see you too, Twitch. Members, non-members, stream alerts. Way to hold it down. You were in the game. You contributed. Brought something to the table, baby. God bless you and thank you. That's what I'm talking about. Way to hold it down. GG, baby. Good game. Good game. GG, bro. GG. Good game. Good game. Good game. Good game. That's it, man. Dow Jones. Record high. Good morning. Good game. Good game. That's it. GG. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Cool. It's a code, baby. All right, I'll let it ride. But that's it, Chad. That's the day, bro. We did it. Amen. Amen. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed it. God bless you all. God bless Chatadonia.
/ES get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hate it, not inspired. Yeah, they
I'm letting it ride. I love you, though. Thank you for being here.
Put it on my life.
That's it, baby.
I don't think twice.
That's it. Watchlist tonight.
To survive. If you
then
think
that's
I'm
it,
cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the greats. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the race. Zotan to my rag, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want the bait. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies. My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God proved. Fuck you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see
I didn't think about that. Earnings.
Bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating now. I'm
is that why they're down?
Acting like you know me, homie. You ain't got the vibe. Capping for reactions, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a secret? I eat you to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking you speaking. What's inside?
Money, money, money. I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that. I keep it 100.
Yeah, UAL down 7.
Sound like money make them all involved. Don't
confidence and ability to achieve 9 to 11 for results. I think they guided down, but they kept full year guide.
Treated as a god.
So Chatadonia, God bless you all. That is the day. A pretty ugly one, man. NASDAQ closed down 3%. This is quite a vicious pre-earnings move. I would chalk it up here to the politics and pre-earnings, but Chatadonia, that is everything. That is the day. Thank you for being here. Thank you for holding it down. Big shout out to everybody who was really a part of it, man, for real. And mutual respect. And y'all being easy out here, making it a good time. I really vibe with it, man, so I appreciate you. Thank you all. That is the day. We got the watch list, so second link, go check out the links in the description. You got long-term alerts, free ones, paid ones, whatever you need, the good watch list for good people. And that's it, man. That's all I have, and that's the day now. So I do got to get going here, so go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style, and why you gotta mean what you say and say what you mean, Chad. Trust me, it'll make your life a lot better, baby. Why, baby, why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chatadonia, I love you. Have a wonderful evening. I will catch you tonight on the watch list, and then tomorrow morning, a little bit of data, but not much. It should be chill. But then it's Friday Junior, baby. So enjoy it. Have a great rest of your day. Wake up and dry and enjoy. Oh, Gonzalo, 50. Am I tripping? It's 8:50. Oh, let's go, baby. Hard. Oh, my goodness. That's 50, right? Yeah, bro. Look at that, man. One person. Look at one person for the many. You know, I appreciate you, dog. God bless you. Way to end it. On that note, baby, that is all I have. And that is it, man. So why, baby? Why? Yeah. Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. We already said it, man. You got to mean what you say. Woo! Amen. Amen. So, Chad, I love you all. Thank you again. I'll see you on the watch list, baby. Make the money on that bot. Tell them, baby. 50 of them. Amen. So, Chad, I will see y'all tonight. I will see you in the morning. And peace out. Yeah. Hey, Gonzalo. I like Gonzalo. Hey, Gonzalo, that's a good donation for Mr. Zalo. Gonzalo Filippo. I said it. Nah, fuck you. I said it right. Fuck you. Vote for me right now. For the people. I don't know. I don't think Donald Trump. I don't think Joey B can read your name. I don't think he knows. I think he acts. I know. Sell the bonds because of me. And then buy them up the next day. I know. You can't make this up. Have a good one, Chad. I'll see you tonight. Goodbye. Exactly. Huh, wait a minute. I don't know if I'm Donald or if I'm the other guy. Okay, have a good one. GG. How do you GG? Okay. Goodbye. Thank you.